Chapter 176. Managing Territory, Nightmare Demon Beast. However, after entering the nightmare body, Richard soon discovered a problem. This body could not be controlled by him, because after the transformation, it had essentially become a nightmare creature. If he tried to force control over this body, it would lead to the nightmare body being digested by him and reverted back into the power of nightmare. It was as if he had eaten the nightmare body. Emerging from the nightmare body, Richard turned his attention to the sealed core. Within the core, the imprisoned nascent consciousness was roaring in rage. At this moment, it was akin to a patient who was completely paralyzed. No matter how it issued commands, its body remained motionless. This feeling was akin to torture. Richard invaded the core with his spiritual power, and compared to his own, the new nightmare creature's consciousness was exceedingly weak. "What are you? Monster! Get out of my body! Get out!" The nightmare creature's consciousness issued a fierce yet hollow roar, but Richard paid it no attention. Interesting. Richard looked at the nightmare body and fell into thought. This nascent consciousness somewhat exceeded Richard's understanding of the soul school. It did not originate from a soul but rather seemed more like the electrical consciousness of a synthetic beast from alchemy, purely a false personality formed by the biological electric currents stimulating the brain to produce spiritual power. Regarding this knowledge, Richard was not very familiar, but he was certain that even if he destroyed this consciousness with his spiritual power, as long as the core remained intact, new consciousnesses would emerge from it. However, Richard quickly found a solution. "No soul? No problem, I can share a bit with you," Richard said with a smile as he condensed a soul seed. Since the core would continuously produce new consciousnesses, he decided to occupy the ecological niche of consciousness with a soul seed, preventing the formation of new consciousnesses. With a slight motion of his spiritual power, the nascent consciousness within the core was churned into oblivion by Richard, and the core began to form a new consciousness as he had anticipated. Seizing the moment, Richard sent his soul seed into the core. The spiritual power produced by the core was quickly overpowered by Richard's soul seed, which then prevented the formation of any new consciousness. Moreover, the capacity of the core to produce spiritual power was limited, and once it reached its threshold, it ceased production. As the core stopped producing spiritual power, Richard's soul seed became the supreme ruler of the core. Richard then lifted the ceiling, and once more, he entered the nightmare body. This time, the nightmare body could finally move normally. "Gah! You actually did it!" Ulysses looked at the nightmare body moving freely, uttering in surprise. What Richard had done was akin to body snatching a nightmare creature, far better than his previous scheme of using the power of nightmare to pinch out a body. Richard now seemed to be hiding inside the stomach of a nightmare creature, except that this nightmare creature did not digest him. In such a situation, even if Richard faced a nightmare lord, he could easily fool them. Richard's mouth curled into a confident smile. This is the wisdom of a wizard. Richard channeled all of the collected power of nightmare into the nightmare body, instantly raising its strength to the level of a legendary knight. This also fulfilled Richard's initial goal: constant evolution. Now that Richard had collected an ample amount of the power of nightmare, this body could become a big nightmare, maybe even a nightmare knight or a nightmare lord. To move toward this goal, Richard was ready to slightly increase the efficiency of his power of nightmare collection. At night, the blood moon rose, and the nightmare spirits crawled out from their hiding places, beginning their preparations to collect the power of nightmare for the night. But today was different. They were once again gathered by Richard at the center of the village. After a month of observation, Richard found the efficiency at which these nightmare spirits collected the power of nightmare to be rather laughable. A nightmare spirit of average strength could collect only one strand of the power of nightmare over 10 nights. Several stronger and slightly longer-lived nightmare spirits could obtain 1 to 3 strands of the power of nightmare in a single night. Moreover, these few nightmare spirits often needed to harvest 4 or 5 dreams to acquire that much. Their efficiency was, to say the least, very low. Further observation led Richard to discover that these nightmare spirits also often fought each other, and such fights would often end with one party dying, allowing the power of nightmare to enter the earth. These fights did not lead to a decrease in the number of nightmare spirits. In the hidden corners of the village, nightmare spirits would frequently grow from the ground. This growth was literal. While these fights did not decrease the number of nightmare spirits, they did lead to a rapid turnover, making it difficult for them to accumulate sufficient experience to scare people more effectively. A newly born nightmare spirit might not collect even a trace of the power of nightmare in a whole night. Richard set the tribute at 1/3, For every strand of the power of nightmare these nightmare spirits collected, they had to hand over 1/3 to him. Therefore, to accelerate the collection of the power of nightmare, Richard decided to give the nightmare spirits some guidance, enabling them to collect more power of nightmare each night. In the village center, Richard stood aloft in the air, shouting down at the group of variously shaped nightmare spirits below. Minions, you collect the power of nightmare too slowly. Today, I will teach you some tricks to let you collect more power of nightmare when you scare people. In addition, starting tonight, all nightmare spirits are forbidden to fight. Any nightmare spirit that fights becomes my food. Richard's statement sent a buzz through the hordes of nightmare spirits on the ground. Among them, a few that had lived longer and possessed greater strength muttered to each other, finding this newcomer quite odd. Prohibiting combat and intending to teach those little ones how to scare people? What a madman! Quiet! A loud shout instantly silenced the nightmare spirits. Richard looked at the menacing group and said, "Whoever disagrees is welcome to stand up. I assure him a dignified death." Not a single nightmare spirit dared to move. Pleased with the result, Richard nodded in satisfaction and began his lesson. The content of the lesson was quite simple. Scaring these country bumpkins didn't require any exaggerated or complex scenes. A skeleton, a venomous snake, a large wild beast, or an evil ghost that couldn't be killed, any of these could frighten ordinary farmers. And these things didn't require the nightmare spirits to manipulate dreams. They merely needed to change their own appearances within the dreams. No matter what the surroundings were, these things could scare people. After teaching the scare tactics, Richard's body suddenly divided into several mini Richards. Having become a wizard, Richard now could divide more soul seeds. A one-ring wizard could split into 10 soul seeds. These mini Richards were essentially Richard's avatars, mainly used to maintain order among the nightmare spirits and to prevent them from fighting one another. After all, Richard couldn't hold classes for them every day. Following the same formula, Richard quickly started scare tactic classes in 4 other villages. He left 2 avatars in each village to manage order while his original body began his research in a secluded room of the village. In the nightmare world, not only nightmare creatures could be researched. The rules of this world were an exact replica of the wizard world, and Richard could still conduct spell research here. Although the world lacked tools, there was research that could be done without them. Time passed by day, and before he knew it, Richard had spent nearly 3 months in the nightmare world. Back in the material world, Richard's body had been placed into a secret realm by Ulysses and was being guarded by a world mushroom. There were no safety concerns. While in the nightmare world, Richard's collection of the power of nightmare steadily proceeded. After initiating training and banning combat, the level of the nightmare spirits under Richard's command greatly improved, and those of the most basic level of the power of nightmare had vanished. On this foundation, Richard refined his management, assigning a fixed dream to every nightmare spirit, ensuring that each had a dream to enter. After such regulation, the nightmare spirits, taking on the forms of fierce beasts and evil ghosts, struck hard at the dreamers, with some even learning on their own to first give pleasure then a last-moment scare, causing the villages of the wizard world to erupt with screams night after night. In just 3 months, Richard had collected an astonishing 15,000 units of the power of nightmare, with each village providing around 1,000 units per month on average. However, looking at the data, the collection of nightmare power peaked in the 2nd month and saw a significant decline in the 3rd. Experiencing such intense and repetitive frights, it was only a matter of time before the commoners developed immunity. Richard made no changes, however. If the villages suffered nightmares too frequently and for too long, it would surely attract the attention of the Wizard Academy. It would be troublesome if it brought wizards of the Soul School or even guardians of the wizard world. Richard believed that the wizard world must have conducted research into the nightmare world. Attracting the attention of powerful beings might spell his end with a single slap. As for seeking help from these wizards to escape, Richard being a pure soul, any rescue by a wizard might lead to soul-to-soul contact, and if other wizards noticed the existence of the miracle furnace, it would be a serious problem. Although the chance of the miracle furnace being discovered was slim, having a way out, Richard preferred to play it safe and not to take any risks. With 15,000 units of nightmare power absorbed into his body, Richard's nightmare form had reached the level of an advanced wizard apprentice. Such strength meant that he was generally not in danger unless he encountered high-level nightmare creatures. "Gah, Richard, come out quick, we've got trouble." Ulysses flew in from outside, his voice sounding very anxious. "What has got you so panicked?" Richard asked, rising calmly. "Gah! Come out and see for yourself." And remember to engage your energy vision. Exiting the room, Richard switched to energy vision. With energy vision engaged, faint energy trails appeared on the ground. Following Ulysses into the nearby forest, Richard was startled by the sight before him. Threads of nightmare power seeped from the ground, slowly forming into a black nightmare creature. On this creature, Richard felt no sign of intelligence, only a hunger as deep as the abyss. Ulysses, what are these things? Richard asked, his expression composed. In his hand, a magic wand made of nightmare power gradually took shape. Gah! These things are nightmare demon beasts, they chase and kill all intelligent nightmare creatures. They're the most annoying mad dogs of the nightmare world. Chapter 177. Nightmare Demon Beast? This thing looks quite powerful, Richard said as he watched the ever-transforming nightmare demon beast, the magic wand in his hand gradually taking shape. The power of nightmare could create true illusions, and just as Richard could craft a body, he could naturally craft a magic wand. However, this creation was not without its limits. When making an artificial object, Richard had to have a sufficient understanding of it, be familiar with its materials, and know the method of its creation. In the case of certain materials, he had to know their physical properties. Moreover, there was one condition, that was, Richard must have seen the object before. He could not hypnotize himself and use the power of nightmare to create an illusion of a material or a divine artifact. Gah, the most troublesome part of these things isn't their strength, but the fact that their appearance signifies the onset of a beast tide, Ulysses said, looking at the nightmare demon beast with disgust in his eyes. Their taste was even worse than that of nightmare spirits. He had collected the power of nightmare in the past and eaten many of these things, which utterly nauseated him. These beast tides vary in size, the small ones may have 1 or 2 demigods, while the big ones might feature nightmare lords or even nightmare kings. Richard looked at the energy pathways on the ground. These pathways ran deep underground but allowed Richard to see them through thick layers of earth. This beast tide wouldn't be small. As Richard was pondering, the nightmare demon beast in the forest finally took shape and let out a dull roar. The beast had a humanoid shape, standing about 2 meters tall with an extremely muscular physique, almost like a black tower when stationed in the woods. The magic beast's body was covered in a layer of black full armor, with vein-like bulging patterns. Its helmet completely encased the face, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes and a bright red mouth full of sharp teeth, drooling. After roaring, it charged toward Richard. As it moved, streams of power of nightmare flowed out from beneath it, gradually shaping into a nightmare steed, while a black riding spear appeared in its hand. A knight? Then I'll call you the Nightmare Knight for now. Richard, watching the Nightmare Knight charging at him, waved his magic wand gently, and the ground in front of the charging beast suddenly turned to mud. The nightmare steed lost its footing, tumbling to the ground with its rider. Then Richard waved his wand again, and the mud turned back into hard stone, instantly trapping the Nightmare Knight within it. Dealing with such brainless creatures, wizards had too many methods. The trapped Nightmare Knight struggled to break free, but because the stone fit his body so tightly, his space to exert force was extremely limited. Even though its strength had reached that of level 1 creatures, it was temporarily trapped in the stones. Richard approached it, and tiny runes started to appear in his palm. His spiritual power entered the stone through the alchemy array, and in an instant, the stone seemed to come alive, rapidly spreading along the Nightmare Knight's body, wrapping it entirely in the blink of an eye. Then, Richard casually used the power of nightmare to condense a feather pen and began engraving runes on the stone. These runes were simple in purpose, primarily to reinforce the stone prison. Dull thuds came from the stone, and fine cracks began to appear on its surface. But as more runes were added, the cracks stopped growing and even began to heal under Richard's control. The Nightmare Knight's struggles were futile against the runes. Gah, do you plan to dissect this thing? Ulysses, looking at the stone encasing the Nightmare Knight, expressed his amazement. The breadth of strategies used by wizards was more diverse than any race he had ever seen. It was hard to imagine a race capable of utilizing such a varied arsenal of abilities. Of course this thing must be studied, Richard said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. As a wizard, any opportunity to gain knowledge was precious. Gah, what about these, then? Richard looked toward the depths of the forest, where one dark figure after another was gradually taking form. Obviously, they are all to be slaughtered, Richard said calmly. Boom! A black fireball exploded in the forest, and the sprawling flames instantly turned 2 Nightmare Knights into black fragments. Without magic stones for replenishment, Richard had to be thrifty with his spell usage, choosing his moments carefully. If a single fireball could resolve the situation, there was no need for a second. A black crow darted through the forest, continually carrying fragments of nightmare nights to Richard for him to consume. It must be said that Ulysses had a reason to detest these things. The taste of nightmare nights was more than 10 times worse than that of nightmare spirits. When devouring the fragments of the nightmare nights, Richard felt as if he were guzzling swill, a disgust stemming from his soul that was excruciatingly painful. But to harness the power of nightmare, Richard could only endure it all. Who made him not a nightmare creature? A nightmare creature? Richard's magic wand paused mid-air, and the forming fireball dissipated into thin air. He seemed to have done something foolish. The Dream Knight who noticed the slip leaped forward, showing Richard a jump slash on the spot. The great sword in the dark whistled through the air, but Richard just glanced at it, and his magic wand transformed into a pure gold long spear. Then he sidestepped, thrusting the spear upward, and the Dream Knight received a devastating blow from Richard. After dealing with the last Dream Knight, Richard crawled out of the nightmare body and then controlled the nightmare body to devour the fragments of the Dream Knights. Then, a miracle happened. The sickening feeling of guzzling slop instantly vanished, replaced by a tasteless sensation as if chewing wax, and a sense of satisfaction like that of eating a meal. These sensations made Richard, who had just devoured so many fragments of the Dream Knights, feel like a big idiot. He should have thought of it earlier, having suffered so needlessly. But now that he had discovered it, it wasn't too late, there were still many fragments in the forest that hadn't turned to dust. 1 hour later, Richard had finally devoured all the Dream Knight fragments in the forest. Although much of the power of nightmare had dissipated during the battle, the remaining power in the Dream Knights' bodies had reached nearly 40,000 strands. When all these strands of nightmare power entered the energy circulation of the nightmare body, an anomaly occurred. The vast amount of nightmare power exceeded the carrying capacity of the crude energy circulation system within the nightmare body. The newly integrated nightmare power made the energy circulation perilously unstable. At that moment, the energy circulation of the nightmare body suddenly branched off, and the excess nightmare power surged into this new offshoot, turning it into a wide avenue. With the emergence of this tributary, the entire energy circulation underwent an earth-shattering transformation. What was once as crude as a child's simple drawing became an art student's creation within minutes. Simultaneously, the core of the nightmare body also underwent a transformation. A rule power from the nightmare world invaded Richard's core through the void, leaving a rule imprint within. Under this rule imprint, the nightmare core grew rapidly, continuously producing spiritual power. This spiritual power should have made the consciousness within the nightmare core stronger, but at that moment, it was completely dominated by Richard's soul seed. Once the growth of the nightmare core was complete, the rule imprint suddenly collapsed, transforming into a surge of rule power from the nightmare world that merged into the nightmare body. Richard felt that this imprint was a kind of permit, a license needed by the nightmare core to grow. When all was completed, Richard's soul seed suddenly felt an itch, the true illusion of the nightmare body abruptly vanished, and the humanoid nightmare body began to undergo a form transformation. A black cloak rose up from the nightmare body, enveloping it entirely. From the outside, the interior of the cloak was pitch black, and even with Richard's use of spiritual power, he couldn't discern what lay within. "Ga, it seems this is your nightmare talent," said Ulysses, looking at the nightmare body with some surprise. "A cloak that cannot be investigated, that's quite in line with your personality." "What do you mean?" Richard frowned slightly. "What's a nightmare talent?" "Ga, these nightmare creatures gain a nightmare talent when they become little nightmares. These talents are varied and bizarre, they can be anything. However, one thing for certain is that this talent is related to the nightmare creature's personality. A hot-tempered creature's talent leans towards attack, a cautious creature's talent is often supportive, and some with a mad mind have talents that follow their owner, emphasizing what's the word for it? That adjective you use for actions that are hard to understand. Abstract, perhaps. Ga, that's it, abstract. I once devoured a nightmare creature, whose talent was to make anyone who walked trip and fall, and where they fell, there would always be a pile of dung. The entire talent was useless except for being revolting. So, you tripped? Ga, of course not, I swooped down from the sky to eat it. After the cloak's formation, the evolution of the nightmare body appeared to have ended. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Richard entered the nightmare body again. The evolved nightmare body had reached the level of level 1 creatures, and by Richard's assessment, its physique should be between 51 and 53, just within the range of newly advanced level 1 creatures. But the gap between a one-ring wizard and a high-level wizard apprentice was immense. Before the evolution, controlling the nightmare body was like an adult wearing a child's clothes, being cautious not to rip them with too much strength. But now, Richard had finally put on clothes that fit. This body feels much more comfortable, Richard moved his body and said with satisfaction. "Ga, don't celebrate too soon. Nightmare demon beasts have their detection methods. In a few days, the nearest nightmare lord will send someone over. What do you plan to do then?" "What will I do?" Richard smiled faintly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Why, offer them an opportunity to surrender, of course." Chapter 178. After leaving the forest, Richard returned to the village with the cage imprisoning the nightmare knights. At the village entrance, Richard unexpectedly found several powerful nightmare spirits peeking at the forest where the nightmare demon beasts had appeared. Upon seeing him emerge, the nightmare spirits hurriedly shrank back into the corner. Richard felt there was something odd about these nightmare spirits and stepped forward, pulling out a skeletal-looking nightmare spirit and angrily demanded. "What are you running for? Don't you recognize your own boss?" The captured nightmare spirit trembled and said, "Recognize? Recognize? Of course, we recognize. Why are you running then?" The captured nightmare spirit looked about to cry, lamenting that although several old fellows had come over, only he had been caught. Looking at the terrifying figure before him, the nightmare spirit said with a trembling voice. "Boss, you've changed a lot, we were a bit scared to recognize you." "Scared to recognize?" Richard's voice was initially steady, then he suddenly shouted, "At this time, aren't you usually sleeping? How come you all suddenly came out and gathered here?" The nightmare spirit's body shivered, and its entire skeletal frame nearly fell apart. He had no doubt that if he didn't provide an explanation, his own boss would instantly crush him and then devour him. "Boss, the noise you made was so loud, of course, we could sense it." Speaking of which, the nightmare spirit took a cautious glance at the stone behind Richard. He could clearly sense that inside the stone resided someone as formidable as his own boss. Richard turned his head to look at Ulysses. "Did I make a lot of noise?" "Gah, not too little." Richard nodded his head, then asked again. "Which one of you has lived the longest?" "Me, boss," the nightmare spirit said, trembling. Richard raised an eyebrow. "You? That's quite a coincidence." Richard turned to face the stone, used alchemy to control the stone, and opened a window, revealing the face of the nightmare knight inside. "That's perfect, take a look." "Ah! Black Knight! Black Knight! The Black Knight has appeared again." Upon seeing the contents inside the stone, the nightmare spirit screamed and scrambled backward, running as fast as he could. Richard frowned and quickly grabbed the nightmare spirit back. "Do you recognize this thing?" The nightmare spirit stared at the Black Knight, shaking uncontrollably. After realizing that the Black Knight was imprisoned by Richard, its mood eased a bit. "Boss, this is the Black Knight," the nightmare spirit said somewhat excitedly. "These guys kill us on sight, and I used to live in a village with a leader nearly as strong as you, boss, but he was stabbed to death by the Black Knight with a spear." Remembering the previous boss who had been killed, the nightmare spirit felt a wave of fear as the terrifying scene left an indelible shadow in his heart. But now, looking at the Black Knight imprisoned in the stone by Richard, the nightmare spirit felt a surreal sensation. This new boss is so powerful. Quite interesting. Richard stroked his chin, thinking that such a beast-tide seemed quite common. "Little thing, what's your name?" Richard casually asked. "That? Boss, how could I have a name? Names are only for big shots like you," the nightmare spirit carefully said. "No name." Richard looked the nightmare spirit over. This particular nightmare spirit seemed to be the one that learned the last turnaround, and it looked pretty clever. If he wanted to develop his own forces in the nightmare world, his subordinates were certainly indispensable, and this one seemed quite suitable. "No name, then I'll give you one. You shall be called," Richard looked at the nightmare spirit and offhandedly said, "from now on, you'll be called Bone." When the nightmare spirit heard the name, it paused for a moment, then bowed and thanked Richard. "Bone, Bone. Thank you, boss." "Thank you, boss." And as the nightmare spirit acknowledged the name, the power of nightmare within Richard's body suddenly stirred. A wizard language symbol for bone formed by the power of nightmare appeared in Richard's hand and then automatically burrowed into Bone's body. Names seemed to have a special meaning in the nightmare world. Once the character entered Bone's body, Richard felt a connection forming between himself and Bone. This connection was like a contract. Not only could Richard sense Bone's emotions through it, but he could also detect any malicious intent from Bone at the first moment. He could also share the power of nightmare gained by Bone through this connection. If Bone gathered the power of nightmare, he would take a quarter of it. However, Richard somehow felt that there were limits to this naming mechanism. The number of names he could grant was limited. Once all were given, unless he revoked a name granted previously, he couldn't bestow another. Ulysses, do you know about the mechanism of granting names to nightmare creatures? Gah, what the heck? Name granting? Never heard of it. I didn't really hang around in the territories much, I only know a little about nightmare creatures, and that too heard in the Lawless Land. Lawless Land? Another new place. Gah, the Lawless Land is a place where nightmare creatures who don't live within the nightmare territories live by robbing other nightmare creatures. Usually, between the territories. Aren't the lords taking action to exterminate them? Ka, sometimes it does, I've encountered it once, and it almost left me in the crow realm of nightmares. After the naming ceremony, Richard appointed Bones as the village's inspector, taking over the management of the nightmare spirits in the village for Richard's avatar, while he himself began dissecting the Black Knight in his room. Time flew by, and 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Richard's understanding of the Black Knight had significantly improved. The structure of the Black Knight was similar to other nightmare creatures, but in its nightmare core, Richard had not found consciousness, only an emotion filled with endless hunger. This sense of hunger drove the Black Knight to seek out nightmare creatures and devour them to gain the power of nightmare. During Richard's tests, this hunger would only temporarily subside when the Black Knight acquired the power of nightmare, but after a short time, the nightmare core would produce a sense of hunger akin to generating spiritual power, leading the Black Knight to relentlessly devour without end. It had to be said that if Richard hadn't seen the Black Knight emerge from the ground, he would have thought it was some kind of man-made object. This thing resembled a biological weapon designed to exterminate nightmare creatures. After devouring the dissected Black Knight, Richard obtained nearly 10,000 strands of the power of nightmare from it. This number also seemed quite odd. Calculating by the amount of the power of nightmare consumed when Richard wove the nightmare body, this Black Knight should have been able to produce 50,000 strands of the power of nightmare. The Black Knight definitely contained greater secrets. However, this secret was still too remote for Richard, and he decided to deal with the immediate situation first. Nightmare territory. Someone had arrived. At the entrance of the village, Bones was confronting a small nightmare spirit. After receiving his name from Richard, Bones had truly become the leader of the village, patrolling around all day. To him, Richard's orders were divine. And with Richard as his backing, Bones had grown braver. Facing this foreign little nightmare, Bones did not flinch and went up to interrogate. "Where are you from?" "This is our," Bones thought for a moment. It seemed Richard hadn't named their faction yet, "our boss's territory." The stopped magic puppet Billy looked at the reckless nightmare spirit before him, somewhat surprised. Daring to stop him? Could this fool not see that he was a little nightmare? Perhaps he had hidden himself too well. Thinking so, Magic Puppet Billy burst forth with a powerful surge of the power of nightmare. "Now you should be able to recognize me," Magic Puppet Billy thought. He somewhat eagerly looked at Bones, wanting to see Bones overwhelmed with fear, tremblingly apologizing or at least obediently stepping aside. He really enjoyed frightening these nightmare spirits and then eating them while they shuddered in terror. Fear was the best spice. But he soon became displeased. Because Bones hadn't shown the slightest hesitation, instead he conjured a long spear with the power of nightmare and pointed it at him. "What are you doing? This is our boss's territory, are you trying to take it over?" Magic Puppet Billy was annoyed, but a thought also crossed his mind. Unless this nightmare spirit before him was an idiot, his lack of reaction indicated that his boss was stronger than Billy. A new village had a wild little nightmare like this? Magic Puppet Billy decided to play it safe and meet this nightmare spirit's mentioned boss. "Little thing, call out your boss. I am a subordinate of Lord Demon Sword Amade, here to investigate matters concerning the Black Knight." "Little one, has there been any Black Knight near your village?" Regarding the last question, Magic Puppet Billy didn't expect an answer, for usually, a squad at least would be needed to handle the appearance of a Black Knight, and a common little nightmare would be skewered by their riding spears on sight. Even a lone Black Knight would take a lot of effort for a normal little nightmare to perhaps luckily kill. Many times, the fate of little nightmares was to perish along with the Black Knight. First, I'm not a little thing. My name is Bones. Second, the Black Knight near the village has already been dealt with by the boss. As Bones spoke, his voice carried a sense of admiration. Having a boss who could kill a Black Knight was indeed something to be proud of. Magic Puppet Billy was surprised someone single-handedly killing a Black Knight meant this village's boss was quite skilled. Such a little nightmare could become a subordinate of Lord Demon Sword Amade. But he then skeptically asked, "Little thing, are you sure it was a Black Knight?" Wild nightmare spirits surviving a year or two were considered long-lived, while the last occurrence of a black tide had been 3 years ago. But before Bones could reply, he saw a figure in a black robe approaching him. "I did indeed kill a Black Knight." Richard walked up to the puppet Little Nightmare and calmly asked, "Where are you from? State your name." Chapter 179. Looking at the black-robed nightmare in front of him, Magic Puppet Billy suddenly felt a surge of vigilance in his heart. He had failed to notice this small nightmare spirit immediately, and it wasn't until he drew closer that he paid attention. If this had been a battle, he feared he might already be at a disadvantage, or even dead. Yet even though he felt some apprehension towards this Richard, Magic Puppet Billy's expression remained calm and unruffled. He asked in a steady tone, "Are you the master of this little creature?" Richard looked at the small nightmare spirit in front of him, the circulation of energy within its body clear in his eyes. He easily judged its strength 400,000 power of nightmare, a top tier among first-level nightmare creatures. It would be troublesome to kill it now. So he nodded slightly, "I am the leader here, tell me your name, stranger." Magic Puppet Billy was relieved to see Richard step back. This small nightmare spirit was not of ordinary strength, though he was confident he could win if they fought, it still wouldn't be worth it. From his reaction, this nightmare spirit didn't seem like a hothead. "There's an opportunity to recruit him," thought Magic Puppet Billy to himself. "I am a Nightmare Knight under Lord Demon Sword Amade, Magic Puppet Billy. I am here to investigate the Black Knights." Magic Puppet Billy stated his purpose proudly, then quickly shifted the conversation, "I heard from one of your men that you killed a Black Knight." Richard glanced at his follower Bone, then shook his head slightly. "Not 1, 3. Though he had killed 7 Black Knights, he thought it best to be conservative because the Black Knights were not weak, and ordinary first-level nightmare creatures might not be able to defeat them alone." Hearing Richard's denial, Magic Puppet Billy was shocked. Even though he had indeed seen Richard's capabilities just now, he hadn't expected Richard's strength to be even greater. A wild small nightmare had actually killed 3 Black Knights. Even he would be in a scramble if he faced 3 Black Knights. "Are you sure it's 3? Magic Puppet Billy couldn't help but ask. Richard nodded slightly, "I am sure, Magic Puppet Billy. Can you take me to see the battlefield? Please." Following Richard, they arrived at the scene of the fight, and upon seeing that the location was a forest, Magic Puppet Billy was certain that what Richard had told was true. The combat power of Black Knights came largely from their charge, and on the plains, even he wouldn't dare to resist a charging Black Knight head-on. But Richard's battle took place in a dense forest, where the Black Knights had short distances to charge. The longer the sprint distance, the greater their power. If they could charge for 10 or more kilometers, even Lord Demon Sword would have to consider evasion. "You are really lucky," Magic Puppet Billy exclaimed. "What's your name?" A thought crossed Richard's mind, "I'm Black Robe Charlie." "What do you mean by good luck? A charging Black Knight is a true Black Knight. Those in the woods are just beasts with their legs broken," Magic Puppet Billy said indifferently. After that, Magic Puppet Billy opened his chest and took out a black sheepskin scroll, which seemed to be a map. He used the power of Nightmare to form a pen and then marked an X on the sheepskin scroll. Besides this X, Richard noticed a dozen other crosses. If he guessed right, these places were where Black Knights had appeared before. After marking the map, Magic Puppet Billy spit out a black flame that turned the sheepskin scroll into ashes. Those ashes transformed into a skull in the air, which chuckled eerily before turning into a streak of black light flying south toward the village. Magic Puppet Billy watched the black light disappear, then turned to look at Richard. "My business is done, now let's talk about yours." "My business?" Richard feigned ignorance. "What business do I have?" Magic Puppet Billy pointed at the nearby village, spoke slowly, "Black Robe Charlie, the territory you currently occupy belongs to Lord Demon Sword Amade. All the power of Nightmare you've collected on this land is property of Lord Demon Sword Amade. If this matter is not resolved, you will become an outlaw." Outlaws can only roam the wilderness or serve as mercenaries in the lawless land. They are not recognized by the Nightmare Lords and are desirable targets wherever they go. Oh! Richard feigned anger. Are you threatening me, Magic Puppet Billy? To put on a full act, Richard even unleashed a burst of power of nightmare from within. No, Magic Puppet Billy said nonchalantly, I'm informing you. If you continue to be uncooperative, this will be your future. So what do you want to do? Richard reined in the power of nightmare and asked in a deep voice. Magic Puppet Billy gave a slight smile, his puppet smile carrying an eerie thrill. If you cooperate, all of this will be trivial. Your strength is not weak, nor are your actions intentional. Lord Demon Sword Amade will forgive you. As long as you are willing to join under Lord Demon Sword Amade, this village will still be yours, and even the surrounding villages will be awarded to you. Having spoken at length, Magic Puppet Billy finally got to the point. What if I don't cooperate? Richard countered. Don't cooperate. Magic Puppet Billy let out a strange laugh, and the surrounding area instantly became eerie. If you don't cooperate, you can only become the enemy of Lord Demon Sword Amade. All of a sudden, Ulysses, who had been perched on his shoulder like an ornament, communicated with Richard through a spiritual message. This little nightmare spirit is not simple, he has already developed the rudiments of a nightmare domain. The nightmare domain is the most despicable trick these nightmare creatures have, it's best not to get trapped in it. Don't worry, offering amnesty was always my plan, Richard calmly replied to Ulysses. From the beginning, Richard had never thought about fighting alone. He wasn't as powerful as Ulysses, he was merely a first-level wizard. Moreover, as a wizard, Richard preferred to solve problems with intelligence. Now it wasn't the time for plain wars, he could totally form an alliance with these nightmare creatures. I have a question, Magic Puppet Billy. Go ahead. Do I need to be granted a name or accept something similar to pledge allegiance to Lord Amade? A name? Magic Puppet Billy suddenly burst into laughter. After laughing, he mocked, Black-robed Richard, you don't think you're anything special, do you? Nightmare beings who are named by Lord Demon Sword Amade are the elites among nightmares, capable of becoming Amade's trusted aides. You, however, are just a slightly stronger little nightmare. Those restraining means are not meant for you to use. Hearing this, Richard laughed inwardly. This was now a mutual journey. Then I agree to join under Lord Amade. Magic Puppet Billy looked at Richard, making sure Richard wasn't joking, then said. Very well, if you wish to join, follow me to the territory to meet Lord Amade in person. When do we leave? Magic Puppet Billy reopened his chest cavity, pulling out a carriage model and throwing it onto the ground. Now. With that, the model transformed into a four-wheeled carriage drawn by two nightmare steeds. I'll drive, you sit in the back, and we'll leave right away. The nightmare carriage was fast, and inside the carriage, Richard quietly watched the scenery zip by outside the window. Ulysses, how much power of nightmare can a nightmare knight collect in a year? The crow on his shoulder opened its mouth slightly, then humanly patted its wings as if yawning. Who knows, it depends on the size of the domain. But to sustain a nightmare knight's domain, at least a couple of million strands of nightmare power must be collected in a year. Otherwise, the slightest exertion would lead to a deficit. The power of nightmare was not only a source of power for nightmare beings, but also the sustenance they relied on. Every nightmare being, depending on their strength, consumed a variable amount of nightmare power each day. With Richard's current strength, he needed roughly 10 strands of nightmare power daily, and that was when he was less active, spending days studying runes in his room. If Richard moved even slightly, this consumption would increase exponentially. Nightmare knights, who had reached the third level or even the pinnacle of the third level, had to use methods like deep sleep to reduce the loss of nightmare power. Not bad, Richard replied with a slight smile on his lips. You're not thinking about going after that nightmare power, are you? Ulysses couldn't help but advise, although I did indeed do such things in my time, your power is far from what I had back then. Richard glanced at him. Don't worry, I'm not a fool. The more income a domain generates, the more control one can have over it. I don't believe a perpetually sleeping nightmare knight can stop the people below from being devious. Soon, the carriage stopped, and Magic Puppet Billy, somehow attired in a formal suit, very gentlemanly opened the carriage door. Step down, lady. We have arrived. Richard stepped out of the carriage. Do we still distinguish between male and female? Magic Puppet Billy stiffened, a displeased expression crossing his face. Buzzkill, follow me to meet Lord Ahmad. The Nightmare Knight's headquarters was in a city as bustling as Gale City but much smaller in size. Now, as the blood moon rose, countless nightmare spirits crawled out of corners, ready to invade people's dreams. This is the core territory of Lord Ahmad, Ahmad City. Magic Puppet Billy boasted somewhat proudly. Richard nodded, feigning surprise in his tone. It's indeed beautiful, and quite large, housing at least tens of thousands of nightmare spirits. Tens of thousands. Magic Puppet Billy laughed. There are millions of nightmare spirits living here, and the nightmare crystals produced in a year account for half of Lord Ahmad's entire territory. So many. Wouldn't that mean hundreds of thousands of the power of nightmare coming in every year? Richard exclaimed again. Hundreds of thousands. Magic Puppet Billy found this wild nightmare spirit quite uninformed. Ahmad City alone produces hundreds of thousands of nightmare crystals a year. With this statement, Richard gasped a few more times, but a faint smile also curled the corners of his lips under his hood. Magic Puppet Billy hadn't realized yet that Richard had drawn him into a dialogue. Following Magic Puppet Billy, Richard made his way into the city center and finally stopped in front of a mayoral mansion. A few guards stood in front of the mansion's doors, all second-level creatures, probably the trusted aides Magic Puppet Billy mentioned. Trusted aides, I have brought a little nightmare willing to pledge allegiance to Lord Ahmad, hoping to receive his approval. One of the guards, looking like a black bear, glanced at Richard and silently opened the door to the mansion. Go inside. Chapter 180. Entering the mansion, Richard found the environment around him instantly transformed. It was as if he was trapped in a nightmare, with an omnipresent, malevolent sensation engulfing his senses. Richard activated his energy vision, and in that instant, the radiant light of the energy pathways nearly blinded him. The dense maze of energy pathways covered every area within Richard's sight, their ominous, crimson glow reminiscent of blood vessels brimming with blood. And the mansion was like a terrifying nightmare beast. However, Richard soon noticed something amiss with the energy pathways. How come these energy pathways somewhat resembled wizards' magic arrays? As an alchemy wizard, Richard had a considerable understanding of magic arrays. Although he could not decipher the entirety of this complex network of pathways, he glimpsed shadows of magic arrays in certain parts of it. Could it be that this Nightmare Knight is collaborating with wizards? Or has the Nightmare Knight devoured a wizard before, obtaining his memories? Or is it merely a coincidence? Richard considered these guesses in his mind, yet his outward expression remained impassive. Of course, even if his expression had changed, it wouldn't have mattered, as Magic Puppet Billy could not see his true face. Passing through the front yard, Richard followed Magic Puppet Billy into the main building of the mansion, the City Hall. In the hall, a luxurious hexagonal coffin was placed in the very center. Under energy vision, the coffin was the heart of the entire mansion, all energy pathways emitted from it. The coffin was a dark red color, seemingly made of wood. On it, intricate golden patterns etched out complex, beautiful designs as if telling a story. Richard switched his view back to normal and lowered his gaze to avoid looking directly at the coffin. These powerful beings were especially sensitive to prying eyes. The last time he used energy vision on Ulysses, a mere glance was enough for Ulysses to sense the scrutiny. Magic Puppet Billy stepped confidently towards the coffin before bowing deeply and saying, "Lord Ahmad, your most loyal subordinate, Magic Puppet Billy, has completed your task. In the process, I encountered a minor nightmare attracted by your radiance. He was alone in the wilderness when he killed 3 Black Knights. His strength is quite formidable. I believe he is qualified to serve under you, so I especially brought him for your consideration." Magic Puppet Billy's voice was incredibly humble, as if he was praying to a divine being. After he had spoken, a surge of magic fluctuation suddenly emitted from within the coffin. This wave of energy quickly swept over Richard as if probing his strength. However, the cloak he wore greatly diminished the probing, and thus the information it could gather was significantly reduced. Suddenly, a dull voice echoed in Richard's ear. "An interesting talent." A faint noise came from within the dark red coffin, as if the lid was moving. Magic Puppet Billy saw this and his face drastically changed. Why had Lord Ahmad opened the coffin? Fortunately, the coffin lid only moved a slit before coming to a halt. A stronger probe then emanated from within. This time, even with Richard's talent diminishing it, Ahmad acquired the information he sought. "Nameless nightmare, tell me your name." Ahmad's muffled voice sounded again by Richard's ear, but this time it was different from before. The voice carried a strange power, as if it could penetrate Richard's very heart and make him unwittingly reveal any information Ahmad wished to know. "My lord, my name is Black Robe Charlie," said Richard calmly. Ahmad's tactics were similar to those used by soul wizards among the wizard community. As a wizard, Richard had very early on undergone mental resistance training. This training was quite common among wizards, one could easily access it with a bit of magic stone, and its purpose was to give wizards a slight resistance to soul magic. The resistance offered was not strong. A soul wizard could easily break through it, but doing so would make the soul wizard's magic power fluctuations obvious, thus alerting the target wizard to the intrusion. However, while this technique served only as a warning against other wizards, it was evidently sufficient against the Nightmare Knight before him. Hearing Richard dutifully reveal his name, the lid of Ahmad's coffin closed once again. "Magic Puppet Billy, take him to the official in charge," came the voice from the coffin. Upon hearing the voice, Magic Puppet Billy bowed to the coffin once more. "Your will." Upon leaving the mansion, Magic Puppet Billy led Richard to find the official in charge. Along the way, Richard deftly extracted quite a bit of the territory's internal information through conversation. Demon Sword Ahmad, Nightmare Lord Unheart's top Nightmare Knight, oversaw the largest domain among the 5 knights under Unheart. Under Ahmad, there were over 500 minor nightmare beings leading their own groups, and only a few dozen big nightmares possessed second-level strength. Among these, 12 were named personal guard knights by Ahmad himself. Furthermore, the entire domain collected 5 million paths of power of nightmare force in taxes each year, 3 million belonging to the Nightmare Lord and 2 million to the Nightmare Knights. When Richard inquired about how much power of nightmare minor nightmares like them would be able to keep, Magic Puppet Billy replied with a mysterious smile. "That will depend on your own ability. Pay sufficient taxes to Lord Ahmad, and the rest shall be yours." Following Magic Puppet Billy, Richard quickly found the official in charge, who appeared as a giant book. The cover of the book was covered in fierce, struggling faces. These faces fought ceaselessly on the cover, attempting to break free, but whenever one almost succeeded, the others would tear at it, pulling it back into the book's cover. When Richard found him, the official was in the middle of stuffing a minor nightmare into the pages of the book. In a matter of a few seconds, the little nightmare turned into a sheet of white paper and then merged with the book. "Esteemed officer, this is a newcomer who has come to seek refuge with Lord Ahmad." Magic Puppet Billy bowed slightly to the officer. "A newcomer, you say? Lord Ahmad has already informed me." The officer opened the book, and a huge map appeared before Richard, with all the villages and cities within the territory marked on it. "The fiefdoms in the territory are gone. If you want a fiefdom, you'll have to compete with those who currently hold one. Lord Ahmad does not forbid fighting, but the precondition is that the taxes are paid in full each month." After saying this, the map detached from the book and floated before Richard. "Esteemed officer, this newcomer has his own fiefdom, and a new village has appeared," Magic Puppet Billy said. "Oh? No wonder you brought him here." The officer displayed the map again, and suddenly a pen appeared beside Magic Puppet Billy. "Mark the location." After Magic Puppet Billy marked the location, the map in Richard's hands also changed, with a new symbol representing a village appearing instantly on the edge of the territory. Richard glanced at Magic Puppet Billy, and Magic Puppet Billy happened to look back at him. Their eyes met, and they nodded to each other as if by telepathy. "It seems that these nightmare creatures are all under-reporting villages," Richard thought to himself. After marking the village, the officer suddenly spoke up. "This place. Black-robed Richard, I have a task for you. Will you take it?" "What is the task, my lord?" "Nothing much, just that recently, a few lawbreakers have been raiding villages at the edge of the territory. 1 little nightmare was killed in a raided village, 3 have gone missing." "Missing?" Magic Puppet Billy suddenly interjected. "Could it be that group of lawbreakers has surfaced again?" The officer flipped through the book pages, speaking with an irritated tone. "I don't know. Those lawbreakers kidnapped dozens of our little nightmares back then, vanishing without a trace. And now this is happening again. Lord Ahmad was so enraged back then that he wanted to slaughter the lawless land. If he finds out now, get ready for our taxes to double." With that, a sheet of paper fell from the officer's book. "I'm not sending you for nothing. This paper will allow you temporary use of my nightmare domain. It's a protective talisman and your reward. If you can manage without using it, the paper is yours." Richard hesitated for a moment, then caught the sheet of paper. "My lord, I accept the task." "Good. Here is some information on that gang from back then. It's not much, but you can use it for reference. If it is indeed that gang of lawbreakers, just flee and come report to me in the domain." With that, a series of continuously changing text appeared on Richard's page. From wizard language, to divine script, then to Chinese, English. These texts seemed to be able to change into any language Richard could understand, according to his knowledge. The information was rudimentary. It detailed that a group of lawbreakers had invaded the territory 10 years ago, and within a few months, they had abducted dozens of little nightmares. These lawbreakers' talents were peculiar, seemingly possessing both offensive and defensive abilities with a high degree of similarity. The most obvious sign was the fireball. Almost all of these lawbreakers knew how to cast a fireball. Upon reading this message, Richard couldn't help but smirk. He could be 100% certain that these so-called lawbreakers were wizards from the material world. Having pocketed the sheet of paper, Richard left Amade City. Magic Puppet Billy had no intention of sending him back, so Richard had to walk back alone. Wizards entering the nightmare world, this accident is becoming more and more interesting. 3 days later, Richard arrived at the village that had been harassed by wizards, as shown on the map. This village was not far from Richard's own, which was one reason the officer had assigned him this task. The little nightmares of this village had been kidnapped, and now well-informed little nightmares had taken over the place. Richard greeted the village occupying Little Nightmare, explained his purpose, and then took a walk around the village. The damage caused by shape-shifting magic had been erased by the blood moon rule. The village in the nightmare world, a reflection of the material world's village, was a kind of illusion. No matter how thoroughly damaged the nightmare world's village was, it would return to its original state when the blood moon rose the next day. However, the lingering traces of magic remained. The wizards had not eradicated these traces of magic, which shone like the North Star in Richard's energy vision. Using these traces, Richard quickly determined their direction of retreat. Looking in the direction of the wizard's retreat, Richard muttered to himself, "Might as well go and say hello, to prevent the blame from falling on me in the end." Chapter 181. Following the trail of magic power left by the wizard, Richard pursued the traces from the village all the way into the wilderness. But during the pursuit, Richard gradually sensed something was amiss. These trails of magic power were a bit too conspicuous. Ordinary flying techniques couldn't possibly leave such noticeable traces, even if a group of wizards gathered together. Richard stopped in his tracks and fell into thought as he observed the unbroken trail of magic power. "No, that's not right, why do these traces seem so much like fishing?" he murmured to himself. Following the magic power traces, Richard saw a vast, broken graveyard a few kilometers away. Massive graveyards were a unique feature of the nightmare wizard world. The material world's fear of certain things could affect the terrain of the nightmare world. Things or places that easily invoked fear in people, like broken graveyards, cross forests, guillotines, and classrooms, would appear in the nightmare world without any logic. Richard guessed that the appearance of these landscapes must be related to the power of nightmare that seeped into the earth. The power of nightmare was subtly influencing the shape of the nightmare world. "Is there a trap set inside?" Richard whispered, "or is there an ambush waiting?" For an undead wizard, a graveyard was the best battlefield. The inherent death energy of the graveyard could reduce the magic consumption of an undead wizard's spells and strengthen the summoned undead creatures. In theory, give an undead wizard a large enough graveyard, and he could become an army unto himself. However, this theory was akin to the Fireball God sect of the Shaping Wizards, nothing more than a wizard's joke. The graveyards of the nightmare world were no different from normal graveyards, and due to their large scale, if an undead wizard were lurking within, Richard would be at a great disadvantage. Therefore, Richard decided to play it safe. If he were killed before even speaking, it would be utterly embarrassing. The power of nightmare converged in Richard's hands and, within the span of 10 minutes, several gold necklaces appeared in his palm. As an alchemy wizard, it was all too simple to create a few pieces of magic equipment with the power of nightmare. Richard donned the necklaces. Each had a straightforward function, an emergency trigger for a life energy shield. Life energy shields could effectively defend against the death energy magic of undead wizards. Even so, Richard felt it was still not quite safe. He didn't know the ethics of this group of wizards. If they turned out to be black wizards, he might very well end up betrayed. After all, this was not a plain battlefield, there were no soul contracts to enforce non-aggression among wizards. Thinking this, Richard crafted a few magic rings and a scroll. The rings were inscribed with a spell called Life Explosion, a product of the internal strife within the undead school during the era of the Wizard Wars. They were specially designed to target the undead sea of an undead wizard. As for the scroll, it was simple. It was a teleportation scroll that would allow him to escape if the opponent proved too formidable. Without Ulysses' help in the nightmare world, he must be extremely cautious. Fully armed, Richard followed the magic power trail all the way to the graveyard. As he entered the graveyard, Richard's vision was filled with a web of magic threads. At the center of the web, a wizard with spider legs was silently watching him. Finally caught up, have you? The wizard yawned, looking somewhat disdainfully at Richard. Just one person? That's quite the underestimation. Friend, I. Banshee's howl. The situation developed just as Richard had expected. Before he could finish his explanation, the fishing wizard launched an attack. Of course, not all the blame could be placed on the wizard's recklessness. Richard's body was a genuine nightmare creature, and not even a nightmare lord could detect a flaw in it. This wizard was merely one ring, and naturally, his eyesight could not discern Richard hidden within the nightmare body. Banshee's Howl, one of the classic spells of the undead wizards, had as many versions as there were mature undead wizards, each with their modifications. This particular wizard's Banshee's Howl not only had a mental shock factor but also an added magic impact. The powerful magic impact shattered nearby tombstones around the spider wizard in an instant. Since it wasn't a death energy attack, Richard's prepared defensive magic equipment was of no use. But magic equipment was meant for emergency situations, and now Richard had enough reaction time to release a magic barrier. Buzz! The magic impact of the Banshee's Howl caused ripples upon the magic barrier. Now that the magic barrier has been seen, one would think it's time to cease fire, Richard thought to himself. But before Richard could speak, he saw the spider wizard's eyes flare red, and a raw, frenzied rage that could be felt even through the gaze reached Richard. You bunch of alien scum have indeed devoured Amanda's soul, the spider wizard said, his voice laced with deep anger and bitterness. He snapped off 2 spider legs, and a surge of intense magic fluctuation emanated from them. Weren't those supposed to be his legs? How did they turn into a magic wand? Richard wondered to himself. Seeing the spider wizard's methods, Richard was curious about how it was achieved. He had never seen a technique that turned one's body into magic equipment. But before he could engage in academic exchange, he had to deal with this enraged wizard first. The spider wizard's spell was cast, and hundreds upon hundreds of undead began to rise within the graveyard. The shattered skeletons crawled out of their graves, adorned in funeral clothing and damp earth, with clusters of death fire igniting in their eye sockets. These undead were not so-called undead creatures, they had no soul, and were animated solely by the twin dark red flames of death within their skulls. The newly resurrected undead were weak, easily handled by a farmer, but the most terrifying aspect of an undead wizard was not the summoning, but rather the enhancement through death energy. The spider wizard waved his spider leg magic wand, and a layer of ashy fog appeared among the undead. This ashy fog was a concentration of death energy, making the bones of the undead harder, their structure more stable, and their attacks imbued with death energy shocks. Even after this enhancement, each undead's strength was but that of a knight's. However, in the death fog, these undead could be resurrected even if dismembered, and could continue to function after being smashed to pieces by merging with the remains of others. If you were to blast them into ash, the remaining undead would use these ashes to strengthen themselves. In this process, if sufficient time passed, a group of undead could potentially transform into a single undead entity. But unfortunately, this way of fighting has a fatal flaw. Richard watched the undead see, his arm slightly raising, then extended a single finger. Boom! A ball of white light shot out from Richard's hand, exploding amidst the undead horde, instantly clearing out a swath of the undead. And those dead undead did not rise again in the death fog, the others even took a detour around them. Death energy can be neutralized by life energy, and those corpses saturated with life energy can't be resurrected again until the life energy is purged from them. Upon witnessing this scene, the spider wizard's inner fury blazed even stronger. In his eyes, these tactics were all derived from Richard consuming Amanda's soul, he was using the witchcraft of a deceased comrade against him. This was provocation, an insult, the nightmare creature was fighting with Amanda's corpse. The spider wizard waved his 2 spider legs, and a terrifying undead witchcraft spell was completed in an instant. Hundreds of undead, with the wave of the wand, disassembled into skeletal parts and swiftly coalesced together. If he were to finish, the creature composed from these components could potentially rival a second-level creature. Such class-defying summons could only be managed by an undead wizard. It appears to be a white wizard, so enraged by the death of a comrade that he's lost his senses. Lacking experience in one-on-one combat, Richard coolly assessed, unfazed by the nearly formed undead creature. To prepare such a large spell without comrades to cover you, especially leaving a few undead as a distraction, seems utterly foolish. With that, Richard released 9 light balls from his hand, instantly clearing the surrounding undead. Then, several black fireballs appeared around him and shot at the spider wizard, effectively blocking all his escape routes. Not good. A sense of dread flashed through the spider wizard's mind. The previous spells could be explained by soul consumption, but these fireballs were inexplicable. Their energy level was clearly high, certainly beyond the capability of Amanda, who primarily studied undead witchcraft. But the current situation left no room for further consideration, and the spider wizard darted through the gaps of the exploding fireballs, narrowly avoiding the blast range. Yet as soon as he escaped the range of the fireballs, he saw a figure waiting beside him, holding a long nail studded with runes. A sealing demon nail. You aren't a. Before the spider wizard could finish, the sealing demon nail in Richard's hand darted out, pinning him harshly to the ground. Richard landed on the ground, looking coldly at the spider wizard, now sealed off from his magic power by the sealing demon nail. I wanted to say from the start that I wasn't a nightmare creature, but clearly you, as a wizard, have lost your calm and reason. You didn't even wait for me to finish speaking. Looking into Richard's detached eyes, the spider wizard shuddered. This gaze was definitely that of a black wizard. If this wizard wished, he would kill without any psychological burden. The master's disguise is too powerful. I failed to perceive it in time. I beg the master's forgiveness, the spider wizard said respectfully to Richard. Seeing the spider wizard regain his sense of reason, Richard then asked. I heard just now that you had comrades taken by nightmare creatures? How long ago were they captured? The spider wizard's expression darkened. Nearly 10 years now, master. 10 years. Richard furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. According to the official's report, these wizards shouldn't have been captured. Taken by Demon Sword Amade? Richard asked. The spider wizard nodded slightly. Yes, that nightmare creature. By himself. A bitter smile crossed the spider wizard's face. You could say so, it was just one of his avatars. But as a third-level nightmare creature, even his avatar was strong enough to defeat us. Richard nodded, recalling the energy circuit diagram he'd seen in the office. He thought to himself, it seems that those parts indeed make up a magic array. Richard pulled out the sealing demon nail and helped the spider wizard up. Are you a society? Or a club? I heard from those nightmare creatures that you have quite a few members. The spider wizard gave Richard a wizard's salute, then replied. Master, we are the Dreamwalker Club, a group specifically devoted to the study of the nightmare world. Chapter 182. Dreamwalker Club, a wizard club headquartered on the 5th level of the residential layer. According to the spider wizard, the minister of this club discovered research material on the nightmare wizard world and some encrypted notes from an Enlightenment period. The mystery of the nightmare world soon fascinated the minister, and to better study the nightmare world, he established the Dreamwalker Club and began recruiting wizards interested in the nightmare world to study it together. 10 years ago, our club encountered a master from the Three Rings. With the help of this master, we completed the ritual magic to travel to the nightmare world, thus truly entering this eerie world. Listening to the spider wizard explain the background, Richard gained a general understanding of this group of wizards. With a master from the Three Rings among you, how could your companions still get captured? Richard asked, puzzled. The spider wizard sighed, this Three Rings master is a loner. After helping us with the ritual, he hasn't really acted together with us. Only the minister is able to contact him. Upon hearing this, Richard raised his eyebrows. Without the protection of a Three Rings wizard, you still dared to provoke Demon Sword Amade. Under the circumstances of mismatched combat power, how did these wizards have the courage to continue capturing test subjects in Amade's territory? No, the spider wizard denied. This operation was organized by that Three Rings master. He had a plan, and we were just pawns for him to use, sharing in the spoils. Richard's mind stirred. It seemed that the Dreamwalker Club was scheming against Amade. Could he leverage the position of the Dreamwalker Club to fish in troubled waters? Seeing Richard silent, a tinge of nervousness rose in the spider wizard. He told Richard so much about the club, not just for the sake of talking. Richard obviously had designs on the nightmare creatures, and if he could be brought into the Dreamwalker Club, his ability to conceal his identity would make their operations much safer. Even now, he hadn't noticed anything amiss about Richard. Richard, standing among those nightmare creatures, was virtually indistinguishable from them. After a moment of thought, Richard slowly spoke. Interesting. You're telling me all this because you want me to join, right? The spider wizard smiled ingratiatingly. Your wisdom is as vast as the sea. Richard looked at the spider wizard and suddenly split off a small clone of himself. I'm very interested in this matter. This is my clone, and I would like to meet your minister. The spider wizard stared at the clone Richard had split off, his heart suddenly churning with shock. This clone was identical to the nightmare creatures, even seemingly more harmonious, without any trace of a wizard. The knowledge this master held about the nightmare creatures was downright terrifying. All right, master, I'll take you to the minister right now. Watching the spider wizard leave with his clone, Richard began wandering around the cemetery. The cemetery before him was unlike any other Richard had seen. It was so vast that it almost rivaled a medium-sized city, with broken tombstones and crosses stretching as far as the eye could see. With nothing else to do upon his return, researching this cemetery might just help pass the time, and he might even stumble upon some unexpected findings. Although the spider wizard had left, the layer of grey death fog in the cemetery hadn't dissipated, and due to the special environment of the cemetery, it had grown bigger and darker in color. Such a vast expanse of death fog, it will likely give rise to some formidable undead, Richard said lightly. Ulysses scoffed. Gar, it's useless. In the nightmare world, nightmare creatures are the true beings. Even if a demigod undead were born, a nightmare creature with the power of the nightmare domain could resolve it without injury. Oh, Richard asked curiously, I hear you mention the nightmare domain often. What exactly is this nightmare domain? Gar, the nightmare domain is a special space that nightmare creatures condense using dream rules. This special domain can be considered a smaller version of the secret realm. There are often some extremely absurd rules in this domain, such as being unable to breathe or unable to walk on foot. If you violate these rules, certain punishment mechanisms are triggered. However, these rules not only restrict foreigners who enter the domain but also the user of the domain. The user, apart from knowing the rules of the nightmare domain beforehand, gains no additional benefits. I once encountered a nightmare domain, whose domain was an endless plane. The special rule was that one cannot touch the ground, nor be above 132 meters in the air. As soon as the rules are violated, a deathless, indestructible spirit starts chasing you. I triggered the punishment mechanism as soon as I entered. And how did you get out? Richard inquired curiously. Ulysses said nonchalantly, Gar, later I used a rule clash to tear an exit from the domain and escaped. Essentially, the nightmare domain is just a manifestation of the nightmare rules. As long as you have the rules, escaping the nightmare domain is not impossible. In this world, there are few truly unsolvable things. As long as your strength is strong enough, these twisted things can't really trap you. So, young man, hurry up and grow stronger, it'll help me recover too. Richard. Most of the tombstones in the cemetery were very damaged, but some still had legible inscriptions. Like the one in front of Richard now. Richard, birth date unknown, died in the Wizarding History year 51845. Reading the words on the tombstone, Richard suddenly felt a sense of absurdity rising within him. Wizarding History 51845, isn't that this year? And the owner of this tombstone is named Richard. Putting all these elements together, it's hard for Richard not to think that this is his own grave. It's getting interesting, my tombstone actually appearing. Richard smiled at the tombstone, feeling neither fear nor anger. He approached the tombstone, and using the power of nightmare, he conjured a shovel and began to dig up his own grave. Beneath the moist soil, a coffin bearing Richard's name appeared before him. Richard opened it to find it completely empty. It seems the time hasn't come yet, I haven't gone in, Richard jokingly said to Ulysses. Ulysses commented somewhat speechlessly, wow, you really are bold. Ordinary people would be scared seeing this scene, or at least feel uneasy. But you just dug it right up. Richard thrust the shovel aside and said in a relaxed tone. First of all, according to the theories proposed by the great truth wizard, there is no definite future in this world. All prophecies and divinations are essentially hypothetical. This theory is the foundation of the doctrine of free will. Without it, it would mean that everyone's fate is predetermined. Richard looked at Ulysses with a sharpness in his eyes that made him hard to face directly. Ulysses, do you think your destiny is predetermined? From your birth, to becoming the world master, and then falling into my hands. Do you think all of this was predetermined before you were even born? Ulysses looked at Richard and suddenly shivered. He had never thought about what Richard was discussing, and now that Richard mentioned it, it felt like a thorn in his back. If destiny truly existed, wouldn't all beings in this world be mere puppets? Richard put the coffin back in place, and then he lay down inside it himself. It must be said, the size of the coffin fit Richard perfectly. He lay there without any discomfort. Just as he was about to stand up, a myriad of tiny points of light suddenly emerged from the void. These points of light converged into a white glow before Richard. When he touched it with his hand, the glow entered his soul. Subsequently, the tombstone bearing Richard's name turned blank, and the coffin no longer bore his name. Courage Badge, the reward given to those who can overcome fear. After receiving the white light, information about it automatically appeared in Richard's mind. It seems that what I just did inadvertently met some criteria of the nightmare world, hence triggering this courage badge, Richard murmured. The function of the courage badge was simple, it helped Richard overcome most fear-inducing spells. For example, intimidation technique, scare technique, eerie skill, and so forth. This is indeed a good item, Richard said, somewhat excitedly. At the same time, he also formed a hypothesis. The nightmare domain held some absurd rules, so this nightmare wizard world, filled with nightmare rules, might also have some absurd rules. Richard suddenly thought of that black sun in the sky that could not be stared at directly, perhaps it was one of the absurd rules of the nightmare wizard world. After obtaining the courage badge, Richard didn't find anything else of value in the graveyard. After collecting some demonized plants that had mutated due to nightmare rules, Richard left the graveyard, ready to explore the wilderness. The courage badge might not be an exception, the discordant sites located in the wilderness might contain similar treasures. While Richard was exploring the wilderness, the Spider Wizard also found the president of the Dreamwalker Club. The president of the Dreamwalker Club was a second-level soul wizard. When the Spider Wizard found him, he was dissecting a minor nightmare creature, trying to unravel the secrets of the nightmare core. However, once a nightmare creature reached the first level, the nightmare core developed a strong defense against external spiritual power, preventing the president from examining the secrets of the nightmare core without damaging it. Fossey, why have you returned? Is the mission complete? The president asked, somewhat surprised upon seeing the Spider Wizard return. Not yet, Mr. President, Fossey replied, somewhat embarrassed. But I met a master in the wilderness, and this master wants to join our project. Oh. The president looked even more surprised. The nightmare wizard world is vast, and studying the nightmare world is a very niche field. Running into a wizard studying the nightmare world in the wilderness could be considered an extremely low probability event. Where is this master? Why haven't I seen him come over? The president looked around Fossey, seeing only a captured nightmare creature, but no wizard. Fossey gestured to an avatar of Richard standing next to him and said respectfully, Mr. President, this is the master's avatar. Chapter 183. You're saying he is that master? The minister looked at Richard's clone and reached out with spiritual power, but no matter how he probed, the one before him was a pure nightmare creature. He had some research results on nightmare creatures and couldn't possibly fail to recognize one. Minister, this really is that master. Fossey stepped beside the minister and recounted his own experience, leaving the minister utterly astonished. To disguise himself so perfectly, this wizard's knowledge of nightmare creatures was even deeper than his own. The wizard world was vast indeed, there certainly were others who had started researching the nightmare world even before he did. The minister looked at Richard's clone and spoke in a gentle tone. So then, Master, do you plan to join our Dreamwalker Club and participate in this project? Richard performed a wizard's salute with his clone. I dare not claim the title of Master, but I am indeed interested in this project. The minister nodded, since you, my friend, are interested in our plan and wish to join, we at the Dreamwalker Club would be very welcoming. However, for the safety of everyone, those participating in this project must sign a soul contract. I am currently residing at level 5, room 232, if you have no pressing matters, come to this address to find me and sign the soul contract. I will be at this address until the end of the project. Signing the contract in person? A contract made with the power of nightmare won't do. Richard said somewhat awkwardly. Unlike these wizards from the Dreamwalker Club, who came in through ritual magic, he had blundered into the nightmare world. Even if he exited, he would be in the insect nest world. How was he supposed to sign a contract in person? A contract made from the power of nightmare won't do, said the minister, shaking his head. He had done a lot of research on the power of nightmare, while it was perfect at simulating magic equipment, materials, and such. Once it involved soul-related items like soul contracts and spiritual matrices, it could only mimic a shell. Seeing Richard's hesitation, the minister asked. Could it be, my friend, that you are on another plane? Unable to return for the time being. Richard nodded, affirming the minister's assumption. That's a pity, the minister said with regret. I have to consider the safety of others. If you, my friend, do not sign a soul contract, then we can't allow you to participate in this project. The situation seemed to have reached a deadlock. After a moment of silence, Richard suddenly spoke up. But what if I'm already involved? Excuse me? What do you mean by that? Richard pointed at Fossey. The reason I clashed with Fossey was because I found traces of magic power in the village where you were operating. And the reason I went to that village was because the officer of the demon sword Amade had given me a task to investigate you. As he spoke, Richard spread his hands. Obviously, I've now completed the task, and it seems I've done so with flying colors. Upon hearing this, the minister and Fossey's expressions changed instantly. They had thought that Richard had just happened to find Fossey's trail and followed him, but they didn't expect Richard was actually there to investigate them. This made things rather complicated. My friend, you infiltrated the internals of Demon Sword Amade, the minister couldn't help but ask. Your disguise even fools nightmare creatures. Hearing this, Richard was a bit puzzled. Aren't you in such a state that the nightmare creatures wouldn't notice either? The minister shook his head repeatedly. Not at all, I've tried before, and those nightmare creatures could spot me immediately. Richard was now the one confused. Turning to Ulysses, Richard asked. Ulysses, didn't you mention that the power of nightmare forming a body could not be detected by nightmare creatures below the rank of body lord? Ulysses, facing Richard's question, was somewhat puzzled. Gah, that's no problem, I used a body formed from the power of nightmare to blend in their territory back in the day. That is strange, Richard muttered to himself. He transferred his consciousness to his clone and then used the sensation of a nightmare creature to probe the two wizards in front of him. Soon, a very faint scent that was unfamiliar appeared in Richard's perception. This scent felt very familiar to Richard, likely related to the wizard world origin, and something Richard himself did not possess. Ulysses, how did you first enter the nightmare world? Gah, I was caught off guard with a blast of nightmare red fog. Why? Is there a problem with the other wizards? After a moment of silence, Richard shifted his consciousness back to his clone. It's likely a problem with your ritual, Richard answered as succinctly as possible. There's a very faint scent on you, seemingly left by the wizard world origin. Wizard world origin? Both exclaimed in surprise. This, our entry into the nightmare world through the ritual, indeed has some connection to the origin, said the minister, his expression tangled with conflict. He never expected that the difficulty they faced in their research over the years was due to the ritual magic of entering the nightmare world. However, you don't need to panic, the irregular scent will only make the nightmare creatures sense that something is off about you, but they can't determine exactly what. Nightmare creatures are very eager for foreign souls. If your identities as wizards had been discovered, these creatures would have already come to beseech you. But Amanda has already been captured, Amade must know we are wizards, Fossey spoke up. He might know you're wizards, but his underlings certainly don't, Richard said indifferently. Amade's subordinates have concealed your presence. If you don't take further action, Amade won't know you've returned. We can't stop taking action, the minister said after a moment of silence, sounding somewhat helpless. This plan wasn't concocted by me, and I'm not the one who can decide whether to abandon it or not. Having said this, a magic array suddenly lit up under the minister's feet. I'll contact the Three Rings Master back in the wizard world. Shortly after, Richard saw a flash of light from the magic array, and the minister's body went limp, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Wisps of the power of nightmare began to drift from the body and seep into the ground. Meanwhile, Fossey quickly merged his own body with it to prevent an excessive loss of the power of nightmare. Is this your ritual magic? Richard asked. Fossey nodded. Yes, this is the spell we use to enter and exit the nightmare world. They waited at the same spot for several hours until the magic array suddenly shone with a dark red light, and a soul gradually materialized from within. Phew, one piece of good news and one piece of bad news, said the returned minister, looking at Richard. The bad news is that our plan must continue. And the good news? Richard asked, already guessing what it might be. The good news is that the Three Rings Master has agreed to let you join the plan. The minister walked up to Richard and extended his hand. Welcome to the plan. How may I address you, my friend? Richard shook his hand. I'm Richard. It's a pleasure to work together. The plan of the Dreamwalker Club was simple enough. The Nightmare Lord's subordinate was not the only Nightmare Knight. Another named Black Dragon Kolhailong, situated beside the Amade territory, was at odds with him. Legend had it that the missing head from Black Dragon Kolhailong's neck was severed by the demon sword Amade. The Dreamwalker Club's plan was to fuel the conflict between these two knights, causing these terrifying nightmare creatures to fight each other, allowing the Three Rings Wizard to enter Amade's mansion and find a nightmare artifact known as the Crystal Gate. The plan was provided by the elusive Three Rings Master, and the highest rewards, as well as the most dangerous part of infiltrating the Ahmed mansion, were reserved for the Three Rings Wizard himself. Other wizards were simply to assist. This was also the reason why other wizards agreed to the plan. Richard's arrival introduced some modifications to the plan. Originally, Fosse was to fish in the cemetery, deliberately letting the enemy escape after the battle and then continue leaving traces, gradually baiting the investigating nightmare creatures to think of the Black Dragon. With Richard now involved, all these extraneous tactics were no longer necessary. When the investigator and the investigated are in cahoots, the investigation's outcome can be fabricated however one pleases. For participating in the plan, the Three Rings Wizard offered a reward of 50 magic essence, in addition to 3 small nightmares, one of the highest compensations among the wizards involved. But what Richard valued was not these rewards. If he genuinely could incite a war between the two nightmare knights, the benefits he could reap would far exceed these rewards. Since a power increase would lead to a rise in the usual consumption of the power of nightmare, most nightmare creatures chose to turn this power into nightmare crystals, hoarding them until they had enough to break through to the next rank in one fell swoop. Like Magic Puppet Billy, if he hadn't been investigating the Black Knight, his usual level of power would barely scrape the bottom of level 1 creatures. Furthermore, from his conversation with Magic Puppet Billy, Richard gleaned that nightmare creatures also hit bottlenecks. During such periods, devouring the power of nightmare wouldn't increase their power, on the contrary, the excess power would dissipate. To break through a bottleneck, a one-time consumption of a massive amount of the power of nightmare was required. And this also meant that these nightmare creatures definitely had warehouses of nightmare crystals. Should a war break out, leading to casualties, those warehouses would be treasure troves yet to be discovered. Soon after, Richard and the minister agreed on their next course of action. Just before departing, Richard suddenly remembered something. Minister, are you aware that a black tide is about to erupt in the Amade territory? Black tide? Never heard of it, the minister said blankly. Have you not encountered any black knights in these 10 years? Richard was puzzled. Even long-lived nightmare spirits knew of the black tides. How could these wizards be unaware? The minister's face showed a tinge of embarrassment. My ritual magic has a limitation, it can only be used every 10 years for 3 months. After those months, we can't freely enter or exit the nightmare world. Richard shared the information about the black tide. Indeed, that's a problem, the minister said seriously. I'll report this information to the Three Rings Master once I return so he can investigate whether it has happened within the Black Dragon's domain. If it has, then our plan may have to be postponed by 10 years. Richard said no more and promptly left the headquarters of the Dreamwalker Club. Even if delayed, it would only be a matter of 10 years. He could afford to wait. Meanwhile, Richard's main body also encountered some trouble. As he looked toward the approaching black line in the distance, Richard rubbed his temples, slightly vexed. Several dozen black knights, that's a bit troublesome. Chapter 184. Watching the approaching dark line in the distance, Richard couldn't help but feel a headache. The consumption of these dozens of black knights would definitely be a substantial enhancement to his strength. However, the strength of these black knights was a bit too formidable. If he forced himself to consume them, he was very likely to choke to death. Ulysses, I remember you mentioned that these black knights would hunt down nightmare creatures. Are they interested in a foreign soul like me? Richard asked, tilting his head. I really hadn't thought about that, you can give it a try. Richard turned his head toward the black knights. The black knights were like a black tide, their charges carrying an unstoppable force, their riding spears seeming capable of piercing through any obstacle in their path. Beyond that, they also emitted strands of the power of nightmare. These powers intertwined with one another, forming chains that linked dozens of Black Knights together. Richard surmised that these chains should be able to balance out the injuries among the Black Knights. If he couldn't kill a Black Knight in one strike, the injury would be evenly distributed across the dozens of Black Knights. No wonder Magic Puppet Billy said I was lucky, these Black Knights really are different when they charge. Richard watched the Black Knights and muttered to himself, his body's power of nightmare rapidly transforming into nightmare crystals. Creating nightmare crystals didn't require any special method, any nightmare creature would understand how to do it after seeing one. Richard collected these nightmare crystals into a magic pocket condensed by the power of nightmare, and then his soul left the nightmare body, leaving only a dummy made of the power of nightmare standing still. The production of a nightmare body was not difficult, and even if it was lost, it meant little to Richard. Hiding to one side, Richard quietly watched the Black Knights charging toward the nightmare body. During this process, Richard, as an observer, gleaned a lot of new information. For example, this group of Black Knights must possess some special law. As the Black Knights charged, their internal power of nightmare did not exhibit any other changes besides intertwining. In normal circumstances, even if Black Knights charged, they would only be level 1 creatures at most. It was not possible for them to pose a threat that even second and third level creatures would avoid. But the changes in the Black Knights were real, and their killing power was indeed increasing with their charge. On their spear tips, Richard smelled the scent of death. The nightmare world is truly wondrous, Richard exclaimed. As the Black Knights approached, the nightmare body left in place was reduced to ashes by their spears, and they were not the least bit attracted to the nearby Richard. It seems these Black Knights only pursue nightmare creatures and have no interest in a foreign soul like mine, Richard observed the Black Knights with a fiery gaze. If that's the case, then there are workable options. After speaking, Richard took out a nightmare crystal, casually creating a new nightmare body as bait, not adding the black powder, but this nightmare body was sufficient. The Black Knights who had killed the nightmare body immediately turned to charge at the new one, while Richard calmly set up a magic array under the feet of the nightmare body. Because of the presence of the power of nightmare, Richard had no need to worry about material consumption, and soon a simple magic array trap was ready. Richard left the nightmare body and flew to one side to continue his observation. Just as the Black Knights reached the new nightmare body, they instantly turned it into ashes and, in doing so, triggered Richard's magic array trap. In an instant, several refined gold long spears thrust out from the ground, impaling 2 Black Knights. After all, these Black Knights were only level 1, and their bodily defenses were as frail as paper against the unreasonable weapon that was the refined gold long spear. Although the spears were not enchanted, their sharp and sturdy shafts still inflicted fatal damage on the Black Knights, to the extent that their life chains could not save them. The nightmare steeds beneath them dissipated in an instant, while their bodies fell to the ground, starting to emit black power of nightmare. Plan's success, Ulysses, we're going to make a big score this time. Using the same method, Richard managed to kill the entire group of Black Knights on this stretch of wilderness. Richard piled up the bodies of the Black Knights, and then, while enduring the disgust akin to drinking swill, devoured them all. This was not because Richard had any special predilection, but because for some unknown reason, the bodies could not be stored in the magic pocket. And it would take a long time for Richard to craft a nightmare body with a core. In the meantime, Richard could only watch as the Black Knight's power of nightmare seeped into the ground. This outcome was obviously difficult for Richard to accept. So, for the sake of the power of nightmare, Richard decided to tough it out. It's just hard to swallow, isn't it? How could he become a great wizard if he couldn't endure a little hardship? Blah. After enduring a considerable amount of pain, Richard finally managed to devour all the Black Knights. In total, these Black Knights provided Richard with nearly 300,000 strands of power of nightmare, which combined with his original power of nightmare, was enough to push him to the limit of a level 1 nightmare creature. Richard felt the power of nightmare inside his body and joyfully exclaimed, "A great harvest, a great harvest! Now I can start refining some soul essence to boost my spiritual power." However, just as Richard was in high spirits, a subtle fluctuation suddenly schemed past his soul. "Hey? What's going on?" Richard looked towards the source of the fluctuation, adjusting his vision to energy vision. In an instant, black-red vein-like patterns appeared before his eyes. These black and red energy pathways, cutting through thick layers of earth, entered Richard's vision as if they were blood vessels. The entire land seemed to be the skin of some enormous creature. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The faint rumble reached Richard's ears, sounding like thunder but also somehow more fragmented. Richard listened carefully for a while and realized that this thunderous sound was actually the resonance of thousands of small noises combined together. Those subtle noises appeared to be hoofbeats. Richard looked toward the horizon and casually cast the eagle eye skill on himself. He saw a dark curtain steadily advancing in the direction of Amade's territory, beneath which was a tide of black knights sweeping forward like a surge of water. The dark tide is coming, Richard murmured to himself. By the time Richard returned to his territory, all the nightmare spirits in the corners were shivering uncontrollably. These nightmare spirits did not have Richard's perception, but intuitively, they could sense a terrible disaster looming. As Richard's loyal servant, Bone continued to patrol the village diligently, despite his body trembling incessantly. Big boss, you're back." Bone's expression lit up with excitement upon seeing Richard return. Having a boss at this time was like having a backbone. Richard looked at the nightmare spirit and hesitated about what to do with it. The nightmare world could produce an endless stream of soul essence, which made Richard reluctant to simply flee from the nightmare world. He wanted to establish a force in the nightmare world to collect the power of nightmare, to facilitate his own future re-entry into the nightmare world to refine soul essence. But the nightmare world and the material world were not on the same dimension, and the connection between the soul seed and the soul was likely to be weakened. At that time, whether Richard's nightmare body could even move was a question. So he was contemplating whether to cultivate this seemingly loyal nightmare spirit before him as the force he would leave in the nightmare world. "Bone, the dark tide is coming," Richard said indifferently to Bone. "Ah, boss. What are we going to do?" Bone's expression turned to panic upon hearing about the dark tide. The terrifying impression left by Black Knights made him unable to muster even a hint of resistance. "Bone, don't panic, fear, these emotions won't make things any better," Richard said, his voice very calm, a calm that stabilized Bone's nerves. He looked at Richard with resolute eyes, eager to hear his boss's plan. "Boss, I'm listening to you. Whatever you say, I'll do," Bone said. Richard nodded. "That's good, I do have something for you to do." With that, Richard pulled out a magic pocket and poured out a pile of nightmare crystals. "You are too weak right now, swallow these nightmare crystals, and then I'll tell you what to do." Bone looked at the nightmare crystals before him, feeling as though he had entered someone's dream. All these were for him? After confirming with Richard that they were indeed for him, Bone almost collapsed to the ground. He felt incredibly lucky. Otherwise, how could he have met such a generous boss? Bone bowed to Richard and then began to devour the nightmare crystals on the ground greedily. Meanwhile, Richard observed Bone's changes carefully with his energy vision. As a native creature of the nightmare world, perhaps Bone's evolution process would differ from his own. As Bone devoured the nightmare crystals, Richard suddenly felt a surge of the power of nightmare enter his body. This was the effect of bestowing a name. Bone soon finished swallowing the nightmare crystals on the ground, and the vast power of nightmare rampaged within his body. Through the connection that bestowing a name provided, Richard could clearly sense Bone's pain as well as a fervent devotion that seemed to come from nowhere. "I finally survived until today and met a generous boss. The boss gave me so much power of nightmare, and he's going to entrust me with a big task. How can I die? I must not die." Bone, engulfed in pain, kept chanting in his heart. As a wild nightmare spirit, it was not easy for him to scrape by to this day. Now that Richard had given him the chance to grow, he had to survive. Whether it was for his own sake or for Richard's. Quickly, new branches appeared in the energy cycle, followed by evolution. Bone's bony appearance began to distort, and a black robe appeared on his body, making him look like a mirror image of Richard. However, underneath the robe, Bone grew a layer of black armor, which made him look like the Black Knights. Bone's entire evolutionary process was almost identical to Richard's, further confirming to Richard that his nightmare body was indeed a creature of the nightmare. "Boss, I have evolved. You can assign me the task now." Bone, having completed his evolution, knelt before Richard and asked respectfully. Chapter 185. After the bone evolution was completed, Richard felt his connection with the bones had become much tighter. He could even convey simple spiritual messages to the bones through this connection. Besides that, he also gained the talent information of the bones through this link. The talent of the bones was the layer of black armor, which looked exactly like that of the Black Knight, as if it had been frightened into a shadow by him. This armor would provide him with a solid level of protection, which could withstand physical and energy attacks, as well as spiritual attacks. It was one of the top talents for defense. However, such a talent was exactly in line with the mission Richard intended to assign to it. With the thought, Richard's clone, also at the first level of strength, walked in from outside the village. Afterward, Richard used the power of nightmare to condense a sarcophagus and inscribed it with numerous defensive and stabilizing runes. Richard controlled his clone to lie down in the sarcophagus, then handed it over to the Bones. "Bones, this sarcophagus holds my clone, and I want you to take him to another safe territory," Richard said to the Bones with a heavy tone. "Boss, aren't you coming with me?" the Bones asked gravely. Richard shook his head. "I have already become a vassal of the demon sword Maid, and now it's impossible to leave the territory. If I die here, I will be resurrected in the sarcophagus. This sarcophagus is my life-saving charm, you must protect it well." Hearing that Richard had entrusted him with such an important task, the Bones immediately said excitedly, "Boss, as long as I am around, nothing will happen to this sarcophagus." Richard did not say much more and then used the power of nightmare to condense a refined gold greatsword and handed it to the Bones. "Take this sword, and guard my clone well." Having said that, Richard flew towards Amaid City, leaving the Bones standing alone where he was. Watching Richard's departing figure, the Bones stood up from the ground and used the power of nightmare to conjure a few chains, wrapping the sarcophagus onto his back. Then, he picked up the refined gold greatsword and took the first step of his new life into the wilderness. In Amaid City, a large number of nightmare spirits were in disarray. The Big Black Tide was a natural disaster in the nightmare wizard world, and these basic nightmare creatures would even sense the black tide before the higher-level nightmare creatures. When Richard arrived in Amaid City, he quickly found Magic Puppet Billy, who was feasting on nightmare spirits, devouring them one by one. Richard approached and asked solemnly, "Magic Puppet Billy, the Big Black Tide is coming. Are you still in the mood to eat nightmare spirits?" Magic Puppet Billy casually handed a nightmare spirit to Richard and muttered while eating, "What's there to fear? Let the tall ones worry when the sky falls." This time's black tide didn't even disturb Lord Amaid. What kind of big black tide it is? Before Magic Puppet Billy could finish speaking, a strong burst of the power of nightmare erupted from the center of Amaid City. A black knight, 5 meters tall, clad in black plate armor and holding a great sword covered with eyes, flew out of the mansion. His powerful nightmare power even affected the environment around him, turning the entire Amaid City sinister as if the walls and shadows harbored man-eating monsters. "It seems it really is the Big Black Tide. Lord Amaid has even activated the demon sword." Magic Puppet Billy tossed aside the nightmare spirit he was holding and showed a rare seriousness on his clownish face. "Does Lord Amaid's demon sword have some special significance?" Richard asked. Magic Puppet Billy nodded. "That demon sword is Lord Amaid's talent weapon and it consumes a great deal of nightmare power to use. Relying on that sword, Lord Amaid once beheaded another nightmare knight, Black Dragon Kolhailong, belonging to a lord. The formidable power on the sword even suppressed Kolhailong's healing ability, such that even now, the cut left by Lord Amaid remains." After Magic Puppet Billy finished speaking, a voice suddenly appeared in Richard's ear. It was the voice of the demon sword Amaid. "My subject, follow me to battle." Richard looked at Magic Puppet Billy and saw that his expression had suddenly turned ugly. "Lord Amaid is going to campaign, this is bad news." Magic Puppet Billy, somewhat irritated, grabbed a nightmare spirit and crushed it violently, then stuffed it into his body. "What's the matter? Is it dangerous for Lord Amaid to campaign?" Richard asked curiously. "Not just dangerous, every time Lord Amaid campaigns, the tribute of the entire territory doubles or even triples, and it goes on for a considerable length of time," Magic Puppet Billy said with some pain. "Just the one instance I witnessed, the taxation continued for nearly 30 years. 30 years of triple taxation, and I still had to invest my own power of nightmare." By the end, Magic Puppet Billy's resentment was beyond description in words. If it hadn't been for that tax increase, he should have become a big nightmare by now and might even have been a trusted aide. It was clear that the orders from Amaid were not only for Richard and Magic Puppet Billy, as before long, a new group of lesser nightmare spirits arrived in Amaid City. Each of these nightmare spirits was incredibly powerful, with the weakest among them possessing the strength of a mid-level level 1 creature. Richard, newly arrived as a level 1 creature, was utterly unimpressive among these small nightmares. However, due to Richard's talent, these individuals hadn't realized he was weak. On the contrary, because of Magic Puppet Billy, they looked at Richard with a higher regard. A wild nightmare spirit that could single-handedly kill 3 Black Knights, should he survive this campaign, would surely be a trusted aid to Lord Amade in the future. As time passed, the number of small nightmares in the city kept increasing. After 3 days, all the small nightmares from the territory had gathered in Amade City, awaiting the next command from Demon Sword Amade. Since awakening from his sarcophagus, Amade had not left his mansion, and while the many small nightmares were curious, at the moment, no one dared rush Amade. To go on a campaign meant casualties, and these small nightmares naturally preferred to avoid fighting if possible or delay it as long as they could. Inside the mansion, Demon Sword Amade's massive body sat quietly in the city council hall, while beside him, a nightmare creature was using a feather pen to engrave runes onto Amade's armor. "Amade, how much longer will it take?" Demon Sword Amade asked in a deep voice. "It will be finished soon, Lord Amade," the nightmare creature replied calmly. As Amanda finished engraving the final rune, the runes on Amade's armor began to resonate, and streaks of dark red patterns appeared between the runes, linking them together. Thereafter, various spells were activated. These spells interconnected and overlapped, ultimately forming a tri-defense barrier against physical, energy, and spiritual attacks, adhering to the armor. At that moment, if Richard had been present, he would have recognized that Amanda was using the most basic enchantment skills of alchemy, and the spells being engraved were not of a particularly high level. Richard himself had access to several defense spells of superior quality. But all these were Richard's assessments. For Amade, who had not experienced higher levels of alchemy, Amanda's skills were more than sufficient. If the spells weren't high level, then they could win by sheer quantity. No magic power? Whether it was using the power of nightmare to imitate magic power or using the power of nightmare to mimic a magic stone, all problems could be solved. Amade was able to perfectly compensate for Amanda's skill deficiencies with his sheer brute strength, which is why he was very friendly towards this alien soul. Consuming the alien soul wouldn't allow him to break through to become a nightmare lord, but cooperating with the soul, whether it was to increase combat capability or construct arrays to reduce the usual consumption of the power of nightmare, was more valuable than simply consuming it. "Lord Amade, 10 years have now passed. The promise you made back then. Don't worry, I, Amade, am not one to go back on my word." Amanda didn't finish her sentence before Amade abruptly cut her off. Seeing this, Amanda sighed internally. Alien monsters truly lacked the spirit of contracts. If she wanted to leave, she still had to rely on herself. With the engraving of the runes completed, Amade shot out of the mansion. Between his legs, strands of the power of nightmare condensed into a black dragon. "Dragon Knight, it seems that Lord Amade and Kolhe Long have deep grudges," Richard joked to Magic Puppet Billy, "even setting out for battle requires a dragon for a mount." Magic Puppet Billy glanced at the black dragon and casually replied, "The initial conflict between Black Dragon Kolhe Long and Lord Amade arose because Lord Amade liked to use dragons as mounts. After their fight, Lord Amade's mount was always a black dragon. Amade, riding the black dragon, hoisted his great sword, and the dragon beneath him flapped its wings, stirring up gusts of nightmare wind. All the nightmare spirits enveloped in the wind fell into terrifying illusions. Even if a small nightmare was touched by it, they would shudder with fear. This nightmare wind was a phenomenon caused by the high concentration of power of nightmare within high-level nightmare creatures, combined with the dream rules. Usually, nightmare wind only appeared around nightmare lords, but now Demon Sword Amade also displayed the nightmare wind, indicating his proximity to becoming a nightmare lord. Apart from the nightmare wind, Richard noticed something strange about Amade's armor. Magic fluctuations? Why would there be magic fluctuations on Amade's body? Richard looked at Amade, holding back from using energy vision, so he could only see blood-red text on the armor that looked almost cursed. "It's the runes, no mistake." Richard made his judgment. As an alchemy wizard, he could confirm the runes on Amade were indeed wizard runes, and these runes were not merely decorative, they joined together to form spells. Could it be that nightmare creatures can completely gain the memories of the souls they devour? Richard speculated in his mind. Or is it that the wizard didn't die at all, and he was imprisoned by Amade in the mansion, being used as a subordinate? If it was the former, then he needed to be extra careful. But if it was the latter? Richard's lips curled into a slight smile as he followed Amade to the battlefield, along with the other nightmares. When they had all departed, the door of a house on the outskirts of Amade City opened. A figure in a black robe stepped out. "Now it's time for zero-cost shopping." Richard watched the departing army, a greedy smile spreading across his lips. Chapter 186. After the demon sword Amade left with a host of nightmare spirits, the entire Amade city, and even the whole domain, fell into an undefended state. This wasn't because they were not cautious, on the contrary, Amade's command for all the nightmare creatures to join the expedition was in itself a cautious act. However, he could never have imagined the existence of someone like Richard. To the eyes of the nightmare creatures, Richard's splitting technique was utterly inconceivable. Between the nightmare creatures, there are no distinctions of sex, nor do they reproduce. All nightmare creatures grow from basic nightmare spirits. How could one nightmare creature possibly split and create another nightmare creature? Moreover, even if another nightmare creature was produced, the fact that nightmare creatures lack souls meant they couldn't split off another, but only create a new creature of the same kind. And besides, Amade's order for a full mobilization could effectively prevent neighboring domains from taking advantage of the situation. The Black Tide is a disaster for all nightmare creatures. I am fully committed to fighting the Black Tide, yet you take advantage of the situation for your own gain. If this matter were brought to the Nightmare Lord, it would still be Amade who had the right of it. Moreover, the Black Tide brings not only disaster but also the potential for great profit. Should Amade return victorious, the Nightmare Knights who took advantage during the crisis could expect to be held accountable. But he never anticipated the existence of someone like Richard. Using the power of Nightmare, Richard conjured a concealer cloak, and then, draped in the cloak, he entered the inner city of Amade. Inside the inner city, numerous strangely shaped nightmare spirits scurried about on the streets. These small fellows, new nightmare spirits, had no idea how to deal with the approaching black tide and could only run around in panic, venting their inner fears. Richard walked among them, silent and unnoticed, moving through the city. High above, Ulysses was scouting for any place that might hide treasures. The black tide had sprung up so suddenly that Richard had been forced to act without carefully preparing his mark, and now it was up to Ulysses to make up for this deficiency. Soon, Ulysses landed on Richard's shoulder. "Ka, there's a place with no nightmare spirits, you might want to check it out. Lead the way." Following Ulysses, Richard weaved through the city streets and quickly arrived at a silent street. In this panic-stricken city, this street was devoid of any nightmare spirits, as if they all deliberately avoided this place. As Richard stepped onto it, he was instantly assaulted by a fear that seemed to materialize from nowhere. It was as if an investigator had come face to face with an ancient god, a pervasive fear that began to erode Richard's rationality. But the next moment, a warm white light welled up within Richard's soul, inspiring in him a courage as tumultuous as the ocean. Faced with this courage, the irrational fear vanished without a trace. Intimidation technique? No, it must involve dream rules, otherwise it wouldn't be so effective. With the fear subsided, Richard coolly assessed the situation. However, the effect of the courage badge is somewhat unexpected. It doesn't insulate me from fear, but rather ignites the courage within me. The power comes from within. The courage badge was a magical item Richard had recently acquired, and he had yet to experience its full effects. To his surprise, the badge proved extremely potent, truly living up to its name. With the courage badge's help, Richard traversed the street with ease, and he quickly located a peculiar house. The house was a toy shop, filled with all sorts of toys. Among them, a giant chest seemed particularly conspicuous. "Ka, that looks like a trap," Ulysses said, eyeing the large chest. "I bet that chest is a treasure box monster, and the one that actually contains the stash is somewhere else." "Is that so?" Richard eyed the chest and quietly entered the shop. The toy shop was spotless, an unusual sight in the nightmare world. There's dust in the nightmare world too. Without anyone to clean, the room would still gather it. In fact, the vast majority of rooms in the nightmare world were covered in dust, and the floors and furniture bore the footprints left by nightmare spirits. Richard regarded these toys without touching any. He had now switched to energy vision, and in his sight, these toys were connected with energy circuits. If he touched them unwittingly, he would undoubtedly trigger something. Among these toys, the only item that wasn't linked to the energy circuits was the large wooden chest. But this didn't mean the wooden chest was harmless. In Richard's vision, the chest was riddled with energy circuits, appearing much like a nightmare creature. In his hands, Richard conjured a refined gold long spear with the power of nightmare and casually inscribed a few runes on it with battlefield alchemy. He then knocked on the chest. Thud, thud, thud. The chest showed no response at all. "Ka, are you sure you want to open this chest?" "Let's keep looking," Ulysses urged again. "This chest looks like a trap no matter how you look at it." Richard glanced sideways at the military crow offering him advice and casually asked, "Ulysses, have you been tricked by a treasure box monster before? which is why you see a chest and think it's a monster." Ulysses's eyes bulged, and he retorted, "Caw, as the great lord of the crows, how could I be deceived by such a simple trap?" But Richard, who had grown familiar with him, knew this guy was just being stubborn again when he claimed to be the lord of the crows. Richard, holding the long spear, opened the wooden chest. The next moment, a gaping maw full of sharp fangs appeared before Richard, and a crimson tongue lashed out at lightning speed towards him, trying to wrap around him and swallow him into the chest. But a refined gold long spear pierced the tongue just as it extended, stabbing into the treasure box monster's mouth, pinning the tongue back into the box. After the spear penetrated, Richard conveniently shortened its length, making it just right to jam the lid of the treasure box monster, preventing its gaping mouth from closing. "Caw, see, I told you it was a treasure box monster," Ulysses said smugly, "my eyesight is much better than yours." Richard looked at the smug crow, then used the power of nightmare to form a pair of long gloves over his hands, and reached into the throat of the treasure box monster. Obstructed by the refined gold long spear, the treasure box monster was struggling continuously, but the spear was not something that it could overcome with brute force. As Richard probed within the throat, the treasure box monster's struggle became more and more intense. Finally, with Richard's constant digging, the treasure box monster couldn't hold back and vomited. However, what it spat out was not disgusting mucus or any partially digested corpses. It spewed out black nightmare crystals. "See," Richard said to Ulysses, spreading his hands, "my idea wasn't wrong either, there was indeed something in this chest." Ulysses stared at the nightmare crystals being vomited out, his eyes somewhat vacant. He couldn't help but ask, "Caw, have you seen this stuff before? Or did your energy vision reveal it?" Richard shook his head, "In the energy vision, this thing is just a treasure box monster." "Caw, then how did you know it had something hidden inside?" Richard said indifferently, "This is the nightmare world, and for these nightmare creatures, isn't something like a treasure box monster quite in line with the rules of the nightmare world? Moreover, treasure box monsters are very deceptive, most people would think it's a fake chest upon seeing it as a monster. Who would think the treasure box monster is the real chest?" "Caw, so you deduced there was definitely something inside this treasure box monster?" "Not really," Richard said coolly, "I was just giving it a try, after all, the treasure box monster couldn't resist, and it didn't take much time to dig through. Even if I triggered some deadly trap, I would have lost only some power of nightmare." The treasure box monster's vomiting continued for a while before stopping, having expelled about 50,000 strands of power of nightmare as nightmare crystals. These might not have been all of the treasure box monster's storage, but Richard didn't want to waste more time watching it continue to vomit. Richard collected these nightmare crystals in his pocket, then conjured several refined gold chains using the power of nightmare, binding the treasure box creature. The treasure box monster tried to resist, but after being handled by Richard, it had little strength left and was obediently trapped and tossed into another magic pocket. Seeing this, Ulysses couldn't help but comment, "Caw, stealing someone's things and even taking their chest, you're really something else." Richard said with an indifferent face, "What's the problem? The intensity of this war is not low, who knows if the owner of this chest will come back. Rather than let this chest get killed by other nightmare creatures, it might as well serve as a specimen for me and contribute a little value, right?" After leaving the toy store, Richard strolled through the streets, ensuring that there was nothing left, and then continued his search in the city. In fact, the majority of nightmare creatures store their nightmare crystals in their own territories, and only the big nightmares or celebrities like Demon Puppet Richard reside for long in Amade City. Among them, most are Amade's trusted aides. But Amade's trusted aides didn't need to prepare their own vaults, they simply took what they needed directly from Amade's warehouse. So after searching the city, Richard didn't find a second vault, which disappointed him. "Caw, why not take a peek at that old lair of Amade's?" Ulysses suggested. Amade's mansion is not an easy place to break into." Richard looked at Ulysses with some doubt, "Why would you suddenly suggest that I go there?" "Caw, because I just saw a wizard in the sky kill 2 of Amade's trusted aides and then rush into it. If you go now, maybe you can get a share of the spoils," Ulysses said indifferently. Richard's pupil shrank, his mind instantly recalling the Dreamwalker Club's plan. That 3 Rings wizard intended to break into Amade's mansion, hence the 2 Tyrese war, but now with the emergence of the Black Tide, Amade had gone all out, creating the perfect opportunity to seek out that nightmare artifact. Richard decided on the spot. "Let's go." We're heading to Amade's mansion. Let's not miss out on the feast if the master is eating meat. Chapter 187. At the same time Richard was comfortably opening treasure chests in Amade City, he was far from comfortable on the battlefield. The black tide did not advance quickly, creeping across the wilderness at a slow, yet constant pace toward Amade's territory. They were like a towering wall, simply seeing them made one feel they were insurmountable. During this process, small teams of black knights kept breaking off from the main group, seemingly scouting or clearing out nightmare creatures nearby the army. And in the midst of the army, an exceptionally tall black knight stared toward Amade City with blood-red eyes. He was the commander of the Black Knights, the strongest among them. Suddenly, the Black Knight commander began to conjure a riding spear in his hand. Then, all the Black Knights in the army started to conjure riding spears. At the end of the Black Knight commander's line of sight, a black dot was rapidly expanding. The Black Knight commander silently issued an order. Charge! The next moment, the black tide surged forward like a dam break flood. At that time, whether it was mountains or seas in front of the Black Knight army, nothing could stop their charging steps. If it were mountains, they would carve through them. If it were seas, they would build bridges. Once the charge of the Black Knight army started, there were only two outcomes: either crushing the enemy or being crushed. Far from the army, Amade, who had launched the expedition, suddenly stopped. Everyone, stop! He looked into the distance, and from the pitch-black helmet, a pair of blood-red eyes exuded an intimidating force. The gathered nightmare spirits stopped in their tracks, waiting for Amade, their commander, to issue orders. Amade glanced at the numerous nightmare spirits below and then commanded the official. Official, release your pages. The Black Knights have already sensed us. The official opened his book, and sheets of white paper transformed into nightmare spirits, while the official's aura also faded. Soon, tens of thousands of nightmare spirits were released by the official. This official's talent allowed him to generate a corresponding page on his body for each nightmare creature he consumed. When needed, these pages could temporarily transform into nightmare creatures, drawing the attention of others. This talent was not particularly useful under normal circumstances, as it had neither offensive nor defensive abilities, nor was it abstract. But during a Black Tide event, this talent became an invaluable top-tier talent. Once the Black Knight's charge met a nightmare creature, their accumulated power would dissipate, so if the official's talent was used properly, the Black Knight army could suffer heavy losses. This was where Amade's confidence in this expedition stemmed from. As long as they were not hit by the Black Knight's charge, these Black Knights were not a concern. The paper-made nightmare spirits were controlled by the official, running systematically through the hills, appearing very adept. Clearly, this wasn't his first time doing this. In addition to the official, Amade ordered several other nightmares of varying strengths to set up the battlefield. These nightmare creatures' talents all had the ability to massively alter the terrain, and within just minutes, the area where Richard was located became an island surrounded by swamps. The black-green swamps emitted a foul odor, and within them, a huge nightmare resembling a tree person used the power of nightmare to create a dense forest, all of which were products of Big Nightmare's talent, appearing just like clones. These tree creatures had spikes growing on their limbs, which were covered with deadly poison. Once the Black Knights fell into the swamps, these tree creatures could deal with them swiftly. Apart from tree spirits, the swamp concealed various bizarre nightmare creations. Without exception, all these beings were deadly. Richard stood beside Magic Puppet Billy, watching as one grim puppet after another, covered in bloodstains, emerged from him. These puppets held blood-stained daggers, looking like evil spirits that had crawled out of a horror movie. Richard casually grabbed a puppet and snatched the dagger from its hand. "Hey, Black Robe Charlie, what are you doing?" Magic Puppet Billy complained. "Nothing." Richard looked at the knife in his hand, which was coated with the dream rules, capable of causing endless bleeding in anyone it stabbed. "This knife of yours isn't up to par. How could such a quality knife pierce through Black Knight's armor?" Saying this, Richard pocketed the dagger and conjured an alloy dagger, placing it in the puppet's hand. "Try mine, it's definitely stronger than yours." Magic Puppet Billy's controlled puppet swung the alloy dagger a couple of times and found Richard's indeed stronger. "Really nice, I didn't expect you to have this skill." Magic Puppet Billy expressed in surprise. Richard smiled. The material of this dagger is an alloy used in alchemy machines. Although it's just apprentice-level quality, it's definitely stronger than the steel dagger of Magic Puppet Billy. Keeping on concentrating, Richard formed an alloy dagger in his hand. Let's collaborate. How about splitting the power of Nightmare 19 to 1? You 9, I 1. Magic Puppet Billy gave it a moment of thought and immediately agreed to the deal. Afterward, Magic Puppet Billy's murder puppets were all equipped with Richard's alloy daggers, while most of the discarded steel daggers were transformed back into the power of Nightmare by Billy. The remaining 3 daggers were collected by Richard for future research. As Richard's side was setting up the battleground, the army of Black Knights also made steady progress. The thunderous sound of horse hooves was clear even from miles away. As they charged, the Black Knights formed a V formation with the sharpness of an arrow, seemingly piercing through Richard's defenses. Soon, the nightmares controlled by the officials began to lure the Black Knights. These nightmare spirits, racing across the wilderness, continuously provoked the Black Knights leading the charge. Before long, the first Black Knight broke from formation. He burst out of line, his riding spear slaughtering a nightmare spirit with a single thrust. Following him, more and more Black Knights left the formation to hunt down the nightmare spirits. The forefront of the entire army of Black Knights instantly scattered like sand. It looks like the Black Tide isn't very difficult, Richard purposely said to Magic Puppet Billy beside him, trying to coax more information from him. As he expected, Billy glanced at him with disdain and said, "This is just the beginning, you'll soon learn the difference between a Black Tide and Black Knights." Not long after Billy finished his statement, the commander of the Black Knights issued his second command. Charge! This charge was different. The scattered Black Knights had already hindered the army's advance, but under the commander's order, those charging aimed their spears at their obstructing comrades. The Black Knights' charge allowed for only crushing the enemy or being crushed. Rib. Tear. A blocking Black Knight was impaled on 2 spears and flung into the air, his body tearing into 2 pieces instantly. The cruel command quickly brought back the sharpness of the Black Knights, but by this time, they had also entered the marshlands. The foul swamp caused the leading Black Knights to plummet into it, followed by a series of plummets. The nightmare creatures hidden in the swamp seized the opportunity to attack the Black Knights. A dark tree spirit thrashed its roots, skewering a Black Knight and erecting him like an execution rack. Beside him, a dark shadowy creature swallowed a Black Knight whole. The tactics of the nightmare creatures were strange and varied, but soon they realized something was amiss. More and more Black Knights entered the marsh, their hooves wrapped in a fog-like power of nightmare. Their carefully prepared swamp became obsolete in front of this mist. The Black Knights were able to walk on water. With the commander, the Black Knights are like having a brain. Some of the powerful ones even surpass Lord-level big shots in their use of the power of nightmare, Billy said somberly to Richard, watching the water-walking Black Knights. He was not optimistic about the war situation. Despite their current victories, these losses were not enough in the face of an entire army of Black Knights. Without intervention, these Black Knights would soon breach their defenses. As if to prove Billy's thought, a Black Knight who had charged into the swamp speared a greedy lesser nightmare spirit. Following him, more and more Black Knights entered the swamp, their spears burning with black-red flames. Once touched by the flames, the tree spirits quickly turned into flaming stumps. With the most robust barriers in the swamp massacred, it meant the collapse of the entire defense line. Above in the sky, Demon Sword M8 observed the falling defense line with irritation. The Black Knight's response was too rapid, which resulted the defensive damage being far less than he anticipated. He looked towards the huge Black Knight army, and in the center, an exceptionally tall Black Knight was staring him down. Stabilize the defense line. M8 issued the command, then pointed his demon sword towards the commander of the Black Knights. The implicit meaning was clear. The commander of the Black Knights readied his spear, mounted on a nightmare colossal horse that matched the Black Dragon in no lesser terms, and charged toward M8 in the sky. The hooves of the nightmare horse blazed with flames, leaving a trail of black flamed footprints with every step in the void. With its charge, a fiery path gradually appeared in the void, and at the end of the path awaited M8, mounted on the Black Dragon. M8's demon sword began to awaken, blood-red eyes opening one by one from the hilt to the tip. As they opened, M8's aura grew increasingly powerful, until, with the last eye opening, he appeared almost like a demon god incarnate. Even the celestial phenomena changed because of him. The most up-to-date novels are published on Fruitnoelo. M8 swung his demon sword, and in that moment, it seemed as if the heavens and earth swung with it. And at the direction of the blade, the Black Knight with the spear rode through the sky, his dark spear tip ready to pierce the heavens. Chapter 188. In M8 City, Richard and Ulysses quickly arrived at Ahmed Mansion. In the courtyard of the mansion, the corpses of 2 assassinated trusted aides of Ahmed were still dissipating the power of nightmare. This master is quite abrupt, discarding 2 big nightmare corpses just like that. Richard sighed, stuffed the 2 corpses into the magic pocket, and temporarily isolated the dissipating power of nightmare inside the bag. With just these 2 corpses, Richard considered this mission perfectly complete. The power of nightmare emanating from the corpses of the 2 big nightmares was enough to refine the soul essence needed for Richard to break through as a second ring wizard. Ulysses, take this bag to my body. I will now enter the mansion to see if I can have a share of the spoils. Ulysses took the bag and flew into the sky. Then be careful. It doesn't matter if the soul seed is damaged, but don't get contaminated with any strange stuff. Richard nodded and then entered the mansion. From the outside, Ahmed Mansion did not seem small, but its interior space clearly surpassed the outer architectural frame. Following the extremely faint traces of magic left by that master, Richard ventured deep into Ahmed Mansion and saw many nightmare creatures dissipating the power of nightmare. These nightmare creatures were each bizarre and abnormal, with some even retaining the sinister and malicious dream rules. If Richard encountered these nightmare creatures, even if it wouldn't kill him, escaping would cost him dearly. But now, these sinister and malicious nightmare creatures had all been effortlessly destroyed by the entering master, leaving hardly any magical traces. Looking at these nightmare creatures, Richard couldn't help but chuckle. Though that master disdained the little power of nightmare here, Richard was keen on it. The power of nightmare contained within these creatures was substantial, and the lingering dream rules especially made Richard covetous. He could now refine soul essence with the power of nightmare and also refine dream rules with the power of the soul. The dream rules would enhance Richard's combat prowess, making obtaining the power of nightmare even easier. This process had come full circle. After using the power of nightmare to make a magic pocket, Richard stuffed all the nightmare creatures into the bag and followed the traces of magic. At the entrance to the basement of Ahmed Mansion, a shadow cloaked in runes asked, "Are you sure this is the place?" Beside him, Amanda nodded affirmatively. "Master, it absolutely is here. This is the only part of the mansion I haven't entered. If there truly is a nightmare artifact, it must be inside." The shadowy figure nodded and then conjured a very ancient and mystical magic wand in his hand. The wand was silver-white, covered in intricate runes. If Richard were here, he would recognize the material of the wand as mithril, akin to pure gold and AO steel. The head of the wand was a crystal ball with runes continuously blinking within, flowing and shimmering with a gentle yet mysterious radiance. Without a doubt, it was an extremely powerful magic wand. Beside him, Amanda looked at the figure before her with immense respect and relief. Though the power of nightmare in this master was suppressed by the sealing skill, the inherent power of nightmare reached that of a third-level creature. With this 3 rings master, he could surely escape this time. Suddenly, the preparing 3 rings wizard stopped. "Somebody is coming," he frowned, "and it's a level 1 creature." But he was sure, before he entered, all the nightmare creatures in Ahmed Mansion had been cleared by him, and the other nightmare creatures of this power in the territory had followed Ahmed. Moreover, according to the rules among nightmare creatures, those from other territories wouldn't invade Ahmed's territory at this time. So where did this nightmare creature come from? He signaled Amanda, a gesture for stealth and awaiting orders, known in the White Wizard Army. Then he himself used a spell to hide. He had to see what was coming. Soon, Richard appeared at the entrance to the basement corridor. From the energy vision, there was a creature hiding in the dark in front of the basement door. But the energy intensity of this creature was clearly far less than that of a third-level creature. Richard furrowed his brows, thinking, the magical traces indeed entered this passage. Now that I can't see the 3 rings master, either he has gone inside, or he has noticed my presence and thus concealed himself. Thus, Richard conjured a magic wand in his hand and simulated a light brightness technique using the power of nightmare. Seeing this, Amanda's eyes nearly popped out. Light brightness technique, it definitely is light brightness technique. A nightmare creature using witchcraft. Next to him, the 3 rings wizard then revealed himself. "Are you the new one?" the 3 rings wizard inquired. Seeing a figure emerge from the darkness, glowing so brilliantly he was hard to look at directly, Richard spoke. "Master, it's me." Beside him, Amanda felt a shock. This creature using spells turned out to be a wizard in disguise. Has the club's research on nightmare creatures reached this level already? Richard walked up to the 3 rings wizard and respectfully performed a wizard's salute. "My name is Richard, may I ask for the master's name?" "Suyisa, the three-rings wizard responded coolly. Amanda stepped out of the shadows, looking at Richard and clicking his tongue in wonder. Master Richard, your disguise is truly flawless. Richard glanced at Amanda and had already guessed his identity. You are Amanda, aren't you? I am a member of the Dreamwalker Club. I'm glad to see you're still alive. After a few pleasantries, Master Suyisa began to break the door again. The door to the basement contained the rules of the nightmare world, and if it relied solely on brute force, only a figure at the level of World Master could break it. A mystical aura emitted from the magic wand in Suyisa's hand, and just touching it made Richard feel a bit dazed, as if about to fall asleep. Is this the power of nightmare rules, or dream rules? Richard made an effort to perk up and carefully observed Suyisa's application of the rules. Unfortunately, his own power was too weak, and Suyisa did not intentionally let them observe and learn. Therefore, Richard only saw Suyisa lightly tap the door with his magic wand, and a crack formed in the basement door. The three wizards entered, and Suyisa immediately spotted a coffin placed deep within the basement. The coffin was filled with a strong force of nightmare rules. However, as expected, this coffin was what he had come seeking on this adventure. Suyisa said indifferently to the two wizards drinking soup beside him, the gap in the door can hold for 1 more minute, see to it. With that, he headed straight for the coffin. Hearing this, Richard and Amanda immediately sprang into action. The basement was filled with many boxes, which, in the energy vision, were all covered with dense light paths, clearly treasure box monsters. And at the bottom of these treasure box monsters, there was a line of energy light path connected, obviously a theft prevention measure for the basement. This also meant that Richard could not just carry these boxes and take all of Amade's collections away. Amanda, these boxes are all treasure box monsters, and they are connected to the security system. Be careful, Richard called out as a warning. This caution wasn't out of kindness but because as teammates, if Amanda triggered any security measures, the Three Rings wizard might escape, but he might not. Amanda smiled gratefully at Richard and then a magic wand materialized in his hand, opening the box in front of him. Creak! The box opened, and a scarlet tongue instantly lashed out towards Amanda, but thanks to Richard's warning, the strike was unsuccessful. Seeing no problem with him, Richard also conjured up a pure gold shotgun in his hand and opened a less formidable-looking treasure box monster. Creak! Bang! Just as the treasure box monster was about to strike Richard with a huge lashing tongue, Richard stabbed it back with a shotgun, then continually stirred inside its throat. Ugh! Soon, the treasure box monster spat out something that looked a bit odd. Richard picked it up, and in an instant, his brain crashed. Wait, how could the artifacts of Pioneer appear in the nightmare world? What the treasure box monster spat out was not just anything, but a very small and exquisite crystal artifact. As a wizard who had studied Pioneer crystals for over a decade, he was certain he wasn't mistaken. This thing was a Pioneer crystal. Without hesitation, Richard immediately stuffed it into a magic pocket. At this moment, there were only a few seconds left before the crack closed, and Richard decided not to take any more risks and immediately passed through the crack, leaving the basement. Just as he exited, Suyisa unlocked the sealing on the coffin, and the horrifying item sealed inside the coffin burst out at that moment, causing all the treasure box monsters in the basement to riot. At this moment, while fighting the Black Knight Commander, Amanda suddenly sensed the intrusion into the basement and momentarily losing focus, his great sword paused, barely brushing past the tip of the Black Knight's spear. The dark tip of the spear looked plain, but the terrifying power it contained was enough to make Amanda fear. Amanda tried to dodge, but he didn't manage to completely evade, and as the spear's tip touched the armor, layers of magic on the armor instantly shattered. Dozens of interconnected defense spells in front of the riding spear were as fragile as paper. However, the spear's tip also lost some of its power in the process of smashing these spells. Boom! Amanda's left arm exploded under the spear's tip, turning into a soaring pillar of nightmare. At the same moment, his great sword slashed into the body of the Black Knight Commander. Tear! The Black Knight Commander was cut in two by the great sword. The dreadful power of the demon sword hindered the healing of the wounds, and a more powerful pillar of nightmare appeared on the battlefield. Lord Amanda has won. Magic Puppet Billy said with a mournful face. Isn't winning good? Why that face? Richard asked. Hat, Magic Puppet Billy gave a bitter smile. With such grievous injuries to Lord Amanda, we might as well brace ourselves for taxes increased tenfold for 100 years. Having said that, he spoke somewhat resignedly. Better off dead, wouldn't it? You sure? Richard asked with a somewhat odd expression. What's the matter? Richard pointed towards the sky, where Amanda, having stabilized his injuries, ignored his subordinates and flew directly towards Amade City. The basement was his treasure vault, containing a major item that absolutely must not be lost. Upon seeing this, Magic Puppet Billy's wooden mouth almost fell off. No, I was just kidding. Chapter 189. Within the residence, Richard glanced in horror at the basement, then ran out of the mansion without looking back. He didn't know what exactly Suyaisa had unleashed, but he was certain it was something he couldn't afford to meddle with. The mere whiff of the thing's presence was enough for Richard's vision to be plagued with terrifying hallucinations, which persisted in flashing before his eyes even as he activated the courage badge, seemingly bent on annihilating his sanity and dragging him into a quagmire of panic. Get away! Richard bellowed. He struggled to calm himself and tried to plan his next move. On the battlefield, Richard's doppelganger saw that Amade was hastening back toward the mansion. If Richard couldn't figure out how to escape soon, he might very well be slain by the enraged Amade in a single sword strike. Richard had no illusions that Suyaisa would protect him. Any wizard who had made it to the Three Rings was battle-hardened, those who survived were of stern heart. If sacrificing Richard would provide Suyaisa any additional chance at a safe escape, he wouldn't hesitate to do so. Wizards, be they of dark or light, ultimately followed similar paths, though white wizards seemed somewhat more human on the surface. Outside the residence, Richard could faintly sense Amade's dreadful presence. Seeing the nightmare spirits scurrying about the street, an idea suddenly struck him. How do you hide a tree so it isn't found? You put it in a forest. Countless nightmare crystals began to emanate from within Richard, and his own aura diminished rapidly. In the span of mere seconds, thousands of nightmare crystals had appeared beside him, and he himself had turned into a diminutive nightmare spirit. This was the most wondrous characteristic of nightmare creatures, they grew by devouring the power of nightmare and regressed in its absence. Transformed into a nightmare spirit, Richard pocketed the nightmare crystals and blended into a horde of them. Before long, Amade arrived at the mansion riding a black dragon, arriving just in time to encounter Suyaisa emerging from the residence and Amanda preparing to flee. Wizard! You've tampered with what you shouldn't have. With a demon sword in his grasp, Amade stood like a demon god, speaking with an aura that seemed to ripple through the very space around him. Suyaisa, meeting Amade who had arrived just in time, felt a headache coming on. He was unlike those lesser wizards from the Dreamwalker Club. Since entering the nightmare world in the last decade, he had never left, thus his understanding of nightmare creatures far surpassed that of Richard and the other wizards. Although these nightmare creatures appeared foolish, like talented natives, once they reached the third level and their understanding of the dream rules deepened, their combat prowess would skyrocket. Defending against the surreal tactics empowered by dream rules was nigh impossible. But it was now too late for such thoughts, as Amade's timely arrival meant that a battle was inevitable. Amade, I'm impressed by your patience, Suyaisa said as he produced the sealed remnant from the coffin, the flesh of an unknown creature. You resisted eating the flesh of a nightmare king. You're truly not like those fools. Seeing the remnant, Amade's aura surged, and his demon sword, covered in eyes, pierced through space, appearing instantaneously before Suyaisa. The battle began. As Amade and Suyaisa clashed fiercely, Richard, transformed into a nightmare spirit, had slipped into the outskirts of the town. He had no interest in watching the struggle between the two powerful beings, his only desire was to escape this accursed place before their fight spread to him. Meanwhile, at the battleground, although the Black Knight commander had died, Amade had also left. Effectively, both sides were now leaderless. Don't look so gloomy, at least their commander is dead, too, Richard reassured Magic Puppet Billy. Besides, with Lord Amade gone, we lesser soldiers can naturally retreat. Lord Amade will forgive us. Leave. Magic Puppet Billy shook its head. What will happen to our territory if we go? What of the nightmare spirits we've cultivated? A skilled nightmare spirit can provide us with a dose of the power of nightmare in just one night. If they die, we'll have to start all over. But Lord Amade's taxes won't wait for us to finish rearing them. Magic Puppet Billy turned to look at the Black Knights charging into the swamp, determination in its eyes. Black Robe Charlie, you can leave. You're just one subordinate, and you've never held anything dear in your territory, so surviving is your greatest victory. But I am different, I can't let my domain be destroyed by these black bastards. My domain, fostered for over 300 years, must not fall to these wretched fiends. Richard, observing Magic Puppet Billy, suddenly realized that even nightmare creatures had lives. These nightmare creatures had their own preferences and convictions. Perhaps most of Magic Puppet Billy's resolve was to pay the taxes later, to avoid devolving back into a nightmare spirit. But within that determination, there might truly be a will to protect its domain. Magic Puppet Billy, could you spare me one of your murder puppets? Richard suddenly asked. Why do you suddenly want that thing? Magic Puppet Billy was bemused. It's nothing, Richard said lightly. Just for a keepsake. I'm planning to try my luck in other domains. Magic Puppet Billy stared at Richard, surprised, but then sighed softly. You're in luck. After saying this, Magic Puppet Billy summoned a murderous puppet half the size of a human and obediently came to Richard's side. Richard pocketed it and then left the battlefield without looking back. At this moment, he had enough power of nightmare, there was no need to fight to the death with these black knights. He did have 10 soul seeds, but until he became a great wizard, each one used was one less he had. Several days later, in the wilderness, both of Richard's doppelgangers returned to his side, transforming back into power of nightmare. Richard divided this power of nightmare into several portions and began to refine it with his spiritual power. Richard's spiritual power was originally at 90, and after taking soul essence a few times, it reached 99.9. To go any higher would require a large amount of soul essence. Gee, how nice. Share some with me once you're done refining, Ulysses said as he drooled over the soul essence in Richard's hands. Share with you. Richard glanced at him. Can your soul projection even consume soul essence? Ulysses was taken aback by the question, then somewhat angrily stomped his foot and exclaimed. Gee, why can't a soul projection devour soul essence? God's curse. Although one cannot meditate in the nightmare world, efficient sleep allowed Richard's spiritual power to recover quickly. In the wilderness, it took Richard over a month to refine enough soul essence he needed. Looking at the remaining power of nightmare, Richard took the dagger from the murderous puppet's hand and then pulled out 3 more of the same dagger from his magic pocket. Material, dagger of the murder puppet, times 3. Refinable rule, dream rules, extremely incomplete. Refinement consumption, 6 spiritual power. Due to Ahmed's arrival, the action of the doppelganger that transformed into the nightmare spirit was very slow. By the time it returned to Richard, the nightmare creations obtained in the mansion had all transformed into power of nightmare, and naturally, the dream rules had disappeared. Thus, the only thing left in Richard's hands was the nightmare rule within the daggers obtained from Magic Puppet Billy. Refine. As the soul power drained, a black light ball appeared above the melter, and Richard merged it into his body. The next moment, he felt as if he'd been stamped with some kind of mark. Afterward, Richard felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. In this nightmare world, it was as if Richard had returned to the wizard world. However, the dream rules didn't grant Richard any special abilities, whether it was because the rules were too few or some other reason was unknown. After the rules were refined, Richard took out a pioneer creation from his magic pocket. Material, broken pioneer creation. Refinable information, dream world communication technology, moderately incomplete. Refinement consumption, 50 spiritual power. Refinable information, nightmare crystal making technology. Refinement consumption, 200 spiritual power. Looking at the staggering cost of refinement, Richard couldn't help but take a deep breath. Complete pioneer technology obviously wasn't easy to refine. But at the same time, a question arose in Richard's mind. The traces of the pioneer civilization were so widespread, from the wizard world to the insect nest world, and even to another dimension's nightmare world. Even their leftover communication technology required Richard to become a 3 rings wizard to refine. What kind of disaster had such a powerful civilization experienced to disappear from the annals of history? Suddenly, an unknown fear descended upon Richard's heart. It wasn't overwhelming, but it twisted around his inner self like vines, impossible to eradicate. Richard took a deep breath and refined the dream world communication technology. Now that he was about to leave the nightmare world, he definitely couldn't take this device with him, he could only leave it behind for Bones as a backup. Through the connection of the naming, Richard spent half a month locating Bones, who was wandering in the wilderness, and had Ulysses deliver the device to him. Ga, kiddo, take good care of this thing. Your master has sustained serious injuries right now. Although he doesn't need to be resurrected for the time being, he needs to rest for a while. During this resting period, live well and improve your strength if possible. After speaking, Ulysses handed over the pioneer's crystal creation, along with some of Richard's unnecessary nightmare crystals and the dagger-less murder puppet to Bones. Bones looked at Richard's supplies with a flash of surprise and determination in his eyes. Then, Richard swallowed the soul essence and his soul instantly left the nightmare world, arriving in a space of utter darkness and void. A breakthrough to the status of second ring wizard did not require the recognition of the wizard world origin, as long as one met the conditions, it could happen anywhere. The soul darkness, such a familiar place. 50 years later, changes began to occur in Richard's body that was in the secret realm, as the magic power of the entire realm surged towards his body. The transformation began. 3 months later, Richard opened his eyes and stood up from the ground. I, the unbeaten, have returned. Chapter 190. Richard moved his body for the first time after returning to it. After becoming a second ring wizard, Richard's physique had also reached 100 points through the rebound effect, but it was different from those who forcibly raised their physique from 50 points to 100 through the rebound effect. Richard's physique had reached the limit of level 1 creatures during his time as a one-ring wizard, and now, enhanced by the rebound effect, it was a natural progression without any discomfort. Other wizards who had not cultivated their physique had to wait for a considerably long time to complete the enhancement through the rebound effect. An increase in power definitely came with a cost. At the wizard stage, due to the huge gaps between the levels of wizards, the rebound effect also seemed much slower. If a wizard with a physique of 50 completed the promotion to a second ring wizard, it would take him at least 500 years to complete the rebound effect. During this time, the wizard would have to endure a body mismatched to his spiritual power and be cautious in every move. Otherwise, the body would not be able to withstand the tremendous power brought by the spirit and would be damaged or even destroyed. By then, the wizard would only have to custom order a body for a second ring wizard, and the cost would be enough to spend the earnings from an entire plane war. Feeling the surging power within, Richard then threw a punch. Bang! A muffled sound echoed through the air as a fist wind instantly pierced a giant mushroom beside Richard, causing the holy tree elves to scatter in fright. Such immense power, even a casual punch from me can now reach 400 energy levels. If I use a spell to boost it, my punch alone could cause damage close to 1,000 energy levels. Subsequently, Richard felt the change in his spiritual power. After becoming a second ring wizard, Richard's spiritual power was purified once again. Now his spiritual power could spread to an area of 200 meters around him, almost a 2-meter increase per point of spiritual power. As for the magic power inside Richard, it goes without saying that it had now doubled compared to before his promotion. Being a second ring wizard really is different, Richard remarked. Ulysses landed on Richard's shoulder. Gah, dual cultivation feels good, doesn't it? Richard nodded, then casually asked, speaking of which, I haven't asked you about the usual cultivation practices over there. Do most in the gods' civilization focus on spiritual evolution, or physical evolution? Gah, neither, we generally practice dual cultivation. In fact, the majority of creatures in most worlds practice dual cultivation, but it looks slow because of the way they cultivate. Richard exclaimed in surprise, does that mean wizards are the odd ones out? Gah, do you think just any race can link with the Sea of Souls as mere mortals? Ulysses replied, your race may be extremely weak at birth, but the talent for linking with the Sea of Souls compensates for that. Other races focus on physique, but you wizards focus on spirit. All I can say is that the star realm is vast, with no shortage of wonders. After adapting to his body, Richard wrote a report in the secret realm, documenting some of his experiences in the nightmare world. Richard certainly had not forgotten how he had entered the nightmare world. At the end of the report, Richard changed the reason for his return to encountering the Dream Gate. Obviously, he couldn't tell the Academy about his promotion in the nightmare world. After finishing the report, Richard walked out of the secret realm and returned to the mission hall. After 50 years, the insect nest world had changed dramatically, with many bizarre structures appearing that housed wizards, likely their laboratories. Near the ceiling area of the Mother Worm God, a ring of buildings surrounded it. Many wizards were researching the seal left by the Great Wizard. Apart from the buildings, the floating city used for the plane war had also returned to the wizard world, leaving only a huge trace in a building that encased a teleportation gate. It seems my report might not need to be handed in, Richard said as he looked at the vanished mission hall, smiling helplessly. Approaching the teleportation gate, a wizard in a white robe stopped Richard, holding out an image-capturing crystal ball. Excuse me, are you Master Richard? The white wizard asked uncertainly while looking at the image in the crystal ball. Richard nodded, and then saw the white wizard excitedly take out a scroll, asking Richard to leave a magic seal on it. Master, you vanished for 50 years. During this time, Master Yalad and your lover Ali entrusted me to wait here for you, always believing that you had not died. Richard felt warmth in his heart as he left a seal on the scroll. After paying the fee for using the teleportation gate, Richard entered the gate and returned to the wizard world. The location of the Insect Nest World's teleportation gate was in the underground level of the Black Tower Wizard Academy. Richard knew of this level but had never visited before. There were 4 teleportation gates in the underground hall, the remaining 3 likely led to worlds previously explored by the Black Tower Great Wizard. Entering the underground hall through a teleportation array, a flash of light brought Richard to the 51st floor of the Black Tower. Central Black Tower. It's nostalgic. Richard walked up the stairs to the 99th floor, but Yalad was not in the laboratory, replaced instead by a female apprentice about 10 years old tinkering with something. A new student under my mentor. Richard entered the laboratory silently, and the little fellow was so engrossed in the magic equipment she was making that she failed to notice someone had approached. Observing the magic equipment the apprentice was making, Richard touched his chin and cautioned. The position of the 3rd rune on your left is too far off. If you don't want to end up with a flawed product, move the 5th rune on the right forward left by 30 degrees, shifting it 3 mm. Ah! Startled by the tip, the apprentice shivered and then turned to Richard, instinctively starting to perform the wizard's salute upon seeing his wizard robe. Richard used magic to stop her and pointed at the disc in her hand. Stop fussing and do your thing. Yes. Following Richard's advice, the apprentice quickly adjusted the position of the runes, and after the last rune was engraved, a faint magic fluctuation emanated from the disc in her hand. We did it! The apprentice exclaimed excitedly, then set down the disc, turned to Richard, and performed the wizard's salute. Greetings, Master. I am Yalad's official apprentice, Yelena. Richard nodded, then looked at Yelena with some surprise. Just became a low-level wizard apprentice? Impressive talent you have. Richard had become Yalad's apprentice during his lower apprenticeship years with the help of the miracle furnace, but Yelena, who was standing before him, likely didn't have such an enhancement. Yet, she had also become Yalad's student as a low-level apprentice, which spoke volumes about her exceptional talent. Master flatters me, Yelena said, bowing her head. Richard. A familiar voice came from behind Richard, and as he turned around, there stood his mentor Yalad at the door, looking at him delightedly. Where have you been all these years? You look. Yalad observed Richard more closely, his expression growing increasingly strange. How could he feel that he could no longer see through his own student? You look very well, don't you? Richard said with a smile. Indeed, not bad. It seems your disappearance of 50 years was quite fruitful. As he spoke, Yalad walked up to Richard and introduced him to Yelena. Yelena, this is your senior, Richard. Yelena looked at Richard, her mouth slightly agape, then excitedly bowed to him. Good to meet you, senior. Richard smiled at Yalad. Looks like the mentor has taken in another promising seed. Yalad stroked his beard, smiling contentedly. Yelena's talent is no less impressive than yours was. After some pleasantries, Richard bid farewell to Yalad and found the deputy dean, Ellerx. Oh? Richard. Ellerx, seeing Richard, exclaimed in surprise, where have you been these 50 years? The entire insect nest world couldn't find a trace of you. Richard chuckled awkwardly, there was a bit of an accident. My magic pet sent my body into the secret realm. Hearing this, Ellerx realized and said, no wonder we couldn't find you. So, you're here to hand in the war spoils. Now that Richard was back, it was naturally time to hand over the profits from the war. Even as Yalad's student, he had to follow the rules. Richard nodded and pulled out a magic pocket full of magic essence to give to Ellerx. His earnings from the war were substantial, but obviously, the Academy didn't know about the most valuable ones. Richard converted his war spoils from the insect nest world into magic stones and handed over half to the Academy. Handing over 1,000 magic essences, Richard felt a pang of loss. Half of his earnings gone just like that, and he hadn't even earned a penny from the Academy yet. Ellerx took the bag with a smile, then asked kindly. Richard, since you've participated in a plain war, the contract between you and the Academy is now dissolved. So, what are your plans now? Richard understood Ellerx's implication. The Black Tower Wizard Academy wanted to continue the contract. On his way here, Richard had pondered this matter, what his next step should be. To separate from the academy and become a free wizard, or to continue his contract and become an academic staff of the academy. Richard couldn't find an answer for himself, but during their casual chat earlier, Yalad had given him a suggestion. Since the academy won't have any plane expeditions for the next few years, signing a short-term contract with them wouldn't be a loss. After a moment of silence, Richard responded to Ellerks, Deputy Dean, I plan to sign a 500-year contract with the academy. 500 years? That old rascal Yalad would fleece the academy. Ellerks was somewhat displeased upon hearing 500 years, he immediately guessed it was Yalad's strategy behind the scenes. 500 years it is then. Ellerks sighed and pulled out a contract from the drawer. The content of the contract was simple: for the next 500 years, Richard would participate in the Black Tower Wizard Academy's initiated plane wars and academy battles. However, considering the current situation of Black Tower Wizard Academy, there likely wouldn't be any plane wars. As for academy battles were proxy wars between great wizards. Due to their immense power, these wizards were prohibited by the World Guardian from acting within the wizard world, so they settled their disputes either in the Star Realm or by initiating academy battles, destroying the enemy's academy to eradicate their roots in the wizard world. But given the relationships the Black Tower Great Wizard had, chances were small that Richard would encounter such battles. Richard signed the contract and then met the successor of Kevin. Kevin's grandson had now taken over the magic potion store, which had become one of the old shops in the business district, and Kevin's grandson had also ventured into other businesses. Seeing the greatly changed youngster before him, Richard was taken aback, a wave of indescribable emotions washing over him. Your name's Tofu, right? Richard pulled the youngster's name from his memory. When he had first met the little fellow, he had been just a tiny thing, but now, Tofu had aged into an old man. Yes, master, Tofu said respectfully. All right then, let's sign the contract. Chapter 191. Leaving Black Tower Wizard Academy, Richard immediately returned to the Tower of Truth. Having been 100 years, Richard's residence at the Tower of Truth had expired. However, since Richard's Wizard Tower was in the community of the Black Tower Wizard Academy with Yalad looking after it, it had not been taken by others. Returning to the Wizard Tower, Richard saw two small graves in the backyard with the headstones engraved with two names Richard did not recognize. Perhaps those were the names of number 1 and number 2. Without thinking too much, Richard quickly found Ali, and after their reunion, they spent a long time entwined. Then Richard found the administrative wizard on the residential level and renewed his rent for 100 years. The rent at the Tower of Truth was not expensive. For 100 years, it was merely 1,000 magic essences, averaging 10 magic essences per year, 10,000 magic stones. Having paid the rent, Richard also bought 2 demi-human slaves along the way. After returning to the Wizard Tower, he met with Enna and Chax to tell them that he was all right. Once all these trivial matters were dealt with, 7 days had passed since Richard returned to the Tower of Truth. Back at the Wizard Tower, Richard organized all the research materials he had on hand. First was the flesh of the Mother Worm God, or rather the deified flesh of the Mother Worm when possessed by the Mother Worm God. Richard had seen a war report from the Insect Nest World at Ali's, which detailed the timelines of the Insect Nest World's expedition, predominantly focusing on the Mother Worm God that appeared during the opening battle. The report mentioned that the Mother Worm God temporarily elevated the Mother Worm to the level of a world master through an unknown method. Thus, the Mother Worm God fragment obtained by Richard could only refine the bloodline of the Mother Worm, not that of the Mother Worm God. These Mother Worm God's flesh pieces weren't much use to Richard, their only value being the pure gold and bloodline they contained. Perhaps the Mother Worm's bloodline could allow Richard to create a low-grade version of the Mother Worm. As for the pure gold, while precious, it paled in comparison to the Mother Worm bloodline. He had no plans to use the Mother Worm God fragments to refine pure gold. Apart from the Mother Worm God fragments, Richard brought out specimen samples of Mother Worm guards, sacrificial insects, warrior worms, and other specimens from the creatures of the Insect Nest World. These specimens were quite valuable for research for Richard at his current level. Studying their energy cycles, muscle structures, lifespans, and even special substances within their bodies could yield Richard some benefits. Moreover, importantly, Richard understood them well enough to research them on his level, unlike the Pioneer crystals where he could only grope blindly. Next, there were the Pioneer crystals and the Dream World communication technology. Even though the Dream World communication technology was missing many parts, what Richard had distilled contained the basic principles for Dream World communication, facilitating his research significantly. And the secrets within the pioneer crystals could potentially allow Richard to make great strides in energy applications. After taking these items out, Richard thought for a moment, then opened the secret realm and took out 2 types of mushrooms produced by the world mushroom. He and Yalad's jointly operated wizard commerce lacked a strong signature magic power, and although Yalad was busy with this matter, Richard had to come up with solutions as well. As long as he could create a signature magic potion, Richard would not lack magic stones in the future. Looking at the research objectives in front of him, Richard felt his heart fill with a pleasant dilemma. Which should I start my research on? Richard's finger moved back and forth between the various items, reminiscent of an emperor in his harem choosing his favorite. Finally, Richard's finger stopped on the pioneer crystal. I still need to figure out the dream world communication technology first. Bones is loyal for now, but who knows when he might start having different ideas. Although dream world communication technology was very complex and had a significant portion missing, fortunately, the part distilled by Richard encompassed the basic principle of dream world communication. This made Richard's research much easier. If one wished to complete communication between the material world and the nightmare world, the primary requirement was for both worlds to have a sufficiently solid reception point, and both receiving points needed to be in some reliable degree of contact. The pioneers, in order to achieve this, created the crystal communication equipment Richard had seen in the nightmare world. But obviously, Richard couldn't rely on the pioneers' devices. However, Richard had a better substitute. The soul seed should be sufficient as a reception point, Richard muttered to himself. After returning to the material world, although the connection between Richard and the soul seed was still tight, it felt as if a layer of transparent glass separated them. Richard could not even share sensations with the nightmare body through the soul seed, let alone control it to act. But the pioneer's dream world communication technology offered Richard a way to break through this glass barrier. Following the pioneer's technology, as long as there is a reception point, everything else is easy. What remains is to condense the spiritual messages, then pass the information through a spiritual power amplifying device to break through the dimensional obstructions. But the differences between pioneer technology and wizard technology are too great, and without the industrial foundation of the pioneers, it's impossible for me to achieve the rest. While pondering, Richard casually took out a notebook and recorded the technologies he needed to adapt and the solution he had come up with. Spiritual message condensing device. The soul wizards might have similar technology, perhaps I can acquire it through knowledge exchange. Spiritual power amplifying device. The pioneers used crystals to fulfill this, but perhaps I can do it with a rune array. Having written this, Richard closed the notebook and pulled out a business card from his magic pocket. All of these cards were gained during his mission at the Mother Goddess Temple, and among these wizards were some soul wizards, which could potentially solve his current dilemma. After searching through the cards for a while, Richard eventually picked out 5. All 5 cards belonged to free wizards, who knew little about Richard. He wasn't worried about exchanging information with them and arousing suspicion. Following the address recorded on each card, Richard started visiting them one by one. Residence Floor 12, number 569, Soul Wizard Vlad. Richard observed the ghastly wooden hut in front of him, as though it were the abode of a villainous wizard from a fairy tale, and verified the address again. This is it. Hopefully, he has some good news for me. Spiritual message compression technology wasn't as simple as Richard had thought. He had already consulted 3 wizards before Vlad, none of whom possessed the technique let alone having heard of it. Spiritual messages serve as a quick mode of communication between wizards, primarily used for short-distance encrypted conversations. For long-distance communication, wizards have perfectly replaced spiritual messages with communication crystal balls, as the encryption of magic microwave is even more secure than that of spiritual messages. In such a scenario, barely any soul wizards bother with researching how to compress spiritual messages. If any do, it's likely just a casual undertaking out of boredom. The door of the wooden cottage opened, revealing a wizard in black robes with a withered complexion and muddy eyes. Who are you? The wizard in the black robe looked at Richard with some perplexity. Richard handed over a business card. Wizard Vlad, we fought side by side in the insect nest. Upon seeing the card, Vlad's brows furrowed tightly, and he extended an extremely slender and withered hand from within his robe, an appendage that more closely resembled a claw than a hand. Vlad poked his temple hard with his middle finger, and after stirring around a bit, his eyes faintly brightened. Oh, Richard, is it? My apologies, my old problem has kicked in again. With an apologetic gesture, Vlad welcomed Richard into the room and prepared a pot of high-quality magic tea. I conducted some soul experiments in my younger years and sustained some damage. I frequently suffer from memory loss, but you needn't worry about me reneging, as I have always made a habit of keeping notes. Vlad poured 2 cups of tea, then sat across from Richard. What do you need my help with? Richard took a sip of the tea. The rich aroma flowed through his mouth and penetrated his brain, giving his spirit an instant jolt. Good tea. Then Richard stated his purpose. Vlad, I'm seeking knowledge about spiritual message compression. Do you know any wizard who might be versed in such knowledge? Spiritual message compression. Vlad's brow furrowed. That's quite obscure within the soul school, especially since the advent of the long-distance communication crystal ball. Few have studied it since. Richard didn't respond. He had already heard similar things from the other 3 wizards. However, you're in luck coming to me. Oh! A surge of excitement sparked inside Richard. You possess this technique. Vlad nodded. My mentor once researched this topic and developed a prototype. Unfortunately, the communication crystal ball came along at that time, and the technique was archived as a knowledge reserve. Is it available for exchange? A glint of enthusiasm flashed in Richard's eyes. Connections indeed proved useful. He had discovered such an obscure technique. Vlad took a sip of his tea and spoke unhurriedly. We can trade, but let me be clear, it's just a prototype, and you'll need to do the subsequent refinements yourself. Think it over carefully. Although Richard's wizard robe bore no mark of a school, Vlad could tell Richard wasn't a soul wizard. To perfect such a technique, Richard would have to start from scratch and learn the knowledge of the soul school. Richard nodded. A prototype was enough for his purposes. He didn't need to commercialize it. A little inconvenience for personal use was acceptable. What do you require? A knowledge exchange. Richard's question mirrored the commonly used bargaining methodology among wizards. Knowledge wasn't the only currency. Magic stones, alchemy materials, magic equipment, or even personal favors were all negotiable. Vlad massaged his temple where the injury was, a headache flaring. Either knowledge or, have you researched the sacrificial fungus of the insect nest world? Sacrificial fungus? Yes, that has some use for me. Have you studied it? Richard looked at Vlad and took out a modified version of world mushroom, the sacrificial fungus, from his magic pocket. How about this? The sight of the fungus in Richard's hand made Vlad's eyes light up. The modified sacrificial fungus exuded a captivating soul-level aroma, indicating significant benefits for the soul. After tasting it, Vlad felt a refreshing sensation penetrating his soul. Some of the old wounds from his early experiments began to heal under the influence of the fungus. This was beyond belief. Over the years, he had spent countless magic stones and tried various methods to heal these injuries with no improvement. Only the sacrificial fungus discovered in the insect nest world had any mitigating effect on his injuries. But the fungus that Richard provided could actually heal them. Vlad opened his eyes, his tone decisive. How much of this do you have? Richard casually replied. As much as you need. Chapter 192. How much do you have? Vlad unconsciously repeated Richard's bold claim. Friend, did you cultivate these yourself? Upon hearing this, Richard simply stared at him quietly, his expression as indifferent as if he had not heard the question. Realizing his faux pas, Vlad did not pursue the matter further and put forth his own terms. I need 50 kilograms of these mushrooms. Richard frowned slightly. Though knowledge often held great value in trades among wizards, Vlad's asking price was indeed a bit too high for the value of spiritual message compression technology. The improved sacrificial fungus was a direct product of the world mushroom, equivalently belonging to the body of a world master. Spiritual message compression was only a nascent technology, and there were already perfect substitutes for it. Its value was certainly not equivalent to 50 kilograms of improved sacrificial fungus. That's too much, Richard said calmly. Vlad fell silent upon hearing this, turned, and entered the basement of the cabin. Soon after, he came out carrying several thick notebooks. Vlad laid the notebooks in front of Richard and said decisively. It's definitely worth this price. These are research notes left by our ancestors, along with the experimental results. From his experiment logs, what you can gain is not just spiritual message compression technology. This technology is more complex than you think. Now Richard was intrigued. If it were only the results, it certainly would not be worth the price, but if it included the detailed research notes, that was a different story. It was well known that the research of wizards was not always smooth sailing, and failure was an inevitable part of the process. But these failures were not without value. Sometimes, garbage was just gold that was in the wrong place. Richard placed his hand on the notes, deal. Subsequently, the two signed a contract, and Richard entered the secret realm, took 50 kilograms of improved sacrificial fungus to Vlad, and pocketed the notebooks. Before leaving, Richard spent some magic stones to exchange for some apprentice knowledge from the Soul School from Vlad, supplementing his basic foundation. Just like that, a trade between wizards was concluded. Back at the Wizard Tower, Richard did not immediately start studying the new knowledge. His understanding of the Soul School was too superficial, he needed to supplement some basic knowledge. Moreover, the technology for dream world communication still required him to research a rune array to amplify spiritual power. This was not an easy task. Richard took out his own notes, crossed out the line about acquiring spiritual message compression technology, and beside it, he added a new goal. Learn the foundational knowledge of the Soul School as soon as possible and master this technology. Research time always flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. In those 20 years, apart from supplementing knowledge on the Soul School, Richard also continued researching the unique structure of the Pioneer Crystal. At dawn, the first ray of sunlight shone through the windows of the laboratory, illuminating Richard's face. Richard, with eyes bloodshot, sensed the slight change in the environment. He glanced outside the window, then reached into his pocket and poured a tube of reagent into his mouth. The diligent wizard's day began with taking drugs. Wizards often stayed in their laboratories day and night when deep in research, supported by their robust physiques and powerful spirits. However, such relentless research ultimately placed a strain on the mind and body. At such times, wizards absorbed in research often chose to stimulate themselves to continue their work, such as taking drugs. However, Richard was not using the usual stimulants favored by wizards, but a neurotoxin named Crovine. Just half a milliliter of this toxin was enough to kill an extreme apprentice, but under the effect of Richard's robust physique, it did not cause him much harm. Of course, Richard did not use the neurotoxin without reason. This was a small attempt at modifying his adaptation body. If the adaptation body could resist elemental damage and physical attacks, could it not also adapt to such a toxin? This inspiration came to Richard while he was researching the Pioneer Crystal in his spare time, casually browsing through books related to magic potions. Based on the current situation, Richard's idea was indeed feasible, but the effect was not very significant. To improve the adaptation body, he had to improve the formula of the adaptation potion. Flap, flap. A black crow entered the laboratory. Caw, I say, Richard, you've stayed in this laboratory for a year now. Ulysses landed on Richard's shoulder, looking worriedly at him. If you keep this up, you might become the first second-level creature I've ever seen to work themselves to death. Richard glanced at him. I'm about to discover the secret of the crystal, I'm so close now. Saying this, Richard gestured with his thumb and index finger close together, imitating a pinching of the galaxy. From the time he obtained the Pioneer Crystal in the insect nest world, Richard had now spent more than 50 years on it without any finds. Although this was common in wizards' research, over 50 years without any results was rather disheartening. And a year ago, an idea flickered in Richard's mind: he might be able to investigate the inner structure of the crystal through the resonance of multiple magic matrices. It was this inspiration that had Richard staying in the lab around the clock for an entire year, with the exception of necessary meditation sessions, devoting all his time to the research of crystals. Now, he felt he was only a thin veil away from the secrets of the crystal. Speaking of which, Richard once again activated the rune array on his desk. On the test bench, an alchemy machine similar to the structure of a ghost work ball began emitting a faint glow as magic power was infused into it. A very long magic fluctuation emerged from the device, the result of multiple magic resonances under extremely short conditions. In the center of the ghost work ball, a crystal the size of a grain of rice was being probed by the magic power. Soon, the runes on the ghost work ball began to extinguish, and the connected crystal ball started to output the results. Richard glanced at the result in the crystal ball and habitually recorded it in his notebook. Suddenly, Richard's feather pen stopped. "What's wrong?" asked Ulysses. "Nothing." Richard closed his notebook and slumped into his chair. "I found what I was looking for. The cyclic structure that reduces energy loss, I've found it." After 50 years, the Pioneer Crystal finally began to unveil a corner of its secrets to Richard. The Pioneer Crystal had many secrets, and among the Pioneer Crystals in Richard's hands, he was searching for that particular energy cyclic structure that could substantially reduce energy loss. Once he found this structure and transformed it into a rune, Richard would make leaps and bounds in both plastic energy study and alchemy. After finding the energy cyclic structure, the process of rune formation also began to unfold. Half a year later, Richard, looking at the extremely complex yet strangely beautiful rune on the test bench, couldn't help but be moved to tears. 50 years of research had finally borne some fruit. But Richard was aware that this knowledge was just the tip of the iceberg of the secrets of the Pioneer Crystal. There was much more waiting for him to explore. This rune was named by Richard as Pioneer Rune 1. When placed in the rune array, it could reduce Richard's energy loss by nearly 10%. That is, for the same spell, other wizards would need 10 points of magic power, while Richard would only need 9. Although this change might not seem significant, in certain spells that consume a massive amount of energy, this could be the difference between being able to cast the spell and not. If used in alchemy machines, it would reduce the energy loss by 10%, which could greatly increase the lifespan of the alchemy devices. After recording this rune in the crystal ball, Richard took out a diagram from his pocket. The diagram recorded part of the design of the Lavochi 2 alchemy magic stone cannon. The energy loss reduction from Pioneer Rune 1 was just right for the alchemy magic stone cannon. A core magic might be missing, Heart of Annihilation probably won't do, but designing a similar spell using Annihilation Flame as the core rune wouldn't be too difficult. Richard mused as he looked at the design diagram, his mind storming with ideas. Once the core magic is resolved, I also need to put some thought into the competitive edge of the product. Richard recalled the massive alchemy magic stone cannons he'd seen on the battlefield, suitable for defense, but somewhat lacking for offense. Convert it into a mortar? Or a grenade launcher? Memories from his past life flashed in Richard's brain. The White Wizard army indeed did not have any alchemy weapons specifically positioned like mortars. However, Richard immediately dismissed this idea because the White Wizard army didn't need such positioned weapons. Because the wizards themselves were like mortars. With Rune 1, I can design the alchemy magic stone cannon to be more lightweight. If it's not used as a mortar. An idea germinated in Richard's mind as he thought about the small cannons on the war airships. A rocket launcher seems like a good choice. The power of the spell could be reduced a notch, increase the rate of fire, and simply use it for fire coverage. In the Wizard World expeditions, numbers had always been a weak point. In the Insect Nest world, the entire Third War Zone could only be defended by a few thousand people. If there could be an alchemy weapon that required only 1 or 2 wizards to achieve the concentrated fire effect of the White Wizard army in a short time, it would certainly achieve notable success in the Plain Wars. Once the idea was set, Richard began the practical implementation. He took a part of the structure of the Lavochi 2 magic stone cannon directly, designed most of the components himself, and came up with a magic model. During this time, Richard encountered many difficulties, but fortunately, his network was not too bad. Whether it was societies or Anna, Ali, and even those wizards who owed Richard favors, they all provided considerable help to Richard. 3 years after Richard finalized his idea, the magic world saw the first magic support vehicle. This magic support vehicle was equipped with 12 alchemy magic stone cannons and could fire 120 shots of fireball technique with an energy level of 350 within 10 seconds. Once used, the casting components and magic conducting components of these magic stone cannons would melt and had to be replaced and reshaped for continued use. In addition to firepower, the support vehicle was also highly maneuverable. Thanks to the absurdity of the magic world, Richard found an anti-gravity rune to reduce the weight of the support vehicle. With Anna's help, the vehicle's speed reached 120 km per hour on flat terrain and could perform short-distance floating flight when encountering obstacles. Looking at the war machine in front of him, filled with mechanical aesthetic, Richard followed the tradition of war machinery naming, and named it Richard the First Magic Support Vehicle. Chapter 193. However, compared to Richard's excitement, the other wizards who were involved in the magic support vehicle's production were not as optimistic. Richard, to be honest, I think this thing of yours is a bit too strange. As Richard's senior, Anna had experienced Richard's unique ideas. Ever since his apprenticeship, he managed to achieve magic stone freedom through his own intelligence. Visit Frugnoello for the BST novel reading experience. But upon seeing the magic support vehicle, Anna still felt it was too odd. This thing was entirely different from any alchemy weapon she had encountered. Typically, alchemy weapons emphasized high power and reliability. If one were to quantify the parameters of an alchemy weapon, its attack and reliability would far surpass its other attributes. Yet Richard's magic support vehicle was different. The magic support vehicle's spell power was not particularly strong, only reaching an energy level of 350. Some advanced apprentices could even cast spells of this level. As for reliability, Richard's magic stone cannon would melt down its casting components after 30 seconds of full load operation, making it practically a single-use consumable. This approach was completely different from the usual philosophy behind designing alchemy weapons. Standing next to Anna, Ali also chimed in, "It is indeed strange, the power of these spells seems rather low." As a shaping wizard, Ali felt that the spell power of Richard's creation was too weak and didn't align with her understanding and aesthetic. Shaping wizards could be divided into two factions according to their casting habits. One faction emphasized precise control of magic power, ensuring every spell was just right, while the other faction was somewhat extreme, liking to constantly increase the energy level of spells. In their view, a qualified shaping magic spell had to be powerful. Ali belonged to the latter, obviously thinking Richard's spell lacked vigor. Next to them, Chax, who had heard about his disciple's large contraption and came to join in on the excitement, also expressed his opinion. "Little brother, I think your creation would be better if you replaced this steel platform on the lower half with a synthetic beast. The tracks you've designed aren't as flexible as legs." As he spoke, Chax took out a palm-sized spider-like synthetic beast from his pocket, intending to show Richard the agility of flesh and bring his little disciple back to the right path. Yalad, a master of synthetic beasts, his apprentices learning to make alchemy machines would be quite a joke if it got out. Richard sighed helplessly after observing the few wizards closest to him. He said in disbelief, "Don't you guys think this thing is a very useful weapon? Just imagine, if we had a few hundred of these support vehicles, could we not use a few hundred wizards to achieve what would usually require a few thousand wizards to perform a magic concentrated fire? But the quality of this thing is just too poor," Anna said helplessly. "Casting components that melt down in 30 seconds, only because you're my disciple would I not throw a magic wand at you if another wizard showed me this?" "No, war is all about resource consumption," Richard argued frantically. "When you wage a war, you're bound to use up a huge amount of manpower and resources. How much are a few casting components worth? Isn't it worthwhile to exchange them for a magic concentrated fire that can be deployed at any time? Besides, those casting components, the magic conducting components, can be recycled and reused." Even with Richard's explanations, several black wizards nearby still found the creation odd, leaving Richard with no temper to speak of. "Ah, forget it. It's clear we're not on the same page. You'll understand once I've asked the teacher over." With that, Richard returned to the wizard tower, retrieved a long-range communication crystal ball, and sent a message to Yalad. The message informed him that he had created a strategic-level alchemy weapon to serve as the flagship product of their trade association. Upon receiving the message, Yalad immediately handed over his teaching duties to Yelena and rushed to the Tower of Truth. Half a month later, a wizard with disheveled hair and beard arrived in front of Richard's wizard tower. "Richard, where's your creation?" Hearing the voice, Richard immediately left the laboratory and approached the wizard. "Master, how did you get here so quickly?" Yalad straightened his appearance and said anxiously, "You've created such a great thing, how could I waste any time? Where is it? Show it to me quickly." Richard took out his magic wand and tapped the ground. Soon after, an entrance to a tunnel appeared in front of them. Richard led Yalad through the tunnel and quickly arrived at a large underground hall. Naturally, Richard wouldn't make the magic support vehicle in the yard. The underground hall, while not very large, could accommodate at most the space of the wizard tower's front and back yards, along with the tower itself. But such a hall was more than enough to house a single magic support vehicle. Looking at the strange contraption before him, Yalad, who considered himself well-versed, couldn't discern its purpose and could only guess it was some kind of magic stone cannon. However, a magic stone cannon was sufficient. For their small trading association, as long as they had a magic stone cannon and a contract with the White Wizard Army, they would have a continuous supply of magic stones. Suddenly, while daydreaming about the future, Yalad's face changed as he recalled something. "Richard, tell me the truth. Is this creation of yours a stolen design of the Lavoisier II magic stone cannon?" Startled, Richard asked in surprise, "Master, how did you know? Even my sister didn't realize this." "You." "Sigh. I just knew." Yalad looked at the magic stone cannon before him, which in his eyes was no longer a never-ending gold mine but rather a volcano ready to erupt. He should have thought of it earlier, that old man Vladimir had mentioned he had a good disciple, and he had assumed it was Anna. But now it seems that what Vladimir was talking about was Richard. Alas, stealing knowledge is a serious crime. Yalad said with a heavy heart, once your theft of knowledge is discovered, you better be prepared to be pursued by the White Wizard army to the ends of the earth. However, Richard replied with an unconcerned look, Teacher, you needn't worry. The casting components, magic conducting components, even the parallel components of the core parts of the magic support vehicle are all my own designs. Only a small part of the parts are from the Lavoisier 2 magic stone cannon. There's too much room for argument about those parts. Certain components of the magic stone cannon have only one optimal solution, so it makes perfect sense that there are some identical parts. Are you sure it's only a small part? Yalad looked at Richard fiercely, his gaze as intense as a giant dragon. Of course, I'm sure. Don't you trust me, teacher? That's good then. Yalad's aura deflated, feeling relieved in his heart. It seemed that his student still had some sense of restraint. Yalad touched the support vehicle and said unhurriedly, I am a black wizard, and I don't understand much about alchemy weapons, but I've arranged for an acquaintance who will come to evaluate the value of this thing of yours. An acquaintance? Teacher, you have friends who study alchemy machines. Richard ribbed. Yalad gave Richard a stern look, you know the person. Who? Vladimir, who taught you battlefield alchemy. 2 days later, Richard met with Vladimir, who had come to evaluate his work. Vladimir had a pipe clenched in the corner of his mouth. Kid, I heard you've created something impressive. Vladimir was his usual self, dressed in a white wizard robe, emanating the sense of decay that life was approaching its endpoint. However, unlike on the battlefield, Vladimir appeared less intimidating off it, looking more like a crotchety old man. Master, please follow me. Richard led Vladimir to the desert floor of his residence, used for testing spells, then opened a space rift and expanded it, driving the magic support vehicle out from it. This thing seems quite nimble, Vladimir commented as he observed the magic support vehicle. The magic support vehicle was not large, with a total length of just 4 meters. Aside from the 12 lightweight magic stone cannons in the back, the magic support vehicle could even pass for a civilian cargo hauler. Agility is indeed one of its advantages, Richard stated confidently. Vladimir touched the magic support vehicle and then pulled out a small alchemy puppet from his pocket, tossing it into the desert to let it walk off into the distance. This is the target, show me the power and accuracy of your cannon. At this, Richard's face showed a hint of embarrassment, well. Master, the purpose of this device is somewhat different. Different? Vladimir frowned, I remember you are not one for alchemy machines. Kid, aiming too high is not always good, your knowledge level hasn't reached the point of innovation yet. Vladimir's assessment was very much in line with the identity of an old wizard who had studied alchemy machines all his life, so Richard was neither angry nor annoyed. He preferred to speak with facts. Master, I am indeed not a wizard specialized in studying alchemy machines, but you might want to see my work before making any evaluations. Vladimir looked at Richard, his impression of him was quite positive. An alchemy wizard with such solid foundational skills like Richard was unlikely to be impetuous. This time, perhaps he was just blinded by inspiration. Ah, show me, said Vladimir somewhat resignedly. Now that he was here, it wouldn't hurt to take one look. Richard, hearing this, said nothing further, only adjusting the angle of the magic stone cannon and calibrating the trajectory from the cockpit. Since this was just a test, Richard did not fine-tune the firing coordinates and settled for setting the target at 3 kilometers straight ahead. Then, Richard pressed the firing button. Vladimir stood in front of the support vehicle, contemplating whether to gently admonish or be straightforward with Richard when the time came. An older wizard always had a soft spot for promising young talent. The magic support vehicle emitted a magic fluctuation, but Vladimir was somewhat distracted. Forget it, I'll be gentle, the kid has potential, don't want to dissuade him from the path of alchemy machines. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous sound of explosions entered Vladimir's ears, and he froze in the second after they started, the pipe falling from his mouth. He actually saw someone using such a small alchemy weapon to create a magic concentrated fire akin to that of the White Wizard Army. How is this possible? Chapter 194. The sound of spells exploding continued without pause, each blast felt as if it struck right at Vladimir's heart. 60, 70, 101, 102. Vladimir counted each explosion, and by the end, he had even become numb. 30 seconds quickly passed, and Richard emerged from the cockpit to Vladimir's side. "Master, what do you think of my magic support vehicle?" 306, what did you say? Vladimir seemed startled by Richard's question, his voice suddenly rose sharply. Richard repeated his earlier statement, somewhat helplessly, "Master, what do you think of my magic support vehicle?" "Oh, you mean an evaluation?" Vladimir was somewhat flustered. He subconsciously reached for the pipe hanging from the corner of his mouth but found nothing. Seeing the pipe lying at Vladimir's feet, Richard picked it up and handed it over to him. Vladimir took the pipe, his left hand trembling slightly as he struck up a flame and lit the pipe. Wisps of smoke rose from the pipe. Vladimir took a harsh drag, then slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. "Your name's Richard, right?" "Yes, Master." "I take back what I said earlier, you are an unprecedented genius. Your creation, even I can hardly understand it." Clutching the pipe with keen eyes like an aged eagle, Vladimir scrutinized Richard. 30 seconds, 360 fireball techniques. "Your magic support vehicle is only so big, how did you solve the overheating issue?" "I did some calculations, even if you reduced the magic power loss to 10%, based on the cooling structures I've seen, your machine could at most sustain for 45 seconds. Beyond that time, your spell-casting components would melt, and the magic conducting parts would need to be reshaped." It must be said, Vladimir, who had studied alchemy machines for a lifetime, had an exceptionally sharp eye. He instantly identified the problem with the magic support vehicle. But at this moment, he was still confined to the traditional thinking of an alchemy wizard, believing that an alchemy weapon must be durable and dependable, which was why he raised such a concern. Thinking is a critical issue. Richard shrugged, "Master, I didn't solve the overheating problem. 30 seconds is the maximum operational limit for the magic support vehicle at full load. Its spell-casting components have already melted and need to be replaced. You didn't solve the overheating." Upon hearing this, Vladimir first frowned, then seemed to sigh in relief. Even geniuses have their limits. If Richard had solved the overheating issue, then perhaps Vladimir himself might have passed away on spot. "I must say, your magic support vehicle is stunning. However, 30 seconds is indeed a bit too short." Vladimir exhaled another puff of smoke. Having to replace the spell-casting components in such a short time, the army's senior ranks might not agree to purchase it. War is a business for wizards. All wizards are thinking about how to gain the maximum benefit with the least amount of magic stones. "So, do you believe my creation passes?" asked Richard. "Passes?" Vladimir shook his head solemnly. "Your creation is not merely a pass, it's breathtaking. If it can continuously improve and evolve, maybe your name will be passed down alongside those of Zeppelin, Tesla, and Fermi. Your name might be chanted countless epochs later." "Master flatters me," Richard said, somewhat in awe. The names Vladimir mentioned were thunderously known among alchemy wizards. Zeppelin, the inventor of the existing magic airships and the first war airship, his appearance greatly promoted the shipping development of the wizard world. Tesla, the founder of Tesla Heavy Industries, 8 out of 10 members of the wizard world's White Wizard Army are equipped with weapons from their commerce. He is recognized as the #1 war merchant of the wizard world. And Fermi, this was an even weightier name. All existing floating cities draw their power from a prototype created by Fermi. Vladimir's comparison of Richard with these figures underscored his satisfaction with the weapon. These giants, how could such a junior wizard like himself be compared with them? He would have to wait until he became a great wizard before he could earn such praise. "No, no, no, you are still young, and have not experienced so many battlefields. You don't realize how useful this thing can be." Vladimir shook his head. "I've only seen such dense firepower on the fortresses of the magic statue army, but those..." Suddenly Vladimir sighed. "Those are out of reach without some serious backing." Encouraged by Vladimir's assessment, Richard then demonstrated the mobility and off-road capability of the magic support vehicle. But these features seemed somewhat unimpressive compared to the firepower that was like heavenly fire. After the test, Vladimir stepped out of the cockpit and closed the notebook in his hands. This notebook recorded all the data from Vladimir's experience, which would be his tool to persuade the military's high ranks. "I'll go back and discuss with the senior ranks of the Legion now, hoping they'll accept your ideas. On the road testing mobility, Richard introduced Vladimir to his vision for the magic support vehicle and also ran through the vehicle's cost breakdown. Wizards care about benefits, so the cost breakdown is the most powerful persuasive tool. According to Richard's calculations, the magic support vehicle could greatly reduce casualties among white wizards in secondary battlefields. And as an offensive combat alchemy weapon, it could also help wizards reduce casualties on the front line. Calculating the wizard's pensions and the value compared to directly replacing the spell casting components, the former was much more expensive. Richard's algorithm was quite novel to Vladimir, and for the alchemy wizards who valued durability and robustness, Richard's consumable-oriented approach was decidedly unconventional. But on the battlefield, orthodoxy was irrelevant, usefulness was the only truth. After seeing Vladimir off, Richard returned to the laboratory and took out a metal rune base plate. Phew, after toiling for about 5 years, this thing is finally wrapping up. The rune base plate in front of Richard was a component of the Dream World communication equipment he had been working on. A few years ago, he was sidetracked by a sudden inspiration on the Pioneer Crystal, which halted the progress of his Dream World communication equipment for nearly 5 years. Now that the magic support vehicle had been constructed and had even received high praise from Vladimir, it was time for his energy to return to the Dream World communication equipment. However, with the Pioneer Rune 1, it looks like these rune base plates of mine should be remade. Not only would this reduce the cost of magic stones, but it would also decrease the size of the equipment and prolong its lifespan. Looking at the rune base plate before him, Richard couldn't help but feel a headache. Sometimes new discoveries brought more than just benefits. A month later, Richard received a magic message from Vladimir. The Clear Frost No. 1 Legion invited him to demonstrate the power of the magic support vehicle to the high-ranking officers of the Legion. The upper echelons of the White Wizard Army seemed somewhat skeptical of Vladimir's assessment, so in the message, he told Richard to make sure there were no mishaps. If everything went smoothly, he would help Richard refine some minor issues with the magic support vehicle. Naturally, Richard agreed to this good fortune with pleasure. 3 days later, Richard arrived at the Clear Frost No. 1 Legion's quarters, located on the 23rd level of the residential layer. Although it was called quarters, this place was, in fact, a wizard community of the Clear Frost Wizard Academy, with a large number of wizards from Clear Frost Wizard Academy residing there, including the Clear Frost No. 1, 2, and 3 legions. These legions had once fought alongside Richard on the Insect Nest battlefield. Upon arriving at the community, Vladimir was already waiting in front of it. He wasted no words and directly took Richard to the wizard testing ground on the 23rd level. The testing ground was also a desert, and at one corner of the desert, the high-ranking officers of the Clear Frost No. 1 Legion were already in place, but there seemed to be a lot of them. Richard, observing the observation group that numbered in the dozens, couldn't help but look towards Vladimir. Vladimir said indifferently, "Don't worry about that crowd, the second and third groups have also come. As long as you don't mess up, I guarantee you'll make a fortune this time." Upon entering the field, Richard exchanged greetings with the many high-ranking Legion officers. These wizards, the weakest among them at the entrance level of the 3 rings, with a few so powerful that their presence even reached the pinnacle of 3 rings if they had enough luck and wisdom, becoming a great wizard was not impossible in the future. "Are you the founder of Richard Yalod's Commerce? You seem young and promising," a great wizard at the pinnacle of 3 rings commented with a smile to Richard. "Master Vladimir has been singing high praises of your weapons in front of us. Make sure your demonstration doesn't stumble." Richard gave a wizard's salute to these wizards and then opened the secret realm rift, from which he drove out the magic support vehicle. Seeing such a little contraption being brought out by Richard raised the eyebrows of a few higher-ups from the other legions. "It seems that Master Vladimir wasn't boasting. This thing is indeed compact," said one of the higher-ups offhandedly, "but can such a small thing really achieve the concentrated magic fire effect that he described?" The Legion commander of the Clear Frost No. 1 Legion, Andrei, looking at Richard, replied casually, "I don't know, but I recognize this kid. The last time Susanna pulled one over on me, this guy was right there. He must be a student of some master from the Black Tower Wizard Academy. But there's no master known for alchemy machines in Black Tower Wizard Academy. Isn't Master Yalod known for researching synthetic beasts? Let's make a bet. I wager that this machine can achieve half of what Vladimir described." One of the higher-ups shook his head. "Half? I think it could manage 2/3. His commerce is named after Yalod, perhaps he is Yalod's student as well. Although Master Yalod's research focuses on synthetic beasts, many of his students have achieved notable success in alchemy machines too. 1,000 magic essence? I'll take the half. I'm in for 2/3. I'm also betting on half, this kid's too young, probably doesn't have much accumulated knowledge. While the high-ranking officers of the legions were making their bets, Richard finished adjusting the magic support vehicle. With his mind focused on the aiming components, the 12 lightweight magic stone cannons loaded on the magic support vehicle began to move. Let's aim 3 kilometers straight ahead. After adjusting the trajectory, Richard pressed the button. The high-ranking officers sensed the fluctuation of magic power and turned their attention to the magic support vehicle. In the next moment, heavenly fire appeared. In 30 seconds, 360 fireballs bombarded the battlefield 3 kilometers away. The high-ranking officers were left utterly silent. It seems our master Vladimir wasn't boasting this time, one of the officers murmured. 360 shots, exactly 360, not a single one missing. The 3 legion commanders exchanged glances, and then Andrei suddenly burst into laughter. This kid seems to have some kind of edge over me, he just made a tidy profit off me, and now he's about to make another big score from my pocket. Chapter 195. After witnessing the power of the magic support vehicle, Richard also showcased its mobility and off-road capabilities. These seemingly insignificant details delighted the legion commanders. As seasoned wizards long experienced in warfare, they naturally understood the importance of mobility. Upon seeing Richard's data, a deal was quickly struck. Meanwhile, Vladimir seized the opportunity to mock these wizards. Facing such an elder wizard, sufficiently old and exceptionally capable, the upper ranks of the legion could only touch their noses and pretend not to hear. The white wizard army did not value strength as much as the black wizards did. Seniority was also an important criterion in the legion. An old enough white wizard might have experienced dozens, even scores, of plain wars, and although their strength might not be as formidable for various reasons, their battlefield experience was undoubtedly rich. Sometimes, the legion commanders would consult these individuals for decision-making. Regarding the specifics of the deal, Richard did not participate in the negotiations but left it to Yalad to handle. Though one of the leaders of the commerce, he was too young and inexperienced. Negotiating with wizards who were thousands of years old could easily lead to being deceived. It is wise to be aware of one's limitations, so Richard obediently left the troublesome matters to his teacher and returned to the wizard tower to prepare to make money while lying down. The cost of such a magic support vehicle was not cheap, the materials alone costing 500 magic essence. Considering Richard's labor cost, his target price was 800 magic essence. As for how much Yalad could negotiate, that depended on Yalad's abilities. The profit for one magic support vehicle was calculated at 300 magic essence, 10 would yield 3,000, and 100 would make 30,000. This did not include the profits from the spell components and magic conduction components. Richard calculated his future income in his heart and couldn't help but smile slightly. Days without financial worries were upon him. In the laboratory, Richard looked through the lens of the magic microscope, focusing intently as he used magic to etch runes on the rune base plate. After discovering the Pioneer Rune 1, Richard had reworked all the previously made rune bases and components. However, with his experience and only needing to re-engrave the runes, his second production was very smooth. It took only 3 months to complete most of the runes reworking. The piece before him was the most complex and crucial among all the rune bases. Once he completed it, the work that followed would be smooth sailing. The magic needle, thin as a pinpoint, carefully moved across the rune base plate. Each movement left an imperceptible trace that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Moreover, some of these traces were not merely on the surface. For more complex runes, the magic had to delve deep into the base plate to complete the engraving. However, this work was already routine for Richard. His expression calm, Richard controlled the magic needle with steady spiritual power. As the magic needle left the last mark on the rune base plate, a very faint magic fluctuation emanated from it. Phew, done. Richard sighed in relief, a slight smile playing on his face. The technology for spiritual message compression had been fully mastered by Richard. With the completion of his spiritual power amplification device, he could immediately communicate with the nightmare world and even control his avatar in the dream world. The control of soul over the soul seed was fundamentally a special form of spiritual message. Buzz. A magic fluctuation emanated from the next room. Visit Frugnoello for the BST novel reading experience. Richard entered and found his communication crystal ball lit up. Checking the message, he learned that the details of the deal had been finalized. After 3 months of negotiations, the first order for Richard Yolaud's commerce had been concluded. Upon receiving the message, Richard did not delay and immediately headed to Clearfrost No. 1 Legion Station where, as usual, Vladimir welcomed him. "Kid, you're going to earn quite a lot this time," Vladimir said, smiling at Richard. "I owe it to the master's recommendation," Richard responded modestly. Vladimir shook his head, "That's not my doing. Even if I spoke highly of it, the Legion would definitely not adopt it if your product didn't measure up. Besides, any good alchemy weapon is beloved by any white wizard, any other wizard would do the same." Vladimir was old-fashioned yet honest. He never skimped on his praise and recommendation for good products as he believed that good products deserved good treatment. Following him into the station, Richard entered a structure akin to a church made of marble. The pure white marble was engraved with exquisite reliefs, and upon entering the church, murals depicting the Legion's achievements immediately caught Richard's eye. "This is the Legion's guest house, only used when new soldiers join or during certain significant events," Vladimir explained. "These murals?" Richard looked at the murals portraying brave cloaked wizards and rather grotesque alien creatures, feeling a sense of absurdity. The expedition of wizards was clearly aggressive, yet in these murals, the wizards were depicted as luminous saviors. It was hard to imagine what kind of education the white wizards underwent. "Cough, cough, cough, these are masterpieces by a former Legion commander," Vladimir said somewhat awkwardly. "Some overly sympathetic rookie wizards during wars can impact the morale within the Legion as well as harmony. Therefore, a former Legion commander created these murals and used them to educate every new wizard joining the Legion, telling them that wizards are here to save the world." Save the world? Richard twitched the corner of his eye. This would be discovered as soon as they entered the battlefield, wouldn't it? Vladimir shook his head with a smile. "Sometimes, people just need an excuse. Besides, we didn't say whom we were saving, did we? For those creatures preyed upon by alien beings, aren't we their saviors after all? That makes sense." Following Vladimir, Richard arrived at a room resembling a conference room. Inside the room, there was a large round table with 3 Legion commanders sitting on one side, and on the other side, Yolaud was leisurely leaning back in his chair. Upon seeing Richard arrive, Yolaud happily greeted him. "Ah, Richard, you've finally made it. We were just waiting for you." While speaking, Yolaud silently sent a spiritual message to Richard. "Do not change anything in the contract. I will explain anything you don't understand when we go back." After speaking, Yolaud and Richard took their seats together. Legion Commander Andrei took out a scroll and handed it over to Richard. "Master Richard, this is the contract we have finalized with Master Yolaud. Please see if there is anything that needs to be modified." After that, another Legion commander said with a smile, "Even between master and disciple, the accounts must be settled clearly. Master Richard, you need to check carefully." Facing this psychological tactic from the old wizards, Richard's expression remained unflappable. After reviewing the entire contract, Richard handed it back to Andrei. "I have no issues." The others exchanged glances as if they wanted to say something more, but Yolaud by Richard's side suddenly spoke up. "Since Richard has no objections, let's sign this contract. We've been quibbling for 3 months, and the time of these masters is surely much more precious than that of a second-ring wizard like me." Seeing the situation, the 3 Legion commanders had no choice but to give up their thoughts, signed their true names on the contract, and Richard also signed his true name. As the contract turned to ashes, the contract between Richard Yolaud and the Clearfrost 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Legions was officially established. Richard was required to deliver 500 magic support vehicles within 300 years. The Clearfrost Legions would purchase each vehicle for 850 magic essences. In addition, Richard was to train the alchemy wizards of the White Wizard Army on how to urgently maintain these magic support vehicles. Moreover, Richard was also to assist as a technical consultant to the Clearfrost Legions during their campaigns to the Otherworld. Honestly, this clause was the most perplexing one to Richard. He still had to accompany them on a campaign to the Otherworld? This was truly hard-earned money. However, considering that Yolaud and the Legion commanders had quarreled for 3 months, this clause must have a special significance. After the contract was signed, the 3 Legion commanders arranged a banquet. High-ranking members from the 3 legions attended the banquet, featuring an array of exquisite cuisines made from rare magic beasts, which Richard found quite satisfying. "Why aren't you continuing to eat?" Yolaud approached Richard, holding a wine glass with amber-colored liquor emitting a rich aroma. Richard was standing on the balcony, smiling awkwardly. "A few masters keep pushing their juniors towards me. Yalad was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. So, it's that. Isn't that a good thing? Richard looked slightly annoyed. Teacher, I have a partner. The young one under Susanna. Yalad waved his hand. It seems you are not aware of the wizard family's concept. What wizard families value most is the bloodline. They believe that if a wizard is outstanding enough, their bloodline must carry something special. Since you designed the magic support vehicles, these wizard families think you are qualified enough. Hence, they push those young ones toward you, hoping to have 1 or 2 descendants. As for whether you have a partner, hee. Yalad scoffed coldly, they don't care at all. As long as you don't demand those harvesting young ones to stay by your side, they will disappear automatically after completing their task. That sounds really disgusting, Richard said after a moment of silence. That's why the Wizard Academy is the future, Yalad spoke lightly, the organizational structure of wizard families is too inefficient. Breeding descendants among wizards is much slower than sieving through the masses for talent. The existing wizard families are just a dying body. Chapter 196. Richard ultimately did not accept the wizard family's offer of seed lending, for apart from the act being somewhat disgusting, ensuring his personal body information was not leaked was also an important reason. Although Richard currently had no enemies, if his business were to develop, conflicts with other businesses would inevitably arise. Between wizards, business conflicts were by no means limited to commercial tactics alone. Physically annihilating a business opponent was also a method of resolving conflict. After the banquet ended, Richard and Yalad parted ways. Richard gave Yalad all the various materials needed to build the magic support vehicle, as well as the specifications for each material to purchase. Buying these materials himself would have cost Richard 500 magic essences, but giving the task to Yalad would definitely be cheaper. Even if it wasn't cheaper, the quality was sure to be impeccable. Back at the Wizard Tower, Richard resumed his work on the spiritual power amplifying device. This time, with no other distractions, Richard took a month to remake all the remaining parts. He assembled these parts along with the rune base plate, turning them into a device resembling a cultivation chamber. This was the spiritual power amplifying device Richard had been constructing for so long. Once integrated with spiritual message compression technology, this device would become a communications signal tower with the nightmare world. After filling the device with magic stones, Richard immediately lay down inside it and initiated the device. His spiritual power, channeling through the rune base plate, entered the machine and then surged, amplified through hundreds and thousands of rune arrays. Outside the device, a wave of heat burst forth, instantaneously raising the temperature of the entire laboratory by several degrees. Even after Richard's reworking, the immense magic power consumption caused by the vast rune array remained staggeringly large. Through the device's amplification, Richard's spiritual power reached an astonishing peak. If spiritual power was likened to a continuously fluctuating curve, then at this moment, the curve had reached its zenith. If it increased any further, Richard's soul would be unable to control such intense spiritual power. In this state, Richard's spiritual perception became extremely detailed, so much so that it was as if he had put on a microscope, allowing him to see even the shape of a speck of dust on the ground. The influx of excessively intricate information overwhelmed Richard's brain, almost causing it to crash instantaneously. No, I need to shut down the machine. In a nearly unconscious state with his brain about to crash, Richard instinctively turned off the machine. His spiritual power then returned to his soul, and Richard sat stunned in the chamber for nearly 5 minutes before his eyes gradually regained clarity. That was truly thrilling, Richard exhaled, rubbing his forehead and remarking. Opening the hatch, Richard immediately felt the temperature in the laboratory had risen significantly. The heat dissipation components he had prepared for the device were now faintly red. The loss is still too great, Richard said somewhat helplessly, I don't know how something like the floating city is even made. I create such a small thing and the magic power loss is huge, the floating city's technology is practically otherworldly. However, the thought of the existence of the pioneers made him consider that the floating city might indeed be otherworldly technology. Once the machine had cooled down completely, Richard entered the device again. Unlike the first time, this time Richard amplified not just his spiritual power, but also a compressed spiritual message. The spiritual message, strengthened layer by layer through the rune arrays, gradually transformed into a sharp arrow. Under Richard's control, this arrow was shot out, following the connection between soul and soul seed, piercing the thick but ultimately insufficient dimensional barrier to enter the nightmare world. At the same time, a sound emanated from the coffin behind the black coffin sword saint. Bang! Shit, I forgot I was in a coffin. Coffin carrier, also known as a little nightmare by an unknown origin. When he first entered the lawless land, many nightmare creatures only referred to him as Bones or coffin carrier. But as Bones slew one nightmare creature after another with his incredibly hard greatsword, those that coveted him and the coffin on his back, the entire lawless land changed how they addressed him. They honored him as the Sword Saint and, because he always carried a black coffin on his back, people began to call him the Black Coffin Sword Saint. Rumors had it that sealed within the Sword Saint's coffin was a terrifying nightmare creature. Some said it was the Sword Saint's enemy, he carried the coffin to monitor his foe at all times. Others believed that the coffin sealed the Sword Saint's master, the dreadful nightmare creature that had given him his name and the great sword. But decades had passed, and the coffin carrier had grown from a little nightmare into a big nightmare, and the black coffin on his back had never been opened. Today, Bones practiced his swordsmanship in the yard as usual, with the coffin on his back. His swordsmanship was not merely swinging the great sword, the power of nightmare within him also changed with the movements of the blade. It was less swordsmanship and more a unique form of magic. As the power of nightmare fluctuated, a black and red rune suddenly appeared on the great sword. And Bones' great sword became incomparably sharp. This rune was not any rune known by wizards, it was immensely complex, and the power flowing within it was not magic power but pure power of nightmare. A single strike unleashed a razor-sharp sword wind that silently sliced through the courtyard wall. Bones then sheathed his sword, ready to visit the tavern to see if there was any business. As a no-man's land, great figures from various territories hired outlaws from the lawless land to carry out certain inconvenient tasks. This was also one of the reasons why outlaws could exist and continue to grow stronger. Suddenly, Bones heard a muffled sound from the black coffin behind him, as if something had struck the coffin with force. Then he heard a complaint and the sound of the coffin opening. Has the boss finally woken up? Joy surged in Bones's heart, but it was quickly followed by confusion. The boss had awakened, which meant his duty was over. His life henceforth might simply involve joining a domain, becoming a vassal to a nightmare knight. But after decades of solitude, his bones were no longer what they once were. He now preferred this unshackled life. Through a continual stream of spiritual messages, Richard's body finally began to move in fits and starts. And the first thing to appear before him was a nightmare creature with an unusually distinguished aura. Richard eyed the cloaked nightmare creature in front of him and ventured a guess, Bones. Bones nodded his head, then knelt on one knee. Boss, you've finally awakened. It's been 74 years since you were last injured. Feeling the connection that came with the naming, Richard looked at Bones in front of him with some surprise. This being of nightmare had reached the standard of a second-level creature. Over these 70-plus years, this little guy who could only cling to his coattails had grown into a formidable nightmare being. Not bad at all, Bones. Where are we right now? Boss, we are in the lawless land. Richard thought for a moment, he remembered Ulysses mentioning the lawless land. A place where a group of nightmare creatures that weren't controlled by any nightmare lord gathered. Richard looked around. He was in a yard, surrounded by vast stretches of wilderness. There are no other nightmare creatures nearby. I prefer a quieter environment, so I cleared out those annoying fellows around us. Not bad. Richard nodded his head. He was quite satisfied with the surroundings and very satisfied with Bones. Bones, I'll cut to the chase. My awakening is only temporary. I can probably stay awake for about 10 minutes each day. After 10 minutes, I'll fall back into slumber. Somehow, upon hearing Richard's words, Bones felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Perhaps his life would remain unchanged. Richard didn't pay attention to the mood of Bones and quickly said, "Tell me what you need now. I need you to grow as strong as possible while ensuring your safety." After Richard returned to the wizard world, he had sought out the Dreamwalker Club, but there was no so-called Dreamwalker Club at number 232 on the 5th residential floor of the Tower of Truth where he was located. That's when Richard recalled that there were not just one, but a total of 5 Towers of Truth in the wizard world. The distance between each of these 5 Towers of Truth was incredibly vast, with various uninhabited areas in between. Even for a 3 Rings wizard to communicate across regions, it would take decades of travel. And in the middle, they still had to pass through some inevitable uninhabited areas, which were very dangerous. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that there was no transmission array between the Towers of Truth. There were rumors that during the Wizard Wars, a deceased 6th Circle Great Wizard from the shape-shifting school had distorted the spatial structure of the wizard world, causing unpredictable dangers in the transmission arrays within the world. Although most of this distortion had been restored over the years, long-range magic array transportation was still difficult internally in the wizard world. The only long-range transportation method available was the world origin transmission, which only the world guardians of the wizard world could use. While there were other means of interregional transportation in the wizard world, they were either too expensive or not open to the public. Therefore, Richard could only temporarily shelve the idea of going to other towers of truth in search of the Dreamwalker Club. But he was not in a hurry. After all, the soul origin stuff would only be useful when he was promoted. Normal meditation would suffice for now. A wizard's combat power mainly came from knowledge, and the combat power gained from merely enhancing spiritual power was far less than that brought about by knowledge. Hearing Richard say this, Bones thought for a moment and replied, "Boss, can you give me a piece of armor? Armor of the same material as this sword. My ability has evolved since I became a big nightmare, and I can now devour other armor to enhance my defensive capabilities." Without saying much, Richard immediately began to gather the power of nightmare in his hand, and a few minutes later, a piece of armor made of pure gold appeared in Richard's hand. Richard tossed the armor to Bones. "Do well, getting stronger is secondary, being alive, that's the most important thing." Having said that, Richard's nightmare body fell to the ground. Richard's laboratory in the wizard world had now become a furnace. As soon as he opened the hatch, he could feel a wave of heat assault him. The equipment he had made was already overheating, triggering the safety measures Richard had set, causing the entire apparatus to shut down. "Ah, I hope the little guy doesn't harbor any ill will." To become a second-level creature so quickly, the evolution of nightmare creatures is truly fast. In the nightmare world, Bones looked at the fallen Richard, carefully picked him up, then dusted off any dirt on his body, and placed him back in the coffin. Closing the coffin, Bones looked at the pure gold armor in his hands, remembering Richard's last instructions. To stay alive. Bones tightened his grip on the armor, a twinge of guilt flashing through him. For a brief moment, he had actually entertained the thought of betrayal. The boss had given him a name, had given him a new life, yet he thought of betraying him just to keep his current life unchanged. How shameful! Bones hoisted the coffin onto his back again and stuffed the pure gold armor into his body, heading towards the Lawless Inn. The boss needed him to get stronger, so he must make the effort. Chapter 197. The temperature in the laboratory was lowered, and Richard checked each major component of the spiritual power amplifier to see if there were any meltdowns or damage. The result left Richard quite satisfied. After running at full load, only the safety components of the machine had melted, with no slight damage to other components. Though this was related to the fact that the spiritual power amplifier was brand new, Richard didn't mind being pleased with himself. As long as there were no problems, it meant his machine design was flawless, and he only needed to upgrade the cooling components to extend the communication time. Taking the machine to a vacant room on the third floor of the Wizard Tower, Richard had a long overdue visit to the backyard. The completion of the Dream World communication equipment eased Richard's mind considerably, and, looking at the warm afternoon sun, he felt an unusual sense of leisure. In the backyard, Number 1 and Number 2 were lazily basking in the sun. Not far from them, the graves of the former Number 1 and Number 2 were covered in wild flowers. Richard did not disturb them. He pulled out a deck chair from his pocket, then changed his clothes and lay down on the chair. Now that the business contract had been signed and the Dream World communication equipment completed, although the skeleton's mood was a bit strange, it was still largely loyal. Moreover, Richard had now advanced from one ring to becoming a second ring wizard. Richard realized that there seemed to be nothing urgent left for him to do. Ulysses flew over from a distance. Since returning to the wizard world, Richard had not bothered with him, letting him roam free in the Tower of Truth. Ulysses landed next to Richard. "Caw, how unusual! What brings you out to bask in the sun? Shouldn't you be busy with your experiments in the laboratory?" Richard took out a notebook and casually used it to shield his face, his muffled voice emanating from under the book. "Rare to have some leisure time, life is so long, one must enjoy living." Ulysses opened a secret realm, entered, and pulled out a mushroom-woven deck chair to lay on. "Caw, that's the right attitude. Transforming from a short-lived species to a longevity species, the most important thing is to slow down. Our lives are extended, and many things can be approached gradually." The gentle afternoon sun bathed Richard's backyard, where two Kimonomimi, a wizard and a world master from another world, lay in the yard, calmly enjoying the sunshine. Suddenly, a breeze passed through, weaving through the backyard and flowing towards the distance. After a year of procurement, Yalad delivered materials sufficient for 50 magic support vehicles to Richard, along with his fee 15,000 magic essence. Since the business guild had been founded to sell magic potions, the master and apprentice had only drafted the profit-sharing ratio concerning magic potions. Resultingly, although the guild had been established, no deals involving magic potions had materialized. Their first deal unexpectedly involved armaments unrelated to magic potions. Fate really was indescribable. Thus, in this transaction of the business guild, Richard naturally took the major share as the provider of technology and products, with Yalad only nibbling at the edges in material procurement. The arrival of the materials made Richard's leisurely life a bit busier, as the foundational parts of the magic support vehicles numbered in the tens of thousands, requiring Richard to painstakingly handcraft these parts from the materials step by step. However, Richard was obviously not willing to do so. After spending 500 magic essence, through his senior sister Anna's connections, Richard acquired a complete wizard-grade machine tool. But this time, Richard's idea wasn't particularly novel. Wizards had long started assembly line production of alchemy machines, and for many wizards researching alchemy machines, Richard's need was just an ordinary transaction. Molding the parts was just the first step, more troublesome work would follow. Some of these parts required alchemy arrays for material treatment, while others needed enchantment. Richard had to handle these tasks himself. Fortunately, the contract allowed ample time, so Richard was not forced to work overtime. In addition to producing magic support vehicles, Richard's research, supported by funding, began to transition. The adaptation body, which he stumbled upon while researching the Pioneer Crystal, capable of adapting to toxins, was scheduled for research. The adaptation body, a subtle spell entirely vital to Richard's combat capabilities. Its conferred element resistance and physical resistance were very useful in battle. The discovery of its adaptation to toxins opened a new developmental path for this witchcraft. Wizards categorized poisons privately in many ways, but generally, the lethal poisons were divided into 3 types: neurotoxin, corrosive poison, and metabolic obstruction poison. These classifications of poisons were made according to the reactions after poisoning, but poisons of the same category might have vastly different components, making detoxification extremely challenging. Sometimes, in face of potent poisons, wizards even needed to abandon their bodies. This was one of the reasons many wizards did not advance their physique. However, the adaptation to toxicity offered by the adaptation body made Richard believe that this witchcraft had potential. The body, the bedrock of and biological presence in the material world, holds mysteries not even a truth wizard would claim to fully understand. 50 years later. In the laboratory, Richard carefully mixed poisons with a pipette. As the pitch-black liquid dripped down, the poison in the test tube suddenly began changing color. It shifted from red to black, then transformed into a very thick green. After the change completed, a sickly sweet scent wafted from the test tube. Richard brought the test tube up to his eyes, muttering, "Poison delight, a neurotoxin, 3,500 times stronger than crowvine poison. This strength should suffice." With that, Richard poured the liquid from the test tube into an alchemy machine, and shortly, a pale green smoke with a sickly sweet smell emanated from it. Inhale. Richard took a deep inhale of the smoke, then suddenly convulsed, his body beginning to shake uncontrollably. This was a sign that the poison had entered his body. The pale green toxin penetrated Richard's body through his respiratory tract, skin, and mucous membranes before entering his bloodstream and instantaneously coursing throughout his body with each breath. Under the toxin's influence, Richard's body began to spasm and tremble involuntarily, a sign that his nervous system was being invaded by the toxin. Normally, Richard would have died painfully within minutes, his robust physique becoming a terrible torture device against him. But within a few seconds, Richard's body regained its calm. Richard turned off the alchemy machine and took out a notebook to record the time of his poisoning. 35 seconds, 1 second less than the time before. It was a toxicity adaptation experiment, designed by Richard to improve the adaptation body, fundamentally using small doses of toxin to continuously stimulate the body, thus evolving a detoxification mechanism. This experiment was extremely dangerous as the poisons Richard used were potent enough to kill a wizard. A slight miscalculation in dosage during the experiment could turn it into suicide. After writing down his notes, Richard closed the notebook, then began to clean the room using a spell. The poisons were harmless to Richard, but deadly toxic to his demi-human mates. Sometimes they would come to the laboratory to clean, and it would be foolish to accidentally poison them to death. Next, Richard entered a cultivation pod, and a spiritual body emerged from him and entered the room next door. In the adjacent room, another Richard slowly opened his eyes as the spiritual body entered. Remember the nurturing rule refined from the mother worm god fragments? This rule, in conjunction with the flesh rule, allowed Richard to create a flesh body completely identical to his own. Initially, Richard saw this ability as a superior alternative to the cloning technique, but after beginning the experiments to improve the adaptation body, he suddenly realized it was perfect for experimentation as well. The clone had all the same data as the original, and if an experiment was successful on the clone, it would be successful on the original, and any damage from the experiment wouldn't threaten Richard's original body. Richard left the room and entered the adjacent laboratory, reviewing his experimental records from this period. He plotted the adaptation times for the same mechanism's toxins on a line graph, which showed a very pronounced peak. The experiment data Richard had just obtained was at the base of the peak. Looking at the statistical chart, Richard sighed deeply. The body's instinctive adaptation has reached its limit. Next, I must improve the formula for the adaptation potion. Closing the notebook, Richard casually pulled out a magic book from his pocket and leaned back in his chair to read. To refine the adaptation body, he had been collecting knowledge about magic potions for years, and the activity of exchanging encrypted notes for magic equipment had also been revisited by him. The encrypted notes had provided Richard with plenty of valuable substances over the years, including the formula for the poison he had just used in his experiments. While Richard was reading, he was distracted by a particularly loud hooting from an owl outside the window. What's this? Richard looked out the window at the exceptionally burly owl, almost as if muscles were growing in its eyes, and fell into deep thought. How has Chax's aesthetic become so strange? Opening the window, the muscular owl handed Richard a letter held in its claws and spoke in a deep voice. Member Richard, there is an event at the club soon, if you have time you could participate. After delivering his message, the owl took a significant leap into the air, flapping its wings and flying off into the distance. On Richard's windowsill, 2 claw marks were clearly visible. I remember this thing has enchantment, doesn't it? Richard opened the letter, which contained an invitation. The invitation had a corner stamped with Jimmy's brightly smiling bald head. The contents of the invitation were simple, stating that Garen the Great Wizard, the chairman of Garen Club, had recently acquired a small secret realm. The environment was suitable for wizards pursuing physique evolution, thus he invited the club's members to train in the secret realm. It was a small perk from the club. Using a secret realm as a club's perk. The Great Wizard is truly generous. After reading the invitation, Richard sighed, pocketed it, and turned to open the secret realm rift. Inside the secret realm, Ulysses was leisurely drinking some unknown beverage. Not far from him, numerous holy tree elves were using mycelium to mold a sculpture. And the sculpture's face. Richard walked over to Ulysses. What are you doing making a sculpture of me for? Ulysses flapped his wings, speaking boisterously, Gah, didn't you make a fuss about studying the power of faith before? There are plenty of these little guys in the secret realm now, so I thought I'd start a sect for fun. Oh, that kind-hearted. Richard raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Gah, of course. We two are comrades who've fought side by side, don't think so ill of me, Ulysses said somewhat proudly. Hey, you over there, make sure the sculpture looks exactly like my blueprint. Richard looked towards the sculpture. On its left shoulder, the holy tree elves were shaping an impressively fearsome crow. Suit yourself, I'm off to attend an event held by a great wizard. Keep an eye on things while I'm gone. Don't open the secret realm rift near me. Ulysses waved his wings indifferently. Gah, got it. Chapter 198. Bidding farewell to Ulysses, Richard quickly arrived at the duel arena on the 11th floor of the residential area. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds emanated from the dueling platform. On the platform, Bald Jimmy was fighting a burly wizard. No, to call it a fight would be inaccurate, it was more like Jimmy was the only one throwing punches as the wizard he was facing barely moved, allowing Jimmy to attack at will. Jimmy's muscles swelled as he transformed into a 5-meter-tall muscle giant, his body adorned with intricate magic patterns that flickered with the infusion of magic power with each attack. But despite Jimmy's earnestness, the wizard, towering over 2 meters tall, remained still, allowing Jimmy's continuous strikes and even occasionally turning to let a different part of his body absorb the blows. Watching this scene, Richard had a ludicrous thought. It seemed like Jimmy was giving the wizard a massage. A three-rings wizard who follows the physique evolution path is merely massaging the other wizard with his fully powered attacks. In the stands of the duel arena, numerous wizards sat among the audience. Their life radiation was so vigorous it resembled furnaces. Even the utmost apprentices would be subject to the suppression of life levels if they were in their presence, leading to extreme panic and debility. Richard found an empty seat and casually asked the wizard next to him. "Friend, who is the master fighting Jimmy? Is it our department head?" The wizard glanced at Richard, noticing the life radiation of a second ring wizard emanating from him, and replied respectfully, "Master must be new here. The only wizard in our club who can take Jimmy's hits without a problem would undoubtedly be the head of the department." Garen the Great Wizard, head of the Garen Club, was the first to become a great wizard during the pioneering period. His strength is now said to have reached the sixth circle. Logically, such a figure should spend every day in the secret realm, seeking the path to truth, striving to become the sixth truth wizard. But Garen the Great Wizard seemed disinterested in becoming a truth wizard. Richard had heard Jimmy say that what Garen enjoyed the most now was nurturing wizards who follow the physique path. Nearly half of the apprentice wizards in his own Garen Wizard College were on the physique evolution path, and he would often make appearances in his transformed state at the college, encouraging students to pursue the path of physique evolution. Richard felt that there must be deep implications behind Garen the Great Wizard's actions. He didn't believe that a sixth circle great wizard would play around with them lower-level wizards for no reason. Soon, Jimmy stopped his fists, his body shrinking back to its normal state, out of breath as he said, "Minister, you've gotten stronger again. I can't even make a dent in this incarnation of yours now." Garen the Great Wizard stretched languidly and walked over to Jimmy, patting him on the shoulder. "Jimmy, this incarnation was made based on your peak state. Your combat skills have become more adept than before, but your overall condition in your magic rune battle body has declined by 1,000th compared to your peak. It's a very faint change, but I must tell you something. Jimmy, you've gotten old." Hearing this, Jimmy's expression froze momentarily as a fleeting hint of desolation passed across his face. But soon he was laughing and scratching the back of his head. "Minister, I'm well aware of my age. For the club here, I promise to find a good successor for you." Garen the Great Wizard nodded, stroking Jimmy's head as if he was petting his own junior. "The rest is up to you." With that, Garen the Great Wizard took a step and his whole incarnation disappeared without a trace. Jimmy flew into the air, scanning the entire duel arena with his spiritual power, then suddenly turned his gaze towards Richard's spot. Already advanced to the second ring. Jimmy was taken aback by the change in Richard's life radiation. He remembered this kid had only just been promoted to the first ring, not even 100 years before the Plain War. How much time had passed, and the kid had already reached the second ring. Noticing Jimmy's gaze, Richard smiled respectfully, thinking how keen the perception of those who followed the physique evolution path was. Even Yalad had not noticed his promotion to second ring, yet Jimmy had detected something was amiss with a mere sweep of his spiritual power. Jimmy smiled at Richard and then flew over to him. "Richard, you've gained quite a bit from this Plain War." Richard stood up, performing the wizard's salute. "Master's perception is indeed sharp. I did have some gains from the Plain War." Jimmy patted Richard's shoulder and seemed to sense Richard's physique. 100 points, it looked like a recent promotion. "All right, next time you advance, come to me for registration. Otherwise, if we arrange fights based on your old strength data, the outcomes could be quite bad." After speaking, Jimmy flew back to the center of the duel arena. Nearly 6 more hours passed, and almost all the wizards who had received Jimmy's invitation had arrived at the duel arena. Watching the wizards in the audience, sparse yet all exuding formidable auras, Richard couldn't help but marvel that the wizards who had chosen the path of physique evolution were indeed powerful in battle. After all, having been rigorously selected through Plain Wars, physique evolution wizards who were not strong enough had long since been wiped out by the native alien creatures. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, Jimmy took out a crystal from his pocket. It was identical to the secret realm crystal Richard had obtained from the Black Tower Great Wizard back in his day. "Fellow practitioners, I am Jimmy. I won't waste time with idle talk. Today, the secret realm we will enter is called the Mountain Secret Realm. Inside, the gravity is 10 times that of the wizard world, with some areas experiencing even stronger gravity. Secondly, this secret realm dates back to the Middle Ages of the mountain world, and within it live many natives who have undergone physique evolution. Although these natives have submitted to Garen Great Wizard, we can still challenge them. These natives possess much combat knowledge known as the mountain path, which, if the challenge is successful, can be copied and handed over to the club. Thereafter, one can keep the original for oneself. However, among these natives, there are many with low strength, and indiscriminate killing is strictly forbidden. These are the possessions of Garen Great Wizard, and I hope everyone can restrain their nature and avoid trouble. Lastly, fighting between wizards is not allowed in this exploration of the secret realm. If you wish to spar, you are welcome to do so back in the wizard world once the journey is over. This trip to the secret realm will last 1 year, and I hope everyone will gain satisfactory rewards. Having finished going over the matters to be mindful of in the secret realm, Jimmy opened a vast space rift with the crystal in his hand. The wizards in the duel arena held their invitations, queuing to enter the secret realm in front of Jimmy. When it was Richard's turn, Jimmy took the invitation, and with a smile said to Richard, "You are young, so it would be best for you to fight with the native aliens during this journey to the secret realm and learn some knowledge about physique combat." Thank you for the advice, Master." Richard nodded appreciatively at Jimmy and then entered the secret realm. The mountain secret realm came from a mid-sized world known as the Mountain World, which Garen the Great Wizard controlled. As an existence second only to large worlds, the inside of a mid-sized world can be said to be filled with strong individuals. Every time one encounters such a world, several academies must join forces to conquer it. Even then, there are occasions when the conquest fails, and great wizards may perish unexpectedly. But in plain wars, risk means reward. The danger of mid-sized worlds is great, but the rewards they offer are also considerable. Some of the legacies of the natives of mid-sized worlds even surpass the depth of research by wizards. These legacies are the greatest treasures for wizards in conquering mid-sized worlds. The moment he entered the mountain secret realm, Richard instantly felt his body grow heavier, and his magic power consumption started to increase rapidly. Looking around, the landscape comprised mainly low plants, with tall mountains beyond. These mountains seemed ordinary, but under the strong gravity of the mountain world, their density was alarmingly high. Richard tried to attack with a spell, and his annihilation heart at 2000 energy level could only create a crater about half the size of his body on a stone. The crimson magma flew swiftly down the crater, turning into sharp stone spears in mid-air, shattering into fine powder upon hitting the ground. 10 times the gravity is truly extraordinary, Richard exclaimed. Under the influence of Mountain World's gravity, the magic power consumed for Richard's flight also increased tenfold, but he did not give up flying because of it. The magic power density in the Mountain World was roughly 10 times that of the Wizard World, which actually wasn't very high. Even as he flew, the magic power inside Richard's body was slowly decreasing. However, he discovered that under the influence of gravity, the efficiency of his body absorbing magic power from the space around him was slowly increasing. Although the degree was very small, to Richard, who had long been training the adaptation body and was extremely familiar with all the data of his body, this change was as noticeable as a meteor in the night sky. Even flying in the mountain world's gravity qualified as a form of training. Perhaps I could set up a gravity chamber back home and use gravity runes to simulate a high-gravity environment, Richard thought to himself. The mountain secret realm was vast, with towering mountain ranges and small plains between them, where the native creatures of the mountain world, the mountain dwarves, lived. These dwarves had brown-gray skin, 2 eyes, a single nose, and their teeth were similar to humans. They almost looked like a subspecies of humanity. Their average height was around 1 meter, but the more powerful individuals were taller than average. The physical condition of these dwarves was strong, with ordinary adults able to reach the level of a high knight. The slightly more exceptional ones could achieve legendary knight or even higher level wizard apprentice. When these mountain dwarves practiced the so-called mountain path, they would become mountain monks level 1 creatures and then join various ancient temples built in the mountains, taking on the duty of guarding the ordinary mountain dwarves. Now, these temples had all submitted to Garen Great Wizard, and so Richard easily entered one of them, becoming a distinguished guest. "This wizard, sir, may I know what you require?" A bald mountain dwarf, draped in a vestment made of metal armor, spoke respectfully to Richard. Richard nodded and replied with the same courtesy. "I would like to learn your mountain path." Chapter 199. Richard had hardly finished speaking when he saw the mountain dwarf, clad in a steel kazaya, glaring at him with wide, furious eyes. The other dwarfs accompanying him stared at Richard just as intensely. Their gaze was so piercing it was as if they wanted to skewer Richard into a sieve. Soon, the mountain dwarf in the steel kazaya spoke up. "Great Wizard, I'm afraid your strength alone is not enough to take our temple's teachings. Please consider more carefully before you act. As he spoke, a surge of energy fluctuations burst forth from the mountain dwarf. This dwarf, who had been so respectful to Richard before, was actually a third-level creature. Hearing his words, Richard couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Who said I intended to seize your temple's teachings? Seeing Master you have such a strong aura, it seems you must be the abbot of Chongshan Temple. I am deeply honored and anxious to have the abbot greet me personally. However, as much as Richard said so, there wasn't a trace of genuine honor or anxiety on his face. These aliens were nothing but the possessions of Garen the Great Wizard. No matter how strong they were slaves, and couldn't compare to a wizard like him. The mountain dwarf nodded and said, I am indeed the abbot of Chongshan Temple. Might I ask what you meant just now, Great Wizard? Richard smiled slightly and replied, before climbing the mountain, I asked around at the base. I heard that the mountain path is divided into 3 levels of teachings: secret transmission, monk transmission, and world transmission. Am I wrong? The abbot nodded and said, you are correct, Great Wizard. The teachings of the mountain path are indeed divided into those 3 levels. So the meaning of these 3 levels is also as described by the people at the base of the mountain. Richard continued, the secret transmission is the core secret of the temple, which only the abbot can fully learn. The monk transmission is practiced by all monks in the temple. And the world transmission can be learned by anyone who comes to the temple. The abbot nodded again, indeed, as you have said, Great Wizard. Richard clapped his hands, well, there it is. What I want to learn is not your temple's secret transmission, but rather the world transmission and monk transmission. This shouldn't be a big problem for you, should it? Hearing Richard's words, the abbot hesitated for a moment. Before receiving Richard, he had contemplated many scenarios. However, he hadn't considered the current one. The world transmission can indeed be taught to you, Great Wizard, but the monk transmission, the abbot trailed off hesitantly. Come now, don't be so rigid. Richard pulled out an Aldo mushroom from his pocket. This world mushroom, which could enhance one's physique, emitted a fragrance that instantly caught the mountain dwarf's attention. This is good stuff. I'm an outsider, and I won't be teaching the monk transmission to other temples. You should give it some thought, abbot. I have plenty of these. This. The abbot was torn. Indeed, the monk transmission was a nebulous boundary for temples. What temple hadn't there been a case where monk transmission had been taught to an outsider? Even the secret transmission had been given out by some temples. At this moment, with Richard's noble status and the offer of the enticing Aldo mushroom, the abbot's resolve was wavering. A few minutes later, the abbot's eyes sharpened and he addressed Richard, I must make it clear to you, Great Wizard. Practicing the mountain path is difficult even for us mountain dwarfs. For you, a wizard, I fear even the basics may be challenging. Richard dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand, just teach me. Whether I can learn it or not is my problem. Seeing Richard so resolute, the abbot did not persuade him further and immediately led him into the temple. Chongshan Temple was a large complex, with over 1,000 monks, and tens of thousands more disciples yet to mature. On the way to the temple, Richard saw numerous mountain dwarfs carrying stones on their backs. Abbot, are these individuals in training? Richard asked, pointing to those bearing stones. The abbot glanced over and nodded, those are disciples yet to begin training. They are strengthening their physique by carrying stones. Once they are able to carry 10,000 jin stones and move as swiftly as the wind on stairs, they will be considered to have entered the door. Due to the abnormal gravity of the mountain world, the 10,000 jin mentioned by the abbot was equivalent to 1 million jin in the wizard world. Using his energy vision, Richard observed the dwarfs moving with stones on their back and noticed an ongoing movement of energy paths within their bodies. The energy initiated from their hearts, following different pathways, and whenever the energy circuit could return to the heart, the load of stones they carried reached 10,000 jin. Interesting. The training methods of the mountain dwarfs and the adaptation body have their similarities. Both involve the constant physical stimulation to adapt to the current environment. Arriving at the temple gate, a huge wooden door, disproportionate to the dwarf's stature, presented itself before Richard. The abnormal gravity of the mountain world meant most plants were quite short, although there were also mountainous tall trees. These trees were of exceptionally tough quality, and even refined steel couldn't compare. Without practicing the mountain path, it would be impossible for dwarfs to fell such trees. Thus, felling these giants to make doors became a display of a temple's strength. Richard went up to the door and touched it. He had seen this type of hardwood before in the market, used as a material for crafting alchemy golems. The abbot stood next to Richard, his hands on the wooden door, then his arm muscles inflated. Creaking. The huge door was slowly pushed open by the abbot, without Richard sensing any fluctuation of energy. This indicated the dwarf had opened the door using mere physical strength. Richard made a quick estimation. In the wizard world, the two doors would weigh at least 1,000 tons. In the mountain world, they would be at least 10,000 tons. With sheer physical strength, the mountain dwarf pushed open the door. His power was truly beyond belief. "Please follow me," the abbot nodded to Richard. Entering the monastery, Richard followed the abbot through the twists and turns excavated from the mountains, heading deeper into the mountain's core. And as he delved further, Richard felt the gravity he was bearing slowly increase. By the time the abbot stopped, the surrounding gravitational environment had changed from 10 times to 50 times normal. Under such gravity, energy waves started to manifest within Richard's body as he used his magic power to combat the terrible force. Yet, the abbot remained as usual. "Sir, what type of heritage would you like to learn?" At that moment, Richard and the abbot were in a room resembling a secret chamber, which contained many steel-like objects. "What type?" Richard pondered for a moment and then slowly spoke, "I'm very interested in your combat skills and the methods of cultivating physical improvements." After hearing this, the abbot contemplated briefly, then turned and walked into the secret chamber to carry out 2 steels. "Great Wizard, according to ancient customs, these items were originally to be passed on to the monks just below the abbot. But, Sai, I hope you find them satisfactory." Looking at the mountain dwarf who hesitated to speak further, Richard asked curiously. "It seems you weren't coerced by Garen the Great Wizard to do this." "Abbot, if there is anything troubling you, feel free to share with me. I might be able to offer some explanation." The abbot sighed. "Garen the Great possesses the strength of a martial saint and the broad-mindedness of a grand master. We are wholeheartedly devoted to him, both in mind and in speech. He truly hasn't imposed any harsh rules upon us. As for the heritage, sir, if you woke up one day to find yourself a character from history, and additionally within a palm-sized secret realm, how would you react? If it weren't for the fact that guarding the secret teachings is my lifelong commitment and the foundation upon which Chongshan Temple stands, I'd have no interest in guarding it anymore, even if it were the secret teachings." There was a look of confusion in the abbot's eyes. He had begun to doubt himself. The existence of the secret realm had shaken the very foundation of his understanding. Was he really himself? Was he truly guarding Chongshan Temple? Faced with the abbot's confusion, Richard shook his head. It was clear he hadn't perused the wizard's research on secret realms. The wizard's exploration of secret realms hadn't ceased since their discovery. The most widely accepted theory amongst them is that secret realms originate from a detachment from history. In the worldview of wizards, the world is a collective of space and time, which means that even past history is part of the world. The appearance of a secret realm, simply put, is when the operation of the world has issues, and what was a settled part of history suddenly sprouts a new branch. For the world, such a branch is akin to a bug or a tumor. For its own stability, the world would excise this offshoot. Thus essentially, creatures from secret realms and beings from the primary world are no different. Both creatures are real and are one and the same person. The issue of whether to replicate or not is an ethical and moral one, an area where wizards are traditionally very flexible. Two identical wizards, if not too odd in personality, will quite harmoniously coexist. Abbot, you have no reason to be confused. You are still you, even though there exists someone identical to you in history. You and the historical abbot of Chongshan Temple are the same person. Put simply, you have already died, but the world has revived you. I've died already? But I'm alive again. The abbot pointed to himself, his eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. Yes, simply put, that's the case. If you feel that your life lacks meaning, why not ask Garen the Great Wizard to release you back to the mountain world where you can rebuild Chongshan Temple? Richard said indifferently. The significance of one's life is bestowed by oneself. If you feel you have no purpose, then create one for yourself. Upon hearing this, the abbot fell into deep thought and, after a while, he put his palms together and bowed to Richard. Thank you for your guidance, sir. He then re-entered the secret chamber and took out 2 more steels to give to Richard. Sir, these 2 are the secret teachings of my monastery. One is called Mountain Refining Body, and the other Mountain Breaking Fist. Richard looked surprised, but his hands were deftly quick. Placing the two steels in his pocket, Richard placed his hands together and said to the abbot, "Thank you, abbot." The abbot shook his head with a light now in his eyes and a smile on his lips, as if he had broken through the confusion in his heart and reached enlightenment. "Your words to me are like a lamp in the dark night, illuminating the path. This is a heavenly gift that allows Chongshan Temple to be rebuilt. If not for your enlightenment, I fear I might have continued to waste away in the secret realm. Your kindness to Chongshan Temple is akin to its rebirth. These mere secret teachings are not worth mentioning." Chapter 200. The mountain dwarf's steel was somewhat like the wizard's inheritance crystal ball, where predecessors had engraved spiritual messages into a medium, allowing others to view them through the use of spiritual power. After probing the steel with his spiritual power, Richard quickly memorized the two inheritances. However, during this process, Richard reluctantly found that both inheritances required a more fundamental mountain path as a foundation for learning. Merely obtaining the inheritances, with his current level, would take him hundreds of years to extract anything useful from them. His accumulated knowledge was too shallow. He couldn't, like the older wizards, quickly digest alien knowledge and integrate it into his own combat system. Thus, Richard found himself back at square one, starting with the basic inheritances first. As a wizard, Richard received quite favorable treatment at Chongshan Temple, especially after enlightening the abbot. He was treated with great respect by all the monks of the temple, which allowed him leisurely moments to observe these mountain dwarves' cultivations. Once the mountain dwarves became level 1 creatures, they would regulate their energy cycles according to the inheritance they had learned. By adjusting their energy cycles, each dwarf's combat style also varied. Some were more agile, others had vigorous and mighty force. Which reminded Richard of a novel he read in his past life, mentioning such cultivation techniques. Amidst them, Richard also discovered some who had integrated spiritual attacks into their combat skills, forming something akin to fist intent. Every attack he made carried both spiritual and physical impacts. Such a technique, Richard had never seen among the wizards he knew. A medium-sized world indeed worthy of the effort of several great wizards combined to conquer. Half a year later. Ha! Richard, with his bare upper body and muscles knotted, suddenly swung a fist at the black boulder in front of him. Boom! A muffled sound came from the boulder. When Richard retracted his fist, a clear fist imprint had appeared on the black boulder. Clap clap clap! Behind Richard, a mountain dwarf draped in a steel kazaya walked up to Richard and said respectfully, "Sir, you truly are a rare genius to be able to leave a fist print on the mountain essence with the Bengstone fist in just half a year. We are truly in awe." Richard wiped his fist. The Bengstone fist mentioned by the mountain dwarf was a top-notch technique from Chongshan Temple, powerful and forceful. Ordinary mountain dwarves could easily deal blunt damage of 50 energy levels with just their physical strength, and the higher the physique, the stronger the fist. To begin learning the mountain-breaking fist, Richard first had to master the Bengstone fist. Due to the special environment of the mountain world, mountain dwarves had extensive physical development. Even the entry-level Bengstone fist gave Richard a deeper understanding of the explosive power of muscular strength. Master jests. "It's merely an inherited technique," Richard said lightly. The dwarf beside him was the abbot of Chongshan Temple, who was also a third-level creature. The fist intent Richard had seen earlier was his unique skill. 3 months ago, I heard the master say that to learn your Chongshan fist intent, one must first master this Bengstone fist. Now that I can leave a fist print on the mountain essence, I wonder if it meets the master's standards. The abbot bowed slightly. Of course it does, but... Seeing the abbot hesitating, Richard smiled and took out several modified sacrificial fungi from his pocket and handed them to the abbot. "Don't worry, abbot. I'm not interested in reneging. I'll definitely honor the deal we discussed. There are spirit evolvers among the mountain dwarves, but unlike most worlds where spirit evolvers have frail physiques, mountain dwarves are proficient in both aspects. Spirit evolvers among mountain dwarves, due to their ability to influence gravity, often have stronger bodies than normal dwarves. As for manipulating gravity, Richard didn't harbor much interest. Such a method required the bloodline of the mountain dwarves and years of practice. Moreover, even if it were mastered, once removed from the special environment of the mountain world, manipulating gravity could only serve as an auxiliary means, hardly viable for direct confrontation. Even the mountain dwarves themselves used it primarily as a method to support their physique evolution. The abbot, as a spirit evolver of Chongshan Temple, although he also practiced with gravity assistance, was more interested in using his spiritual power to develop a unique skill. After years of practice, the abbot had created Chongshan fist intent, but it also caused soul injury due to the experiments conducted. And once Richard learned of this, he exchanged his modified sacrificial fungi for his Chongshan fist intent. Wizards didn't always have to fight, peaceful exchanges were always preferable when possible. Taking the sacrificial fungi, the abbot immediately swallowed them whole, then his spirits lifted slightly, as the chronic headaches caused by his soul injury eased under the influence of the fungi. The abbot then took out a palm-sized steel from his robe and respectfully handed it to Richard before silently leaving. Richard pocketed the steel and turned to enter the temple nestled in the mountains. After walking along, winding road, he arrived in front of a secret chamber. The mountain monk guarding the chamber's door bowed slightly to him and then opened the door to the chamber. The chamber was small, empty except for a well. The well contained no water, only an abyss of darkness when peered into from above. As a well, it clearly did not qualify. However, it led to the most mysterious place in Chongshan, the heart of the mountain. The special rules of the mountain world: each mountain in a broader sense is alive. These mountain ranges were originally just protrusions on the plains, but as time passed, they gradually grew into the high mountains inhabited by the dwarves. The dwarves discovered this fact and explored the secrets of the mountains. The mountain heart is one of those secrets. Jumping into the deep well, Richard's body began to plummet rapidly under the influence of gravity, and after about 10 minutes, his body jerked abruptly, and gravity seemed to disappear at some point. And in front of him, there appeared a dazzlingly gigantic heart. This heart was bigger than a war airship, with black mountain essence forming the main body of the heart and mithril and pure gold its framework. Embedded on this heart were countless elemental gems of exceptional quality, and lava flowed into the heart through pure gold blood vessels, then, with a very deep heartbeat sound, pumped in another direction. The gems dazzled brilliantly under the glow of the fire. However, these precious materials were not what Richard was concerned with. At this moment, he was using energy vision to carefully observe the energy structure of the mountain heart. Not stopping until tears of blood streamed from the corner of his eyes. Phew! Richard wiped away the blood tears, switched his vision, and said, "Garen the Great Wizard is truly generous, leaving such a treasure untouched." The mountain heart, as the core of a great mountain, is itself a manifestation of the rule of the mountains of the mountain world, a rule which even to great wizards is precious. Yet Garen the Great Wizard left it in the secret realm, and even told the mountain dwarves, allowing incoming wizards to observe the mountain heart. Is this the Great Wizard who is just one step away from the truth? After leaving the mountain heart, Richard returned to his residence and took out a crystal ball to start drawing an incomplete rune. He named this rune the mountain heart. He didn't know the exact effects himself, but with the mindset of a thief not leaving empty-handed, Richard still recorded it. Who knows when he might be able to enter this mountain secret realm again, so it's always good to keep a record. Time swiftly passed, and before long, half a year had gone by. During this half year, under the guidance of the mountain dwarves, Richard's understanding of the mountain path deepened. He had started the preliminary practice of those two secret teachings. Mountain refining body was the method used by the abbot of Chongshan Temple to nurture his physique and temper his body. Its essence was a method to control gravity, similar in effect to the methods used by spirit evolvers among the mountain dwarves but easier to use, more detailed in execution, and it also didn't require the participation of the mountain dwarves' bloodline. More importantly, over many years, the predecessors at Chongshan Temple had recorded almost every scenario encountered while using mountain refining body in the legacy of the technique. Unfortunately, Richard was not a mountain dwarf, rendering these records completely useless to him. The only thing viable for him was the method of controlling gravity with spiritual power, which Richard could indeed learn. As for the mountain breaking fist, Richard still couldn't grasp it. This martial art was extremely complex, requiring a synchronized coordination of bodily muscles, internal energy, and even spiritual power to achieve the effect of breaking anything. Richard had observed the abbot when he used this martial art. The abbot simply pointed a finger lightly on mountain essence, and the massive mountain essence became mere pebbles no bigger than a fingernail. The hardness of mountain essence was slightly less than that of pure gold, and even if Richard used all his methods, it required great effort to achieve what the abbot had done with a single fingertip. At the end of a year, Richard had no choice but to leave Chongshan Temple and return to the wizard world. When leaving, Richard left behind numerous alchemy gadgets and Aldo mushrooms at Chongshan Temple. He might still be able to enter this mountain secret realm in the future, so spending a little to improve the relationship seemed to Richard a very worthwhile transaction. Leaving the secret realm, Richard greeted Jimmy with a smile. Master Jimmy, long time no see. Before Richard could finish speaking, his body just after entering the wizard world started behaving oddly, becoming like a black hole, attracting all the magic power in the dual arena toward him. Because Richard had maintained the use of flying technique throughout his stay in the mountain world, even during meditation, it had cost him a good deal of magic stones but also caused some changes to his body. These changes were not conspicuous in the mountain secret realm, but once back in the wizard world, they became apparent. The commotion caused by Richard disturbed many, and a figure suddenly appeared next to Richard, gently patting him. Then, Richard felt an immense, ocean-like power sealing his body. Back under low-gravity conditions, and such a strong reaction. Kid, your development of the life core is quite advanced. The individual who sealed Richard exclaimed in appreciation, and upon seeing his face, Richard immediately performed a wizard's salute. Minister, hello. Garen the Great Wizard smiled and patted Richard, then said to Jimmy, Jimmy, what's his name? His witchcraft seems quite interesting. Jimmy immediately responded, Minister, his name is Richard, graduated from Black Tower Wizard Academy. As for witchcraft, sorry, Minister, this club hasn't required registration. Garen the Great Wizard waved his hand, no registration is fine, I'll talk with the Black Tower. Then he turned his head towards Richard, who took the opportunity to carefully observe this embodiment of Garen the Great Wizard. Garen the Great Wizard had a handsome face, blonde hair, and blue eyes, standing next to Richard with no imposing aura, appearing like any other wizard. But having experienced what he just did, Richard looked at Garen the Great Wizard with deep awe. This great wizard was truly unfathomable. Garen the Great Wizard looked at Richard, his tone slightly encouraging, Richard, your development of the life core is good, it is the correct path. If you plan to delve deeper into this path, you can choose to join Garen Wizard College in the future, just find Jimmy. Having said this, Garen the Great Wizard then disappeared from the dual arena. Garen Wizard College. Richard muttered, is this an invitation?